Before watching the video, please take 3 seconds to like the video and subscribe to the channel so I'll have more motivation to make more high-quality videos. Thank you all so much. I wish you a wonderful day. The story begins with the appearance of a handsome, refined young man. Only tightly held the delicate hand of the beautiful girl. A smile curved his lips. "Rower, thank you for agreeing to marry me." In contrast to his excitement, Rower frowned and replied, "Humph." Suddenly, Enli's face filled with shock. The sharp sword in Rower's hand had pierced straight through him. Enli's face could not hide his sorrow. "Rower, what are you?" As she pulled out the sword, she revealed her feelings. "Enli, I'm sorry. You have committed too much evil. You treat human lives like trash. You stopped being that pitiful person from back then long ago." Her eyes were filled with tears as Rower said in anguish, "For the sake of all living beings under heaven, you must die." The young men behind her cut in, "Rower, why do you need to kill him yourself? Just let us kill this monster." "That's right. Why must you kill him with your own hands? Doing that will only dirty your hands." Enli answered sadly, "So I never once occupied even a small corner of your heart. I do not blame you." At this moment, it was 2 in the morning. Our heroine shouted loudly. On her laptop screen was the tragic love story between Enli and Rower. Furious, she hammered at the keyboard and roared, "What kind of script did this author write? 7 men fighting over 1 woman. But why did they have to kill my innocent Enli? This author really has no heart." She looked extremely sullen. Enli was as elegant as orchids and jade trees, gentle and kind. He reached she refining at 3, foundation establishment at 5. Anyone who saw him had to praise him as a genius. He was clearly a heaven-blessed prodigy. Yet because he did not need to undergo mortal tribulations, he fell into the mortal realm, was cursed and spat on by everyone, and was even killed by the person he loved with her own hands. He had the perfect male lead setup, yet he ended up as cannon fodder. Where was justice? After finishing her comment, the heroine quickly pressed send. In short, Enli is the best. In my heart, Enli is the true male lead. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning split the sky and struck her. The system appeared. "Congratulations, host. Congratulations, host, for successfully activating the tragic male supporting character rescue system." The heroine slowly opened her eyes and thought, "Where is this?" The system narrated, "In 10 seconds, the benefactor will transmigrate into the book I Rely on Beauty to dominate the immortal realm. You will become Jiang Yin Yin, the vicious maid beside the male supporting character Enli." The heroine asked blankly, "Transmigrate into a book?" Her eyes widened as she cried out, "Enli? My precious Enli?" Inwardly, she wept. "Why is my luck so terrible? I actually became a maid." The system projected an image of Enli for her to see. The system answered softly, "That is correct." At this time, Enli is only 8 years old. Because he was born with a violent nature, his biological father, Manhwa, destroyed and crippled his spirit root, then abandoned him alone in a remote bamboo courtyard. Pitiful images of Enli gradually appeared. The system continued. In addition, the Taoists of the immortal sect conduct a blood ritual on Enli once a month to purge Enli's evil resentment. After drawing his blood, Manhwa will send people to deliver medicine to Enli, barely sustaining his life. The heroine frowned and asked, "Then what do I need to do to save Enli?" The system smiled and answered, "Benefactor, remain calm. The mission is only now beginning. Save the pitiful, sickly Enli. Increase Enli's favorability toward you to obtain points. Accumulated points can be exchanged for items that will help increase your combat power." The heroine's face was full of excitement. She thought, "Heavens, you must help me. I will never let Enli fall into the tragic ending from the book again. As long as I'm here, no one can bully my Enli." The system reminded her, "Now, host, please prepare to transmigrate into the book." The heroine clenched her fists with dignity. The system gently counted down 3, 2, 1. A moment later, our heroine had transmigrated into a village. She was diligently sweeping the courtyard. The system said softly, "Congratulations, host. Transmigration into the book was successful. System newbie reward. A gift package of 500 points has been credited to your account. Please remember to check it." The heroine looked around in confusion. "Hey, where's Enli? Where's Enli right now?" Suddenly, she heard a loud voice. "Beat him for me. Beat him hard. Don't stop until he hands over the box." The heroine suddenly turned her head. What? Several thugs were viciously beating Enli. They were enjoying it very much. Let's see whether you hand over the box or not. If you still won't hand it over, see if I don't kick you to death. Seeing this unpleasant scene, the heroine quickly ran over to stop them. Stop! She shoved the thug backward. What are you doing? She raised her voice and scolded him. Bullying the weak with strength, outnumbering someone to oppress him. Is this the conduct of you righteous, immortal sect people? Shi Fan frowned and replied, Nian, stop meddling in other people's business. He held the spiritual medicine in his hand and spoke sarcastically, making the heroine, Nian, look displeased. He's nothing but a cripple without a spirit root. What does he need such high-grade spiritual medicine for? In any case, it's useless even if he takes it. Since it's useless, he might as well give it to us. Nian clenched her fists as she looked at them. She thought, that is life-saving medicine. I can't let them take it. She raised her voice. Stop. Nian quickly took out a talisman. Give that back to me. The system announced. One talisman purchased successfully for 500 points. Current points, 0. Seeing her points drop from 500 to 0, Nian felt her heart ache. System, your items are way too overpriced. Boo-hoo. The talisman quickly blasted away. The thugs. Shi Fan clutched the spiritual medicine in his arms. He coughed softly. Ahem, ahem. In his heart, he calculated, this woman actually has a lightning talisman. That is something only a soul transformation stage cultivator can draw. Nian held the talisman in her hand. She curled her lips into a contemptuous smile. If you know what's good for you, leave that thing behind. Otherwise, if I throw these dozens of talismans at you, none of you will survive. Perhaps because Nian was too fierce. The thugs instantly fled. As they ran, they said to each other, Senior brother, wait for us. Nian let out a breath of relief as she looked at the talisman. She thought, my accumulated points were only enough to buy one talisman. Good thing I fooled them with these fake talismans. She gently picked up the medicine box. Fortunately, they didn't stay and keep pestering us. Nian quickly helped Enli up. Young master, I'll take you to treat your injuries first. He looked displeased. You don't have to pretend in front of me. As soon as he finished speaking, Enli swung his hand and pushed her away. What are you pretending to be kind for now? Enli quickly snatched the medicine box back. Nian cried out in astonishment. Hey! Seeing his pained appearance, her expression turned somewhat sorrowful. Enli's entire body trembled. Suddenly, Enli collapsed to the ground, causing the pills in the box to scatter all over the floor. Nian cried out in shock. Young master, are you all right? Enli frantically felt around for the pills that had fallen to the ground. Then he clenched one tightly in his hand. Enli hurriedly put it into his mouth under Nian's stunned gaze. She grabbed his hand and stopped him. Wait, Nian said softly. Young master, be good. Spit it out, all right? They're all dirty now. We shouldn't eat them. Enli hurriedly pulled his hand back. He frowned and replied, You don't understand anything. Nian's heart felt as if it had been squeezed tight. How could I not understand? He was once a stunning prodigy in immortal cultivation. Overnight, he became a useless thing condemned by everyone. After being destroyed, his spirit root was injured, leaving him with nothing but a sickly body. He was imprisoned in this broken bamboo courtyard. Enli is so pitiful. I really want to hug him. Just as she reached out to hug Enli, he quickly dodged away. Enli raised his voice. Don't come near me, he said sadly. You don't need to pretend in front of me. He gritted his teeth and added, I don't need fake concern. Hearing this, Nian felt a little dazed. Then she gently pulled him into her arms. Whose child is this? Such a big temper. Not cute at all. When she held Enli in her arms, Nian was extremely shocked. So light. Why is he so light? Enli shouted in discomfort. How dare you? I told you not to touch me. Let me go. Nian did not bother listening to him. She continued holding him tightly. I'm not offending you. But if you still don't behave, she smacked Enli hard on the bottom and added, then I'll spank your bottom. Enli curled his lips in displeasure. In Nian's heart, she thought, did spanking him anger the character? The system suddenly appeared. Target character favorability -1. Current favorability -45. Target character favorability -1. Current favorability -46. Nian was truly stunned. What? This favorability can even be negative? And it's still dropping. As night gradually fell, Enli and Nian sat in the room. As she cleaned his wounds, she thought, Enli's favorability toward me is so negative. I have to think of a way to pull it back. I can't let him always have such bad feelings toward me. Inwardly, she wept. It was clearly the original owner who treated Enli badly. Why do I have to bear this debt? Nyan smiled and said, Young master, I'll help you clean your body first, then apply medicine to your wounds. That way, you can recover faster. Enli did not even look at her. He said loudly, If it's because you pity me, then I don't need it. Nyan gently wiped his dirty hands. She answered softly, It is not because I pity you. It is the duty I should perform. Our young master is so lovable. Why should you have to live so miserably? She smiled and added, The heavens are truly unfair. But young master, don't be afraid. I will treat you well. Enli frowned and replied, You weren't like this before. Nyan said sadly, That's right. I went too far before. She smiled brightly at Enli and said, But from now on, I will always stay by young master's side and serve young master properly. Enli did not believe her words. He asked in discomfort, What do you want from me? He frowned and thought, Treating me so well, what does she want to take from me? I clearly have nothing left. Nyan gently brought the towel to his cheek and wiped it, leaving him a little stunned. She softly reminded him, I think young master should open his heart. Not everyone has bad intentions toward young master. She pinched both his cheeks and cheerfully ordered, Come on, young master, smile for me. Enli blushed. He knocked Nyan's hand away from his face. You have no sense of propriety. Nyan still tried very hard to get closer to him. I'll apply medicine for young master, okay? A moment later, Nyan had neatly bandaged the wound on Enli's hand. The wound is treated. Enli looked at the wound on his hand that had been carefully treated. His heart wavered slightly. Nyan hurriedly left. She smiled and said, Young master, I'll go outside and tidy up a little. I'll be back soon. Don't worry. Enli answered in displeasure. Do as you like. Holding the basin of water, Nyan thought sadly, sigh. It seems Enli is still very guarded against me. Suddenly, the system appeared at that moment. Nyan's eyes widened in shock. The system announced, Congratulations, host. Target character favorability increased by 10. Points increased by 100. Current favorability, -36. Total points, 100. Nyan was very happy. The favorability actually rose by so much. Seeing Enli's reddened ears, Nyan smiled softly. He really is an arrogant little beauty. The scene shifted to the maid's quarters at night. At this moment, Nyan was gently packing her luggage. She smiled as she thought of Enli. Enli's body is covered in injuries. It isn't convenient for him to do anything alone. During this period, I should move over and live with him first. That way, I can take care of him too. Suddenly, a sharp voice rang out, making her turn back. Jiang Nyan. A maid crossed her arms and curled her lips. In the middle of the night, where are you going with your things? Nyan asked softly. Who are you? The woman curled her lips contemptuously. Jiang Nyan, what are you pretending to be stupid for? I'm Liu Yume. Jiang Nyan frowned. Liu Yume? I remember now. Images of her beating Enli miserably appeared clearly in her mind. The author had written about the character Liu Yume in this book. She was a spy sent by the demon race to monitor Enli. On ordinary days, she often tortured, beat, cursed, and abused him. The disgusting image of that woman appeared again. What was worse, when Enli was only 15, she even forced Enli to take her virginity. It was also because of this matter that his mind began to develop in a twisted direction, and his personality became gloomy. Liu Yume raised her voice. HM, why aren't you saying anything? Don't tell me you're guilty of something. What? Have you finally thought it through and decided to pack your things and run away, leaving that cripple? Nyan glared at Liu Yume and said loudly, How much longer do you plan to hide your identity as a member of the demon race? In her heart, she thought, leaving this disaster around for even one more minute is dangerous for Enli. I might as well find a way to drive her away right now. For the sake of Enli's chastity, I must protect him. Liu Yume answered sharply. So you already know my true identity. As soon as she finished speaking, she launched an attack at Nyan. Then don't blame me for being impolite. Nyan was somewhat stunned. At that critical moment, the system appeared and handed Nyan several talismans. Host, in this moment of crisis, would you like to use 100 points to exchange for one ultimate rebound talisman? The ultimate counterattack talisman can reflect the opponent's attacking move back at them. Nyan hurriedly replied, Of course. She felt saddened. Boo-hoo, now, I don't have a single point left. Nyan smiled faintly and waved the talisman toward Liu Yume. The woman fell painfully to the ground. Although she was injured, she still answered sharply, Ahem, ahem. Jiang Yin Yin, just you wait. As soon as she finished speaking, she left. Yin Yin let out a breath of relief. Phew, that's settled. Suddenly, she saw a smiling jade pendant lying on the ground. Huh, this is the jade pendant. Yin Yin hurriedly picked it up. I remember clearly that this was left to Li by his mother. Only treasured it very much. Every night, before going to sleep, he had to take it out and look at it. I didn't expect Lu Yuanmei to have stolen it. She hurried toward Li's place. I have to return it quickly. Otherwise, Li will be worried. Meanwhile, on this side, Li had not seen Yin Yin return and anxiously wondered. It's already been the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. That woman still hasn't come back. His face gradually became melancholy. Sure enough, she was deceiving me. She said she would always stay by my side. Yet after only a short while, she couldn't keep pretending and left. He reached around for the jade pendant he had hidden under his pillow all this time. In this world, the only thing that can stay by my side forever is the jade pendant mother left behind. But when he did not find the jade pendant, Li's face filled with shock. It's gone. He looked around, but did not see it. It's gone. Li was extremely panicked. I always placed the jade pendant under my pillow. How could it suddenly disappear? Suddenly, he thought of Yin Yin as the culprit. It was her. It must have been her. She is the only one who came in here. He thought, I should have noticed it earlier. How could she suddenly treat me so well? He roared in discomfort. I must kill her. Li slammed his hand hard against the ground. Kill her. Kill them all. At this moment, Yin Yin appeared. She smiled and said, Young master, you've waited a long time. I went to my room to pack up a few things, so I came a little late. Li glared at her and said loudly, You already got what you wanted. Why did you come back? The system's notification reached Yin Yin, making her a little worried. Warning, warning. The target character's emotions are fluctuating excessively. Seeing Li's extremely furious face, Yin Yin felt very sad. She thought, the target character's emotions are fluctuating excessively. Isn't Li angry? But when I went out just now, suddenly, she remembered. Oh, that's right. She gently handed the jade pendant to Li. Young master, Lu Yuanmei stole your jade pendant. I helped you get it back and drove her away while I was at it. Young master, you won't drive me out, will you? Holding the jade pendant in his hand, Li was somewhat stunned. So, I misunderstood her? His face turned gloomy as he looked at her. He thought, after my spirit root was destroyed, I couldn't even defeat the sex floor sweeper. Even though I knew my maids were stealing my things, I could only pretend not to notice. In such a large sect, there is no one for me to rely on. This woman secretly helped me seek justice. He answered softly, I won't. A notification from the system appeared. Favorability plus 10. Favorability plus 10. Favorability plus 10. Favorability plus 10. Points increased by 300. Current favorability, -6. Total points, 300. Yin Yin let out a breath of relief. She thought, looks like everything is fine now. She quickly took out a soft blanket and said happily, Young master, you have injuries on your body. It isn't very convenient for you to live alone. I already packed my things and brought them here. Let's sleep together tonight, okay? What do you think? Li's face looked a little worried. Light seeped into the room. Li replied, Go to sleep. A moment later, Yin Yin had already fallen into a deep sleep. Li thought anxiously, Is my head full of water? Why did I agree to let her sleep with me? His body suddenly began trembling. So cold. Even the wounds on his body began to ache more. Li turned over. He coughed painfully and loudly. Ahem, 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 ahem. Hearing him cough, Yin Yin woke up and asked curiously, Young master, what's wrong? Can't you sleep? Li answered coldly, It's nothing. Go back to sleep. Yin Yin gently raised her hand to his forehead to check his temperature. She thought, Li's voice sounds really hoarse. Could he have caught a chill? Oh no. Yin Yin anxiously sat up and called, System, are you there? Li is sick. Do you have cold medicine? The system yawned and answered, Host, I'm here. You can use 300 points to exchange for a bottle of hot flower dew. It will take effect immediately after drinking. Yin Yin hurriedly said, All right, exchange for one bottle. The system reminded her, Host, hot flower dew costs 300 points. It is very expensive. After the exchange, your points will return to 0. Without a second of hesitation, Yin Yin quickly replied, Exchange it quickly. I want hot flower dew. After exchanging for the medicine, Yin Yin hurriedly fed it to Li. Young master, be good. Drink the medicine and you'll get better. Li gently drank the medicine. Yin Yin softly checked his body temperature. She let out a relieved breath. Sure enough, the fever has gone down quite a lot. She lay down beside him to sleep. Good night, sweet dreams. Although he did not say anything, only still knew that Yin was taking care of him. His face flushed red with embarrassment. At night, only dreamed painful dreams. At that time, he had been locked inside a remote room. Only tried hard to pound on the door. Bang, bang, he shouted in discomfort. Let me out, let me out. Only cried and begged. Senior brother, please let me out. All right? A senior brother said softly, I know I was wrong. So noisy. You cry here every day. Don't you get tired? A person standing beside him asked. This kind of bringer of misfortune cursed his own mother to death. Does he still want to go outside and bring disaster to everyone? The senior brother replied. The sect master crippled his spirit root and locked him here. That is already a great mercy. The person beside him cut in. Let's go for a walk. We shouldn't keep standing guard here. How unlucky. Only cried helplessly. He spoke softly. They're right. I don't want to curse them to death either. I didn't mean to hurt mother. Father, your son knows he was wrong. Suddenly, strange shadows appeared, leaving Only stunned. Laughter echoed beside his ears. Only asked fearfully, who is it? Who's laughing? Voices gradually appeared too. Bringer of misfortune, a cripple without a spirit root, yet you still dream of going outside. It's all because of you that your mother died. Bringer of misfortune, bringer of misfortune. Only covered his ears in distress. No, it wasn't me. It wasn't me. Suddenly, his mother's voice rang out. Leah. Only happily turned back. Mother. But in front of him, his mother called out in pain and sorrow. Only was extremely shocked. Returning to the present, Only hurriedly sat up because of the strange dream. Mother. His heart was filled with fear. Everything just now was only a dream. Yin asked softly, Young master, you're awake? Yin moved closer and stroked his head. She said gently, How did young master sleep last night? Are you feeling unwell anywhere? Only blushed and answered, No. In his heart, he thought, No. His hand tightly gripped the blanket. I haven't slept this peacefully since I was locked up here. Yin said happily, Young master must be hungry, right? I'll go get food for you. Only gently grabbed her hand. Yin asked in surprise, Young master, do you have any other orders? Only blushed and thought to himself, What on earth am I doing? Only replied coldly, Nothing. You may go. Yin said happily, Then, young master, wait here obediently for me to come back. Only answered softly. A moment later, Yin arrived at the kitchen. Seeing the nutritionally inadequate dishes, she was extremely shocked. Young master usually only eats this. She thought to herself, and Lee's body is already weak, and he still eats porridge every day until he's sick of it. No wonder his body is much smaller than children his age. Another maid said loudly, What else? He's so useless in that courtyard. Being able to eat this is already his good fortune. It's the blessing of 7 lifetimes for him. What else does he want? The maid then turned to leave. If there's nothing else, I'll go first. Yin asked curiously, What's so urgent? The maid answered in surprise, Hey, don't tell me you don't know about it. Tomorrow is our little young master's birthday. How could anyone not know about such an important matter? The maid happily added, The sect master said that tomorrow, as long as anyone shows up, each person will receive a red envelope of 500 spirit stones. 500 spirit stones. Today I have to go down to the foot of the mountain to buy some nice clothes to attend the birthday celebration. Yin said happily, Has the sect master changed his mind and decided to celebrate our young master's birthday? The maid looked displeased. What, our young master? I'm talking about young master and CI. The maid curled her lips contemptuously. Although the two of them share the same birthday, one is a dragon and phoenix in the heavens, while the other is mud beneath the ground. You don't need to. Before she could finish speaking, the maid quickly received a heaven-shaking slap from Yin. The maid asked angrily, Why did you hit me? Yin raised her voice. As a servant, you casually discuss your master's rights and wrongs. Should you not be hit? Although our young master's life is a little poor right now, in the future, he will definitely become a great figure in the immortal cultivation world, admired by all. I will not allow you to curse him here. The maid painfully clutched her face. As she left, she did not forget to add one more curse. You really are a crazy woman. Yin sighed again and again. It seemed she could only let Enli eat these things for now. She felt a little sad. I can't remember where the original owner put the spirit stones. Looks like I can only wait until next month's wages are paid, then buy food for Enli. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. That's right. There should be spirit beasts on this mountain. I could go catch some spirit chickens and spirit ducks to bring back, so Enli can have something better to eat. Seeing Nyan return, Li peeked out from inside the room. She placed the food on the table and said, "Young master, have breakfast." Seeing the food on the table, Li's face creased slightly. Nyan thought to herself, Li must feel very upset inside. She gently coaxed him, "Young master, eat these first. Later, I'll go into the forest and catch some spirit chickens and spirit ducks to bring back for you." Seeing that Li said nothing, Nyan felt distressed. "I should just go now. Seeing poor Li like this, I really can't bear it." Li suddenly raised his voice, startling her a little. "The forest is too dangerous. Your cultivation is low. Don't go." Nyan turned back, feeling a little delighted. "My little Li actually cares about others?" Nyan gently rubbed Li's head. "Young master, don't worry. I'll do my best to support you. I absolutely won't let you suffer anymore." Li blushed. He answered softly, "I'm very easy to support." Nyan asked in surprise, "Huh, young master? What are you saying?" Li replied quietly, "I'm very easy to support. I'm not picky with food and I don't spend extravagantly. I can live just fine eating these scraps. If you don't like me losing my temper, I can stop. If you're afraid of my ominous fate, then just stay far away from me in the future. You don't need to serve me." Nyan's expression became a little sad. "Ah, is little Li worried about me? Is he afraid I'll abandon him?" She was very surprised. Little Li is so adorable. I still remember how the book described him before his spirit root was destroyed. Nyan quietly recalled it. He was a slightly noisy child, raised in fine clothes and fed delicacies. Although he liked teasing others, he was very polite. He was like a little son, especially fond of smiling at everyone. And he especially liked eating candied hawthorns. Li accepted the candied hawthorns, and his eyes instantly lit up. "Thank you," Nyan added. "If I gave him a candied hawthorn, he would definitely smile at me and thank me. If I could become heaven itself, I would definitely let my little Li eat his fill and dress warmly, without suffering even the slightest hardship." Thinking of this, Nyan gently wiped away her tears. She quickly comforted Li. "I came here for young master. Until I see my young master rise in cultivation, I won't die. So don't worry about me. I'll definitely always stay by young master's side." As soon as she finished speaking, Nyan gently kissed Li on the cheek. He was a little shy. Nyan rubbed his head. She said happily, "Young master, be good and eat breakfast. I'm going into the forest to catch some wild game. I'll be back very soon." As soon as she finished speaking, Nyan quickly set out. Li blushed and thought she kissed me. His heart seemed to have been stirred, and he could still feel the softness and fragrance of her lips. He silently looked at her. That woman. At this moment, the system also announced favorability increased. Favorability increased. A while later, Nyan arrived in the forest full of wild beasts. She thought tiredly, "I've been walking for more than half a day. Why haven't I run into a single spirit beast?" The system cheerfully announced, "Congratulations, host. Target character favorability plus 36. Point plus 3,060. Current favorability 30. Total points 3,060. Nyan instantly rejoiced. Favorability rose by that much again? But what's going on with these points? The system replied, "When favorability is positive, for every favorability point gained, the points earned are 10 times the amount during negative favorability." New functions have also been unlocked. Host may use points to increase cultivation or increase charm value. The system added, "Spending 3,000 points can raise your cultivation to the golden core stage. Or you can exchange the same amount of points for advantages in appearance, such as a larger chest, bigger hips, and so on." Nyan asked curiously, "Can points be used to exchange for medicine that reconstructs spirit roots?" The system answered softly, "Sorry. These items are not available in the shop." Nyan thought to herself, "If I could help reconstruct his spirit root, wouldn't Li's life become much easier?" She replied softly, "Fine, then use the points to exchange for cultivation." She calculated inwardly. "Right now, the most important thing is to increase my strength so I can protect him and make others not dare to bully him anymore. As for becoming prettier, it won't be too late to think about that later." The system cheerfully reminded her, "Exchange successful. Host has risen to the golden core stage." Nyan's strength gradually emerged. She gently waved her hand. Several huge trees gradually collapsed. Nyan was delighted. This is way too insanely cool and overpowered. As expected of a cultivation world, the system looked around. The system said, "Host, there's an injured spirit beast here." Hearing this, Nian Nian looked surprised. Before her, it was a small beast. Nian Nian murmured, "This is," she thought, "its whole body is pitch black, and only its right eye has a ring of white fur." The system widened its eyes and said, "This appearance. It is clearly a young greater nether taper." Nian Nian replied, "Quick, quick, give me a bottle of spiritual medicine for wounds. Put half the points on my tab first." She calculated inwardly. The greater nether taper is a rare sacred beast. In order to seize the divine essence within its body for cultivation, the female lead, Tang Muru, took the third and fourth male leads with her to the netherworld. It took a great deal of effort to capture it. Now, by pure accident, I've run into it ahead of time. The system quickly gave Nian Nian the medicine. This bottle of supreme pure jade liquid can heal all wounds. It is worth 500 points. Host, you now owe me 440 points. Don't forget to pay it back. She replied happily, "Got it." As soon as she received the medicine, Nian Nian quickly fed it to the sacred beast. The sacred beast gradually absorbed the medicine, then opened its eyes and woke up. Nian Nian smiled. "It's awake. So cute." The sacred beast kept clinging to her without letting go. Nian Nian was very happy, and it's so clingy. Looks like those 500 points weren't wasted. Holding the spirit beast in her arms, Nian Nian said to it, "Little spirit beast, are you willing to follow me from now on? You're crying out so happily, so I'll take that as a yes. You're pitch black all over, without even a gap. I'll call you Charcoal Ball." Nian Nian happily returned home. Meanwhile, Enli coughed softly. His face was a little red. He heard Nian Nian's footsteps. Enli panicked. He smiled and turned back. Nian Nian brought back the spirit beast, and in her hands she did not forget to carry 2 piglets. Seeing this, Enli's face showed a trace of worry. Seeing Enli, the spirit beast widened its eyes in surprise. It quickly pounced on him. Enli blushed shyly. Nian Nian quickly stopped it. "What are you doing, Charcoal Ball? You're not allowed to hurt young master." Enli looked at the spirit beast. He said, "So that's how it is. Do as you like." The spirit beast happily sat on Enli's shoulder. He said to Nian Nian, "I'm fine. Its true identity is the greater nether taper. It was born in the netherworld and relies on absorbing fortune to sustain its life. I have the physique of a disaster star, and the energy on my body is dense. It doesn't matter if I let it absorb some." Nian Nian said worriedly, "Will it harm young master's body?" He replied, "No." Hearing his answer, she let out a breath of relief. "Phew, that's good." Enli gently pulled Nian Nian's hand. He blushed and said, "I waited for you too long. I'm a little hungry." Seeing his adorable appearance, she happily thought, Enli has made progress. He even knows how to take the initiative and ask for food now. A while later, Nian Nian went to roast the meat. Seeing the golden brown pig, she smiled and said, "Young master, this pig can be eaten after roasting a little longer." Enli asked curiously, "What is your name?" Hearing this question from him, Nian Nian felt a little happy. Enli asked my name. Does this mean he's finally lowering his guard against me? She answered happily, "I am Jiang Nian Nian. Young master can just call me Nian Nian." Enli looked at the pet and thought, Nian Nian. He kept glancing at her for a long time. She clearly isn't the most beautiful person I've ever seen, but just now, when she smiled at me like that, I actually thought she was very pleasing to look at. The system cheerfully announced, target character favorability +10. Point plus 1,000. Host, the more than 400 points you owed me this morning for buying Supreme Pure Jade Liquid have been automatically deducted. Current favorability, 40. Total points, 560. While carrying the steaming plate of pork, Nian Nian complained about the system. Rotten system, so calculating. She handed the pork to Enli. Young master, I specially chose the tastiest part for you. Eat it while it's hot. Looking at the steaming plate of meat before him, Enli thought to himself, since I came here, I've never eaten meat. Even if there was just a little, those maids would quickly snatch it away. He looked at Nian Nian and thought further. She treats me so well, letting me taste sweetness again and giving me attachment to the mortal world. But if one day in the future, she also wants to leave me, what should I do? Seeing Enli's dispirited face, Nian Nian asked sadly, Young master, why aren't you eating? Don't you like it? Enli replied softly, It's not that I don't like it. He asked sadly, What if one day you abandon me? Nian Nian suddenly thought this is... She quickly extended her pinky finger. Then she said to Enli, I will stay by young master's side forever. Unless young master no longer wants me, only then will I leave you. Young master, shall we pinky swear? Enli blushed, but in the end, he still hooked pinkies with Ninian. He answered shyly, childish. Ninian smiled. Pinky swear, pinky swear. The promise will never change. Enli's cheeks were as red as ripe tomatoes. Ninian pushed the plate of meat closer to him. She said, All right, is young master reassured now? Young master, hurry and eat. It won't taste good if it gets cold. I worked really hard to make it. She asked curiously, or could it be that young master wants me to feed you? Enli hurriedly took the plate of meat. No need. He chewed quickly without leaving a crumb. Ninian smiled and reminded him, Eat slowly. There's still plenty. If it's not enough, I'll roast another one for you. Enli replied softly, The next morning, when the sun shone brightly over the village, several girls were talking to one another. The gray-haired girl said, Hurry, hurry. Today is young master and C's birthday. The summit of Second Pearl Peak will be very lively. Oh, by the way, I heard that Cripple has a birthday today too. The black-haired girl replied, Why do you care about him? He's been on this back mountain for 2 years, and I've never seen him celebrate his birthday. Hurry up. I still need to go get that 500 spirit stone red envelope. Why are you so anxious? The sect leader said everyone who goes will get a share. You won't be left out. Ninian was sleeping in the room. She felt upset when she heard the unpleasant words of the two girls outside. This bamboo house really isn't soundproof at all. When I have the conditions in the future, I'll have to renovate it. She gently tucked Enli's legs in properly. Fortunately, Enli hasn't woken up. I should let him sleep a little longer. She looked at him and smiled. When I return after finishing my business at Second Pearl Peak, I'll personally say happy birthday to him. Ninian quickly left. As soon as she closed the door, Enli woke up. He frowned and thought, is she going to attend that person's birthday banquet too? Has she forgotten that today is also my birthday? Enli's hands trembled slightly. Liar, liar. His face was filled with hatred. What stay by my side for a lifetime? What never leave me for a lifetime? It was all fake. Although he had not yet understood the whole story, Enli was already certain. I won't give her another chance. When she comes back, I'll definitely chase her away. The scene shifted to morning at the Dear Chilin Palace. Inside the palace were countless gorgeously dressed people. Ninian looked around. She thought, so this is C's birthday banquet. As expected, there are so many people. It's really lively. The book said that the Fuhua Saint Lord, Shun Kuei, also attended the banquet. But which one is he? Her eyes searched everywhere. Shin Kuei is skilled in healing, with superb medical arts. He is good at treating spirit roots. I have to find him. No matter what method I use, I must save Enli. At this moment, an old man handed a red envelope to Ninian. He said, Young lady, you haven't received a red envelope yet, have you? These 500 spirit stones are for you. Today is a joyous day. Everyone gets a share. Ninian accepted it awkwardly. Thank you. Suddenly, at this moment, a voice rang out, startling her. The Fuhua Saint Lord has arrived. Seeing him appear, Ninian thought to herself, so he is the Fuhua Saint Lord, Shun Kuei. She calculated inwardly. I have to think of a way to attract his attention. She quickly put on an act. Ninian pretended to have a stomachache and collapsed onto the floor. It hurts so much. The nearby women asked curiously, Hey little girl, what's wrong with you? Shin Kuei stepped in. What happened? Ninian replied softly, My stomach hurts. It hurts so much. As if he had already seen through her trick, Shun Kuei frowned. He curled his lips and said loudly, Whose maid are you? You certainly have a lot of nerve, daring to fake illness. Ninian felt a little nervous. Looks like the Saint Lord's medical skills really are superb. He saw through me faking illness at a glance. Shun Kuei spoke coldly, and the surrounding people who had been currying favor all dispersed. Ninian hurriedly grabbed his leg. Wait, Saint Lord, please wait. He frowned in displeasure. What are you doing? Ninian replied, I have long heard that the Saint Lord has an extraordinary bearing and exquisite medical skills. In this world, if you claim to be second, no one dares claim to be first. Seeing you today, your reputation is indeed well-deserved. Senkui Fronet. What exactly are you trying to say? Ninian quickly pleaded, I did not mean to offend the Saint Lord. It's just that, in order to meet the Saint Lord once, I had no choice but to resort to this poor plan. Everyone says the Saint Lord understands medicine thoroughly, and that you are best at treating spirit roots. She cried and added, To tell the truth, my young master, Enli, has had his spirit root destroyed for 2 years. Every day, he is plagued by pain and illness. He lives a life worse than death. I beg the Saint Lord to treat my young master. Shinkoe replied softly. I can heal anyone in this world. Only him I cannot. Yin tried hard to plead. Why? People say a physician has a benevolent heart. Is it just because young master has no fate star that you all watch him die without saving him? He is still only a child. Shenkoe quickly shook off her hand. And Li, I absolutely cannot treat. Yin asked in pain. Why? Why won't you save him? Shinkoe did not answer and left. Yin thought sorrowfully. In the book, his spirit root could only be restored after he met the female lead, Tang Miru. But there are still 16 years before then. Doesn't Li really have to endure 16 years of hellish pain? She gently wiped away the tears rolling down her cheeks. Forget it. Since this path won't work, I'll think of another way. She hurriedly stood up and left. And Li is still at home, waiting for me. I have to hurry back and celebrate his birthday with him. Meanwhile, Li sat sadly in the corner of the house. Seeing him, Yin happily called out, Young master. When she asked, Li avoided her. Young master, why are you sitting here? She thought to herself, he probably didn't see me all day, so only thought I abandoned him and left. I have to quickly coax him. Jiang Yin smiled and said, Young master, I was wrong. Look, these 500 spirit stones can buy you a new set of clothes. Li angrily flung her hand away, scattering the spirit stones across the ground. Liar! Jiang Yin froze. Li looked at her, the corners of his narrow eyes slightly raised. His crimson pupils were full of gloom, like surging lava from hell, and they were filled with tears. Li's lashes trembled slightly. No tears fell, but his throat began to choke up. You said you wouldn't leave me. You said you would always stay by my side. But today is my birthday. Why? Why did you abandon me? Favorability minus 20. Penalty, minus 200 points. Current favorability, 20. Total points, 360. So isn't Li angry because I forgot his birthday and went to someone else's birthday banquet? Suspicion, resentment, and unbearable pain of being abandoned by the whole world appeared in Li's eyes. Jiang Yin crouched down, keeping her eyes level with Li's. Young master, things are not as you think. Li had originally planned to chase her away. In his mind, he had come up with thousands of cutting words. But when he saw the painful expression on her face, he suddenly felt unable to say anything. All that remained was pain and warmth in his chest. Today, I went to Second Pearl Peak only because I thought the Fuhua Saint Lord would also be there. I wanted to persuade him to help treat your spiritual foundation. Li raised his voice. So you also see me as trash. You look down on me just like everyone else, don't you? He gently pushed Yin away. That's right, I'm a cripple. I'm a thing without a spirit root. I will never need you again. Get lost. Suddenly, Li's expression showed a trace of surprise. At this moment, Yin had already hugged him tightly in her arms. Li blushed and ordered, Let go of me. Yin said softly, Young master, listen to me first. In her heart, she thought, I rack my brains trying to let him live a slightly better life. Yet he's thinking all kinds of nonsense. Not only did he maliciously guess my intentions, he even wants to chase me away. He really is an ungrateful little thing. She gently said to Li, I only want to help young master heal your spirit root because I feel sorry for young master. Although young master's fate is tragic, you have never lowered your head. If it were me, I would have sought death long ago, she said firmly. So I will never, ever look down on young master. The anger in Li's heart seemed to gradually fade. So there is still someone like this in the world. Someone who truly cares about me and cherishes me. He replied softly, Don't seek out Shunkoe. He won't treat me. Yin asked curiously why. Li sighed. The people in this sect cannot tolerate me. He is the same. Yin said sadly, but other than him, is there anyone else who can treat spirit roots right now? Li shook his head. No. Yin clenched her fist and said confidently, Then I'll find another way to help young master heal his spirit root. I can listen to young master about everything else, but only this matter I cannot. Li raised his voice. You're so stubborn. Do whatever you want. She gently rubbed his face. Come on, young master, don't be angry. Come on, smile. She poked his nose and smiled. You're like a little old man. Li liked it very much, but he still pretended otherwise. You're the little old man. Your whole family are little old men. Yin laughed happily. Fine, it's me. Li's eyes suddenly softened. Yin, he gently threw himself into her arms. Li hugged her tightly and asked, In the future, will you abandon me? Yin said softly, All right. In the future, I definitely won't leave young master alone. Li raised his voice. You promised first. If you dare break your promise, I will definitely kill you. Nian gently knocked his head. You're still so little. Don't talk nonsense. What's all this about killing and dying? He answered Ow. Suddenly, at this moment, fireworks appeared from somewhere. Glittering light filled the sky. Nian said, that's right. They're celebrating young Master C's birthday. She smiled and said, Young Master, happy birthday. Unli smiled softly. Nian added, I heard that if you make a wish on your birthday, the gods will make it come true. Young Master, do you have any wish? Although he was a little shy, Unli still said, Nian, you must always stay by my side. She smiled and answered, all right. In her heart, she thought, and this expression of Enli's, does he not believe me? Enli's face was slightly creased at this moment. Nian could only coax him. Young Master, rest assured, since I promised to stay beside Young Master, I definitely won't leave. Enli hugged her tightly once more. At this moment, the system announced favorability plus 35. Point plus 3,5 cents. Current favorability, 55. Total points, 3,860. Nian happily hugged him. She thought, these past few days, Enli's emotions have shown quite a lot. He's no longer like before, always bottling everything up inside. If this continues, perhaps he won't become that villain covered in blood and filth, with such deep and dark thoughts. She called softly, Young Master. Enli blushed and replied, It's all because you came back so late. You made me unable to eat properly. Nian secretly rejoiced. He's getting embarrassed and angry. How adorable. She quickly stood up. Yes, it's all my fault. There's still some noodles in the kitchen. Let me go cook you a bowl of noodles. All right. Enli replied softly. The spirit beast happily ran after her. At that moment, Enli grabbed its tail tightly. He said loudly, You're not allowed to go. You're not allowed to lie in her arms, understand? Enli frowned and threatened it, causing the spirit beast to tremble. Otherwise, I'll break your legs. It cried out in grievance. A while later, fragrant food was laid out on the table. Nian reminded him, Young Master, the noodles are done. Hurry and eat while they're hot. Enli ate happily. Nian smiled softly. Young Master looks like he's enjoying it. Nian gently gave the spirit beast a piece. Here, little black ball. Come here, I'll feed you. It narrowed its eyes. Seeing this, Nian asked worriedly, Little black ball, what's wrong? Enli said, It's hot. He felt a little jealous inside. Why does Nian want to feed it but not feed me? Seeing the angry expression on his face, the spirit beast trembled and ate by itself. Nian was full of confusion. So little ball actually likes eating by itself? Enli pursed his lips and muttered, At least it knows its place. Nian said, Oh right. Young Master, tomorrow I'll make a trip to 100 Weapons Peak. Enli frowned and thought, She's leaving again? Nian sighed. All the weapons in the sect come from 100 Weapons Peak. I'm going there to buy a sword. Otherwise, going up and down the mountain every day is really a bit tiring and slow too. If I can ride a sword, I can go quickly, come back quickly, and keep Young Master company. Enli secretly rejoiced. So that's how it is. He reminded her, Go early and come back early. Nian replied, A while later at the sword shop, the shop owner held out a sharp sword and asked, Young lady, do you want to buy a weapon? Nian answered, I want to buy a sword. The shop owner pointed at several swords and said, Here, young lady, see which one you like. Nian widened her eyes in surprise. Wow, there are so many styles of swords. Suddenly, a voice rang out, making Nian turn back. What are you doing here? The shop owner bowed in greeting. Senior brother Shi, looking at his scowling face, Nian thought to herself, Isn't this the person who bullied Enli a few days ago? Why is he here? Shifan raised an eyebrow and asked, Hey, I'm asking you, what did you come here for? Nian raised her voice. If I come to a weapon shop, of course I'm here to buy a weapon. What else would I buy, meat? What a stupid question. He smiled shamelessly. You're only at the foundation establishment stage. I'm afraid you can't even hold up a sword. What are you buying one for? Don't tell me you want to buy a sword and go back to protect that little good-for-nothing. Hearing his filthy words, Nian glared at him. She quickly kicked Shifan in the stomach, making him cry out. Nian then struck him again and sent him flying. She said challengingly, You dare insult my young master? Then I can send you to heaven right now. Shifan wiped the sweat from his cheek and replied angrily, You dare hit me, you little slut? I'll kill you. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged forward to attack Nian, but she quickly dodged his strike. Nian kicked him between the legs again. Shifan was in terrible pain. He shouted, Mother, and rolled back and forth on the floor, crying, it hurts. Just then, a voice rang out, making both of them turn around. Stop! Seeing his master arrive, Shi Fan acted as if he had found protection. He was so happy he nearly cried. Master, you're here. He hurriedly reported. Master, this maid is truly too much. She suddenly attacked and injured your disciple. His master raised his voice. Don't stand there adding oil and vinegar. The moment I arrived, I saw you trying to hit this young lady. Now you're twisting the truth. Yin Yin was a little dazed. She thought, Master, could he be Southern Splendor true Lord, Gui Foam? Judging from his manner, he doesn't seem to be an unreasonable person. The master approached Yin Yin and asked cheerfully, Young lady, what is your name? Yin Yin replied softly, My name is Jiang Yin Yin. You may just call me Yin Yin. He patted her shoulder and comforted her. Yin Yin, oh, what a good name. Not like my newborn son. Even now, I still haven't thought a name for him. My hair is about to turn white from worry. Yin Yin began calculating. Rumor had it that Southern Splendor True Lord was crude in temperament and not very cultured, only fond of researching weapons. But because he was straightforward, he had a good relationship with Fuhua, Saint Lord Shankue. If she could borrow his help, she said gently, True Lord, why don't I try naming your son? Shi Fan cut in with a scowl. A lowly, uncultured maid like you? Someone as inferior as you? What kind of name could you possibly come up with? Master, don't let her deceive you. His master shouted, Shut up, go copy the disciple's scripture 10 times as punishment. Then he said to Yin Yin, Young lady, don't listen to my disciple's nonsense. Ignore him. Yin Yin frowned and replied, Mingshang. What about Gui Mingshang? She quickly explained, It is taken from the river of Netherfans. It implies independence and exceptional intelligence, and also carries the meaning that he will become a powerful weapon. The master agreed happily. Good, that's it. What a fine name. He thanked her joyfully. Thank you, young lady. From now on, I owe you a favor. If anything comes up, just tell me. I will definitely help. Shi Fan said unhappily, Master, in the end, am I your disciple, or is she your disciple? Yin Yin felt a little embarrassed. She said, Actually, there's indeed something I would like the true Lord's help with. He asked curiously, Tell me. Yin Yin leaned close to his ear and replied, A few days ago, I wanted to ask Fuhua, Saint Lord, for help with something, but I was refused. I want to ask how I can speak to him again. The master pondered and answered, That Shun fellow, aside from treating illnesses and saving people, what he likes most is discussing medicinal herbs, flowers, and plants. He added cheerfully, Some rare flowers are difficult to keep alive. Many die every year. If you can help him solve that problem, then no matter what you ask him for, he will certainly help. Yin Yin cupped her hands and bowed. Many thanks, true Lord, for lending me your aid. He said, What does such a small matter count for? Don't be polite with me. A while later, Yin Yin had obtained an excellent sword. As she walked, she thought, True Lord Gui really is generous. Before I left, he even gave me a sword as compensation. At one glance, this sword looks extraordinary. Over on this side, Enli was reading attentively. The little animals beside him were playing happily. Meow, meow, meow. Woof, woof, woof. Roar, roar. Suddenly, Enli's eyes glanced to the left. Seeing Yin Yin return, he was very happy. Yin Yin, you're back. She replied softly, In her heart, she secretly rejoiced. It seems my young master is very happy to see me. She asked curiously, Young master, did you eat well today? Enli held her hand tightly and said softly, It was good. She asked another question, making Enli blush. Young master, you came outside to wait for me, right? Did you miss me very much? He pretended to deny it. No, Yin Yin chakid softly. Enli said loudly in embarrassment. I didn't. She smiled and said, All right, you didn't. If my young master says he didn't, then he didn't. Enli answered with a frown. At night, he called softly, Yin Yin. She replied gently, What is it, young master? Enli lay beside her and asked sadly, Yin Yin, do you dislike me? I have no cultivation and my body is weak. I only cause you more trouble. He added gloomily, I can't do anything now. I can only let you take care of me. You work so hard, yet I can't help it all. Every day, I can only stay in the bamboo courtyard and wait for you to come back. Emotion surged in Yin Yin's heart. Even when Enli blames himself, he's adorable. She turned her face and replied, I can't even love young master enough. How could I dislike you? Enli blushed. He softly reminded her to lie closer to him. Yin Yin, if you're so far away, how can you share warmth with me? Come closer. Yin Yin smiled happily. All right. He gazed at her and asked, Can I hug you while I sleep? Without even a second of thought, Yin Yin quickly answered, Yes. She gently held him tight. In her heart, Ninian thought, Enli is starting to cling to me. She said gently, young master, sleep. I will stay by your side forever. In the middle of the night, Enli gently poked Ninian's cheek. So soft. Ninian is really soft. She was sleeping soundly. Young master. Enli hugged Ninian tightly and would not let go. The system announced, favorability increased by 10. Points increased by 1,000. Current favorability, 65. Total points, 4,860. Early the next morning, Ninian rode her sword to look for Shun Kuei's residence. The system followed as well. Host, Fuhua St. Lord's Medicine King Valley, is just ahead. Ninian said loudly, let's go. This time, I must make him agree to help treat Enli's spirit root. A moment later, she arrived at Medicine King Valley, saying, Nyan arrive, sen qui frognet. Why is it you again? He quickly closed the door. Nyan hurriedly pleaded, Saint Lord, wait a moment. I heard that many precious medicinal plants in Medicine King Valley die every year. I have a way to change the current situation. He frowned and replied, no reward without merit. What do you want? Nyan said softly, it is still the matter from before. I want to ask you to treat my young master's spirit root. Hearing about Enli's condition, Shun Kuei hurriedly refused. I will not help. Go back. Suddenly, at that moment, a maid's voice rang out. Saint Lord, something's wrong. He asked curiously, what happened? The maid replied, Saint Lord, the purple spirit body tempering flower on the rear mountain is about to wither. Shun Kuei could not help being stunned. What? How did this happen? Nyan was extremely excited. I can save it, Saint Lord. Let me try. Shun Kuei's face looked rather unconvinced. You can save it? Nyan answered with certainty. I can. He reminded her, then follow me. If you can revive the purple spirit body tempering flower, I will agree to your request. Nyan happily followed behind him. All right. A moment later, Shun Kuei said loudly, save it. Nyan looked at the withered flower, her expression a little worried. This medicinal plant looks completely dried out. How can it still be saved? Shun Kuei said loudly again, can you save it or not? Nyan smiled faintly. Of course I can. In her heart, she thought, system, come out and help me. The system appeared swiftly. Host has a single wood element spirit root. It only takes 1,800 points to activate the spirit root. There's a chance of saving this plant. Nyan said fiercely, fine, raise my cultivation. The system replied, activating spiritual soul, deducting 1,800 points. Remaining points, 2,060. At that moment, Nyan felt a little dizzy. Her body shook. Seeing Nyan a little weak, Shun Kuei supported her and asked, hey, what's wrong with you? She panted tiredly. He quickly took her pulse. Shun Kuei was extremely shocked. She has an exceptional wood spirit root. After awakening, Nyan slowly came to. Thank you, Saint Lord. Just now, my body was merely a little tired. I am fine now. Nyan focused her power slightly and looked at the flowers before her. In her heart, she thought, this is so embarrassing. Why did I faint at a time like this? Shun Kuei is also too handsome today. I can't exactly say that I fainted because he was too good looking. She faintly heard the flower's voice. Boo-hoo, it hurts so much. Can someone save me? My body is full of impurities. If this continues, I'll die. Nyan was somewhat stunned. So that's how it is. She quickly reached out to save the flower. A while later, the withered flower had become fresh and bright. Shun Kuei was utterly astonished. He had not expected this woman's talent in wood element techniques to be so high. Nyan happily proposed, Saint Lord, I revived the purple spirit body tempering flower. Look, please help treat my young master's spirit root. Shun Kuei replied, since I promised you, I will certainly keep my word. However, regarding the matter of treating Enli's spirit root, remember that you must not tell anyone else. Nyan said softly, of course. Now, please come with me, Saint Lord. He frowned. A moment later, the two stopped at the bamboo grove. Nyan said, Saint Lord, let me tell you, the people of the sect are prejudiced against my young master. In truth, my young master is very good. He never wastes food and never loses his temper. Although he's been tormented by illness all year round, he has always endured it silently. Suddenly, there was a leaf stuck on Shun Kuei's head. Nyan reminded him, wait, Saint Lord, there's a leaf on your head. Could be a leaf that accidentally stuck to you when you passed through the valley just now. He asked where. Nyan replied cheerfully, let me help you remove it. Sen kui pluset sliktli. Just as Nian Yin was removing the leaf from Shun Kuei's head, and Li's forceful voice rang out. "What are you doing?" Seeing his face full of resentment, Nian Yin called softly, "Young master." Her heart was in turmoil. How strange. Why do I somehow feel guilty? I clearly didn't do anything wrong. And Li frowned. "Why did you come back so late today?" He pointed straight at Shun Kuei. "And you are not welcome here." The spirit beast was just as fierce. "Woof woof." Nian Yin gently comforted him. "Young master, he is Fuhua, Saint Lord. He came specially to help treat your spirit root. You cannot have this attitude." And Li was unconvinced. He said loudly, "Why are you talking with him? You even smiled at him like that. You clearly said you would only smile at me. Only me. You're a fickle woman." Nian Yin was extremely flustered. "A fickle woman? Young master, that word isn't used like that. Be good, young master. You mustn't say such nonsense." Not listening to her at all, and Li lightly shook off Nian Yin's hand. He ran away, saying, "Liar." The spirit beast followed too. "Woof, woof." Nian Yin called worriedly. "Young master." The system announced, target character's emotions are fluctuating intensely. Favorability decreased by 15. Points decreased by 150. Current favorability, 50. Points, 1,910. Nian Yin's face was extremely sorrowful. What is this? How am I supposed to coax him this time? Only lay on the bed, tossing and turning, thinking to himself, this feels awful. So awful. Why do I feel so awful? Nian Yin's image appeared in his mind again. The moment I think of Nian Yin smiling at someone else like that, I care so much. My heart also feels uncomfortable. It's all Nian Yin's fault. It's all her fault for interacting with someone else. As a girl, how can she not know to preserve her propriety? How dare she get close to a man like that? Li irritably tossed and turned. Just then, Jiang Yinyan entered. "Young master." She walked straight over and lightly patted his bottom through the blanket. "Young master." He sat up angrily, his face bright red as he shouted, "You!" Nian Yin gently rubbed his head. "Young master, let Fuhua Saint Lord examine you and see whether your spirit root can be treated, all right?" I begged him for a long time before he agreed to come down the mountain to treat you. Li still stubbornly replied softly, "Who told you to beg him?" "As you wish, Saint Lord. Please." After that, the Saint Lord took Li's pulse. "Saint Lord, what is my young master's condition?" The Saint Lord shook his head slightly and replied, "His spirit root has been crippled too severely. It will not be easy to recover. Even if it can be treated, it will take a long time." Hearing this, Nian Yin frowned and asked anxiously, "You mean it will not be easy to recover? Not that it cannot recover, right? It depends on his fate. First, he will need 1,000-year Tai Sui to nourish him, and then he will need a nascent soul stage cultivator to use spiritual power every day to treat his spirit root. But even so, I cannot guarantee success." Hearing that there was hope, Nian Yin said firmly, "As long as there is a sliver of hope, we should try." The Saint Lord replied, "Do you think it is that easy? Not to mention that this 1,000-year Tai Sui is unlike ordinary herbs. It is a living thing. Naturally, don't think it will be easy to find on a mountain. Moreover, expending spiritual power every day causes great harm to a cultivator's body. Not many people would be willing to help." Hearing how difficult this was, Li lightly held her wrist. Nian Yin, forget it. Seeing his sadness, she stroked his head and comforted him. "Young master, don't worry. There will definitely be a way." Then she said with certainty, "Saint Lord, just tell me what the 1,000-year Tai Sui looks like. I will go search for it. As for transferring spiritual power every day, once my cultivation reaches the nascent soul stage, I will do it myself." Hearing this, the Saint Lord was shocked. Why are you willing to do this?" Li was also astonished. "Nian Yin," she said calmly, "this cultivation of mine exists in the first place to protect young master. If I cannot even do this, then what use is this cultivation? I did not expect you to be such a brave woman." The Saint Lord spoke helplessly. "Very well, I will tell you. Ancient records say that the 1,000-year Tai Sui is a flesh fungus, like flesh attached to a great stone. It has a head and tail, and is indeed a living creature." Nian Yin closed her eyes to sense it and repeated, "A flesh fungus like flesh attached to a great stone." Sensing her power, it ran straight over. Food. Seeing it suddenly appear at the door, the Saint Lord was shocked. "That is the 1,000-year Tai Sui. This 1,000-year Tai Sui actually ran here on its own. I never expected this woman to have such powerful control over plants and trees. Jiang Yin, your aptitude may be even more extraordinary than I thought. Seeing him look at her like that, she secretly wondered, did Shun Kuei just smile at me? It wasn't mockery, and it wasn't a cold laugh either. In the book, Shun Kuei absolutely never showed a kind smile to anyone outside the female lead. Now he's smiling at me. This is really surreal. After that, the Saint Lord gently looked away. I will take this 1,000-year Tai Sui back to refine medicine first. I will give it to you tomorrow. Saint Lord, I'll see you off. Before she could finish speaking, Enli interrupted her. Cough, cough, cough. Nian Yin, I feel unwell. Seeing this, she hurried over in alarm and touched his forehead. What do you feel unwell? Could it be that your previous fever has not fully gone away? Cough, cough, cough. She sat down beside Enli and said to the Saint Lord, Saint Lord, take care. It is not convenient for me to see you off right now. Seeing him leave, Enli smiled in satisfaction, then lay on her lap and acted spoiled. Nian Yin, my wound hurts. I will go get medicine for young master now. Hearing this, he grabbed her sleeve. No medicine. Just hug me like this for a while, and I'll be better. All right, I'll hug young master. Enli happily hugged Nian Yin and thought, although I don't know why seeing Nian Yin smile at others makes me so angry. If I get angry at her because of this, our relationship will only become more strained. I don't want her to hate me. In the past, what I hated most was others sympathizing with me and pitying me. But now it is different. Seeing her heart ache and worry for me only makes me feel very happy. I cannot let anyone else steal Nian Yin away from my side. Pretending to be pitiful is fine. Begging with tears is fine. Nian Yin, I don't care what method I use. As long as I can keep her by my side, I am willing to do anything. At that moment, the system appeared. Favorability increased by 25. Points increased by 2,500. Current favorability, 75. Total points, 4,410. That evening, the two lay asleep beside each other. Nian Yin thought to herself, during the day, Shun Kuei said we still need a nascent soul stage cultivator's assistance before Enli's spirit root can be treated. If I want to quickly reach the nascent soul stage in a short time, I have to gather 5,500 points. Sorry, Enli. For the sake of points, Mother has no choice but to make a move on you. At that moment, she leaned up and said, Young master, are you asleep? Enli immediately turned over and said, Not yet. It is so cold that I cannot sleep. Then may I hug young master to sleep? Hearing this, Enli immediately blushed with joy. Is it a little better now? Enli lay in her arms happily. Nian Yin, you are so warm. He said innocently, I also want to stay with Nian Yin right now. Seeing him like this, she was deeply moved. The things I taught Enli a few days ago, hasn't he already learned them? He is truly cute beyond the standard. I'm about to be defeated by this cuteness. Boo-hoo. She gently stroked his cheek and instructed him. Young master, boys must protect themselves when they are outside, understand? Enli is too innocent. I must remind him carefully. He obediently listened. Aside from being with Nian Yin, I won't let anyone get close to me. At that moment, the system announced favorability increased by 5. Points increased by 500. Current favorability, 80. Total points, 4,910. Seeing the notification appear, she was overjoyed. This move really is useful. At that moment, she happily continued her attack. Our young master is so good-looking, like a little immortal child who walked out of a storybook. When you grow up, you will definitely charm many women. Hearing her say this, he burrowed into her arms and replied aggrievedly, I don't want anyone else. I only want Nian Yin. Immediately, the system announced again, favorability increased by 3. Points increased by 300. Current favorability, 83. Total points, 5,210. She looked at him and said softly, Our young master is the best behaved child. Does Nian Yin like obedient children? She smiled faintly and replied, As long as it is young master, no matter what you are like, I like you. He hugged her in satisfaction. Favorability immediately rose continuously. Favorability increased by 1. Favorability increased by 1. Host has successfully advanced to the nascent soul stage, deducting 5,500 points. Current favorability, 89. Total points, 310. Time passed like this until half a month later. At that moment, the Saint Lord took Enli's pulse again. I originally thought it would take at least 5 months before his spirit root showed improvement. I did not expect that after only half a month, his spirit root would be completely healed. I have never seen such a recovery speed. Hearing this, Yin Yin said happily. I must thank the Saint Lord for lending his aid. It is just that in a few days, it will be the day the sect takes young master's blood. At that time, they will definitely be able to discover that young master's spirit root has been healed. At this point, she frowned in distress and stroked Enli's head. Seeing this, Enli was also saddened. Yin Yin. At that moment, the Saint Lord said, I also intended to discuss this matter today. If he wants to cultivate in the future, he will definitely draw the sect's attention. Why don't you leave this place? Hearing this, Yin Yin asked, Saint Lord, do you know of a good place? He frowned and immediately said, the Return to Origin Array. The Return to Origin Array is an ancient divine artifact. 10,000 beasts are trapped within it, and it is extremely dangerous. But if one can come out of it alive, one's cultivation will certainly reach the peak of perfection. Hearing this, Yin Yin directly shouted, Impossible! That is too dangerous for my young master. Then suddenly, Enli tugged at her arm. Yin Yin, I want to go. She was shocked to hear him say that. She stroked his head and comforted him. No, young master, this is too dangerous. Yin Yin, I did not want to be a cripple for my whole life. Hearing him say this, she felt heartbroken. Young master. At that moment, she asked in confusion, but if we leave, the sect will definitely know. The Saint Lord said directly, if he dies, naturally no one will suspect anything. Yin Yin was shocked. Does the Saint Lord mean for young master to fake his death? Exactly, she asked in confusion. But Saint Lord, why are you helping us like this? The Saint Lord replied calmly, if a spirit root that has just been cured is crippled again, would that not mean I have to busy myself once more? Moreover, it is not as though I have no conditions. There are countless rare flowers and exotic herbs in the Return to Origin Array. When you leave, take this book with you. If you encounter the herbs listed inside, pick them and bring them back to me. How about it? He handed that book to her. She happily took the book and agreed. All right, if I can come out, I will definitely bring them to the Saint Lord. Not long after, Enli's fake death began. Yin Yin cried miserably beside his coffin. Young master, my young master, you are still so young. How could you leave so early? My young master, you are still so young. How could you leave so early? The white-haired send off the black-haired. My young master. At that moment, sect leader in Ruoxu, Enli's father, spoke. Fuhua Saint Lord, what is the situation? The Saint Lord answered respectfully. Sect leader, I have examined the body. He is indeed dead. Please restrain your grief. Hearing this, he turned and left. Let's go. Everyone has their fate. Clean up today, and tomorrow take him to the foot of the mountain to be buried. Seeing how indifferent he was, Yin Yin was filled with hatred. I remember the book said that if the disciples of the sect did not commit any major wrongdoing, they would all be buried in the Bluebird Hall designated by the sect. But in Ruoxu is actually this heartless. He would rather take his own son to the foot of the mountain to be buried than let him rest in the Bluebird Hall. Just how unwilling is he to see Enli? She went on crying and wailing. Young master, take me with you. I don't want to live anymore either. Seeing her shouting like that again, the Saint Lord spoke up. They've already left. Hearing that, she instantly returned to normal. Oh. At this moment, Enli also sat up at once. Cough, cough, cough. Young master, yesterday I already gave you the map to the Return to Origin Array. Follow the map, and you'll be able to arrive very quickly. Yin Yin happily picked Enli up and replied, in the future, I will definitely repay your kindness properly, Saint Lord. Then farewell for now. We will meet again someday. The Saint Lord frowned slightly with some worry. Survive first, then talk. She smiled brightly and said to Enli, young master, can we go now? Enli hugged her tightly, perfectly content. Taorang City was bustling with life. Sweet and sour candied hawthorns, delicious candied hawthorns. Candied hawthorns here, hot buns, freshly steamed hot buns. Yin Yin and Enli soon appeared there. She happily handed Enli a stick of candied hawthorns. Here, young master. Enli held it out to her. Yin Yin, you eat first. Thank you, young master. She happily took a bite. He immediately asked curiously, is it sweet? Sweet, very sweet. Suddenly, Enli spoke with a faint sadness. Yin Yin, from now on, can you stop calling me young master? Hearing Enli say that left her stunned. Then what should I call you? After leaving the sect, Enli is already dead. I don't want to be Enli anymore either. Seeing him say that, her heart ached slightly. Li, he looked at her with tears in his eyes. Yin Yin, can you give me a new name? Then how about Byuki? And Byuki, Hearing that name, he was a little surprised. And Byuki, he happily threw himself into her arms. All right, call me that. As long as it's a name Nyin gives me, any name is fine. Nyin. After that, she picked him up. Byuki, it's getting late. Let's find an inn to rest first. He hugged her tightly, perfectly satisfied. From now on, there was only Byuki in this world. Wherever Nyin was in the future, that would be his destination. At this moment, his favorability rose again. Favorability plus 10 points, plus 1,000. Current favorability, 99. Total points, 1,310. At this moment, the two of them looked at the map together in suspicion. This map clearly marks an inn nearby. But why we search for so long without seeing any inn? Suddenly, a cry for help rang out. Save me. Help. Murder. Hearing this voice, Nyin frowned. Someone is calling for help. What are you shouting for? Hurry up and hand over the money. Today, even if you scream your throat raw, no one will come to save you. Right then, Nyin walked over. Hey, isn't it a little too much for so many of you to bully one person? The group turned around in irritation and cursed. Where did this idiot come from? Before they could finish, they saw her and were instantly shocked. Where did this little beauty come from? The man stared at her greedily. Hitting someone counts as going too far, but you've gone even further. You've struck my heart. Even his companion was speechless. Seeing them mocking her like this, Byuki was filled with hatred. These disgusting people. How could Nyin be someone these repulsive things could toy with? Little beauty, let me treat you well. Just as his hand was about to touch her, she snapped his wrist directly. Since you can't manage your hand properly, I'll manage it for you, so you won't use this filthy hand to harm anyone in the future. Seeing this, his companion immediately charged over. Boss, are you all right? You damn brat. Before he could even reach her, drops of blood grazed across his cheek. He stared in shock at the tiny fragments in his hand. Hawthorn seeds, she shouted angrily. Aren't you leaving yet? Frightened, they immediately fled. The bullied young boy also immediately got up and ran over, grabbing her arm. Wow, a fairy. There really is a fairy in this world. You saved this young master. This young master will definitely repay you. Furious, Byuki directly grabbed him by the throat and shoved him away. Don't get close to her. The boy's throat was squeezed so tightly he could hardly breathe. Cough, cough, cough. Byuki let him go first. Let go. He then clutched his neck and gasped for breath. Cough, cough, cough. After that, she asked, "What's your name?" The boy answered with great interest. This young lord's name is Zhao Anming. My father is Zhao Shang. Fairy, my family is very rich. I swear, if you come with me, my family's wealth will be yours. She was surprised. You're Zhao Anming? Zhao Anming? Isn't he one of the female lead Tang Muru's harem members? Hearing her call his name, he scratched his head a little shyly. It makes sense that Fairy recognizes me. This young lord is quite famous, after all. Suddenly, the system gave a notification. Congratulations, host. Congratulations, host. You have successfully activated a hidden mission. Guide the female leads 7 men. First is Fuhua, Saint Lord, whose medical skills are superb, but whose tongue is sharp and venomous. Second is the Northern Wolf King, Xianyi, whose martial arts are outstanding and who always loves his younger sister. Third is Divine Son True Man, refined and scholarly, heir to his family, and carrying the male lead halo. Next is the person in front of you, Zhao Anming, the rich young master with money and delusions. After that is the Gu King, Miao Yu, an extremely handsome man who is also extremely insane, specializing in shamanic arts. Next is the demon venerable Yi Lin Yuan, super beautiful, fond of raising horses. As for Byuki, whose name has already been changed, he has been interfered with by strange factors. The system has no data. After guiding these 7 men, the system will give you rich rewards. Nyin replied helplessly, I have no interest in opening a harem. Besides, Li and Ci are brothers. Even if things get messy, they can't get that messy. This is still supposed to be a mission. The system continued with interest. We also have a mission to seize the female lead Tang Muru's fate. Host, think about this one. I don't have a hobby of stealing other people's things. This mission doesn't count either. Hearing her say that, the system cursed in irritation. Are you pig-brained? Beep, beep, idiot, beep, beep, brain full of beep, beep. How could I end up with such a lazy and negative host like you? She paid it no mind and looked at Byuki, thinking to herself, I don't care about other men. Right now, I only want to raise little and in peace. Being able to raise little and is much better than any fate-stealing games. Seeing that the sky was about to darken, Zhao Anming spoke up. Fairy, It's already getting late. Why don't we go to the nearby inn and rest for the night first? We could talk about anything else tomorrow. All right. Seeing this, Nian asked, "You know where the inn is?" Zhao Aming replied proudly, "Of course I do. Although this Huangjiang city is remote, this young lord has at least been here several times. I'm still very familiar with the roads. Then I'll have to trouble you." Nian carried Buki and followed Zhao Aming. He answered happily, "No trouble, no trouble. Fairy saved my life. This small matter is nothing." Inside the inn, the three of them had dinner together. The dishes here are very simple. I have not hosted Fairy properly today. I hope Fairy will forgive me. As Zhao Aming picked up a piece of meat for her, he said with interest, "My home is in Buzhou City, a very lively place. There are large restaurants everywhere. If Fairy is willing to marry me, I'll take Fairy to eat delicious food every day." Hearing this, Buki slammed his chopsticks onto the table and looked at him with murderous intent. He wants to marry Nian? As if someone like him is worthy. Black ball. Immediately, the fierce black cat rushed over and bit Zhao Aming's hand. It hurts so much. Let go. Hurry up and let go of me. Fairy, save me. Zhao Aming cried out while flailing his hand wildly, but Black Ball did not let go at all. Nian also thought helplessly, "Suddenly, I don't really want to save him anymore. All right, Black Ball, let go." She gently lifted Black Ball off and handed him to Buki, then reminded him, "Don't skip dinner, understand? I'm going to ask the waiter if there are any rooms left. Remember to eat properly." Buki obediently nodded. Seeing her treat Buki so attentively, Zhao Aming thought to himself, "Fairy seems to care a lot about this child. Could he be her younger brother? If I can build a good relationship with him, then I won't have to worry about not having a chance to get close to Fairy." Immediately, Zhao Aming enthusiastically poured tea for Buki. Come, kid, try this. I guarantee that after you drink this cup, you want to try another." But Buki still disliked him with obvious irritation. Not long after, she also returned. "Buki, I'm back." Before she could finish speaking, she froze at the scene before her. "I'm going to marry Fairy. I'm going to marry Fairy. Don't even dream about it. Nian belongs only to me." Guests, please calm down. The two of them kept arguing back and forth. "What are you saying? Fairy should be mine. What do you have besides that stinking money? With just that, you think you're worthy of Nian?" Right then, she rushed over and punched Zhao Aming. "Zhao Aming, you've got some nerve. How dare you let him drink wine? What? Fairy, you're being fierce to me." After that, he left feeling wronged. "The waiter will take you to a guest room to rest. Tomorrow morning, I'll escort you back to Buzhou City." She thought unhappily, if he stays any longer, this guy will teach Lily even more bad things. At this moment, Buki was already completely drunk. She gently picked him up. "Buki, shall we go back to the room?" Buki murmured hazily, "Nian, when I grow up, I'll marry Nian. I definitely won't let any other man marry Nian. Nian can only belong to me. Only to me." Hearing those words, she frowned in confusion. What exactly happened? Only then did he open his eyes and answer. Zhao Aming said, "When he grows up, he'll become Nian's husband. He said he wants to marry Nian. Marry me." She was completely stunned and confused. Buki shouted angrily, "Anyway, I won't allow him to marry Nian." He hugged her tightly and kept saying, "Nian is mine." Mine. Seeing this, she thought in irritation, Zhao Aming really is unreliable. He actually dared to teach Li Li something like this. Worse, he even taught Li Li to be so stubborn. Just watch how I teach him a lesson tomorrow. In the blink of an eye, it was the next morning. Together, they arrived at Buzhou City. "Thank you, Fairy, for bringing me back by sword flight. Why not come to my humble home for a cup of tea before leaving?" "No, we still have matters to attend to." At this moment, she looked at Zhao Aming and frowned, thinking, in the novel, it was written that Zhao Aming's father, Zhao Shang, would suddenly die of a malignant illness 2 years later. If I can remind Zhao Aming early to take him to the Imperial City to find Divine Lord Shan for treatment, perhaps Zhao Aming's fate 2 years later could be avoided. "Your father," she was about to tell him, when the system immediately reminded her, ding. Aside from the target character in Buki, you temporarily do not have the right to interfere with the uncertain cause and effect of others. At this moment, Zhao Aming asked in confusion, "My father? Fairy, what did you want to say?" She could only reply helplessly, "Nothing. Fairy, I have something I want to say to you." Zhao Aming suddenly took her hand. Seeing their hands touch, Buki was jealous and furious. Zhao Anming said happily. When I said before that I wanted to marry Fairy, those words were true. It wasn't a joke. I truly want to marry Fairy. If Fairy is willing in the future, whenever you want, just come back. I will definitely marry you. Hearing him say that, Nian was flustered. You wait, isn't this Zhao Anming's classic confession line? Wasn't he supposed to say this to the female lead, Tang Miru? What is this? I'm not the female lead. Why is he saying such things to me? She replied awkwardly. Taking a wife is not a joke. You need to think it through carefully, then discuss it with your family before making a decision. I believe you will find someone more suitable than me in the future. After saying that, she quickly said farewell. Goodbye. If fate allows, we will meet again. Watching her departing figure, Zhao Anming was filled with regret. Fairy. After that, night fell. She and Byuki were still following the map to find the way. She looked at the map and said, the return to origin array opens at midnight. The map shows the return to origin array is very close by. Suddenly, Byuki saw something and shouted, Nian, over there. She was also shocked. The return to origin array. We found it. At this moment, Byuki hugged her. Seeing this, she said softly, Byuki, are you afraid? He was not afraid at all and said firmly, as long as I'm with Nian, even if it's a mountain of blades or a sea of fire, I'm not afraid. All right, then let's go. Just like that, the two of them entered the return to origin array together. 2 years later, inside the return to origin array, Nian was leisurely watering vegetables. Nian, hearing someone call her, she turned around and saw Byuki peeking in at the door. She happily called to him, Byuki. She waved and walked over joyfully. So you still know how to come back? How many days have you been out? Hurry, let me see if you're injured. Byuki replied, I'm fine. There was still a reddish mark on Byuki's cheek, yet he still said he was fine. Nian was alarmed. How could you be fine? She immediately took his hand and checked his pulse. His elixir field was empty, and his meridians were sluggish. He was clearly badly injured. Suddenly, he held out a bouquet of flowers to her. Nian, these are flowers I just picked. I thought they were very pretty, so I'm giving them to you. Seeing the bouquet, she was somewhat shocked. Beauty's grave. These flowers only grew on cliffs, and beside them would be a snake-faced demon beast guarding them. If someone wanted to pick them, they had to kill the demon beast. Could the injuries on Byuki's body be because... Thinking of this, her heart ached, and tears welled up as she held the bouquet. Nian, do you like these flowers? Suddenly, she said nothing and ran away, slamming the door shut. Seeing this, he panicked. Nian. He immediately knocked on the door and called to her. Nian, did I do something wrong? Don't ignore me, he said sadly. Nian, is it because the flowers are stained with blood and don't look pretty? Then I'll go pick an even bigger, prettier flower for you right now, one without blood. Is that all right? At this moment, the door opened, and she came out. Her expression was very unpleasant. Nian, he cautiously walked over and apologized to her. Nian, I know I was wrong. At this moment, tears streamed down her face as she questioned him. Where were you wrong? Seeing her cry, he panicked. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have left without saying a word. I also shouldn't have been gone for 2 days without returning. That's not, she avoided him slightly and replied, that's not the important part. I'm angry because you don't cherish your own life like this. Have you ever thought about it? If something happened to you, how terrible my heart would feel. He knelt directly at her feet and sincerely admitted his mistake. I know, Nian, but I just thought this flower was very beautiful, and I wanted to give it to Nian. Seeing this, she stopped blaming him and gently rubbed his head as a reminder. Silly, don't do this again. You're still young. Don't risk your life. Those flowers aren't worth it, understand? I'll never do it again. At this moment, Byuki smiled faintly with great happiness and thought to himself, after this happened, if anyone gives Nian flowers in the future, I'm afraid her heart won't be moved at all. She worriedly touched his cheek. Does it still hurt? He smiled and replied, it doesn't hurt anymore. She directly pinched his cheek and lectured him. If it doesn't hurt, then go bathe first. Wash the smell of blood off your body. It stinks and it's unpleasant. He drooped dejectedly and obeyed. All right. After he left, the system appeared in suspicion and said to her, Humph, have you noticed that the way in Byuki looks at you seems a little off? She had not noticed anything and replied calmly, what's off about it? I think it's very normal. She even said proudly, under my education, Byuki has not only become more open-hearted, he's also getting healthier, eating well, and growing quickly. The system replied helplessly, I hope I saw wrong. The sky had already darkened. At this moment, Nian was still reading. Seeing her like this, Byuki spoke up. Nian, the oil lamp is too dim. Reading like that isn't good for your eyes. Only then did she turn to look at him. Seeing that his hair was still wet, she asked, "Why haven't you dried your hair?" "When I fought that demon beast today, my arm was injured. Although I applied medicine, it still hurts as soon as I lift it." Hearing this, she called him over. "Come here. I'll help you dry your hair. If you sleep with wet hair like that, you'll easily catch cold." Byuki happily obeyed. After that, she dried his hair for him. He noticed the distance between them and thought to himself, so far. He moved closer. She immediately spoke in discomfort. "Don't get so close to me. It's hot." Hearing her say that, Byuki was surprised. He turned back with an aggrieved look and asked her, "Nyin, do you dislike me now?" No. Hearing this, he hugged her tightly. She could only look at him helplessly. He has clearly grown a lot, but he's still so clingy. "I've used spiritual power to help you dry your hair. Now you can go to sleep." Seeing that she was leaving so quickly, Byuki felt very reluctant. She calmly and quickly went to her own bed, preparing to sleep. But suddenly, Byuki called out to her again. "Nyin," he said somewhat shyly, "I want to sleep with you." Jiang Nyin gently refused and "No, it's too hot. Besides, you're injured. If we lie together now, we'll touch your wounds, and they won't heal quickly." Hearing Jiang Nyin refused to let him sleep with her, only hugged his blanket and put on an act. With sparkling, pitiful eyes, he asked, "So that means Nyin doesn't care about me anymore, right?" Hearing this, Jiang Nyin became slightly embarrassed, beads of sweat appearing on her forehead. She pondered for a moment, then sighed and gently lifted her leg. In a soft voice, she said, "Come on." And Li was delighted and did not hesitate. He immediately threw himself into Jiang Ninyin's arms, hugging her tightly with both hands as he called, "Nyin." Jiang Nyin gently rubbed his head and asked softly, "All right, can you sleep now?" And Li obediently nodded and answered quietly. Several years later, on a quiet afternoon, and Byuki was bathing in a pool in the forest when Jiang Nyin ran over. Breathing heavily, she urgently called out, "Byuki!" Hearing Jiang Ninyin's voice, and Byuki turned his head and smiled in reply. "Nyin." She continued running closer, her cheeks flushed from urgency mixed with embarrassment, and called even louder, "Byuki." But when she saw him bathing, his strong, fair body clearly visible beneath the clear water, Jiang Nyin instinctively blushed bright red and stammered, "Ew." And Byuki stood upright, revealing his firm body, each muscle of his chest perfectly defined. He smiled teasingly and asked, "Nyin, does it look good?" Jiang Nyin turned away in a fluster, trying to avoid his gaze, and asked angrily, "Why aren't you wearing clothes?" And Byuki replied, "Nyin was the one who suddenly barged in. So why are you blaming me?" She hurriedly explained, "I called you many times, but I didn't hear you answer. I thought something had happened to you, so I came in to look for you." She thought to herself, "Jiang Nyin, what are you panicking for? It's not as if you've never seen it before. When Byuki was little, I helped him bathe, so often I got tired of seeing it." And Byuki still wore a teasing smile as he stepped closer to her. His eyes were full of mischief as he reached out and wrapped an arm around her waist. His low voice sounded beside her ear. Jiang Nyin was startled and turned around. Seeing that he had indeed dressed properly, she blushed again and angrily pushed him away, saying, "Why don't you make any sound when you walk? You're like a ghost. Stay away from me." In her heart, she thought, "It turns out that without me noticing, Lily has grown so tall. His features are no longer innocent and childish like before. The cute, coquettish Lee from back then is gone too." And Byuki continued smiling, his gentle gaze fixed on her as he asked, "Nyin, why don't you dare look at me?" Jiang Nyin saw that he was sweating. His voice was not gentle either. Thinking this, Jiang Nyin became a little flustered, then forced herself to look serious and turned around, saying, "Let's go. We should hurry back." On the way back, she began calculating in her heart. It's about time to build a new room for Lee so he can sleep separately. But before the two of them had walked far, and Byuki suddenly took her hand. His eyes darkened when he saw the wound on Jiang Ninyin's hand. He frowned and asked with worry in his voice, "Nyin, you're hurt?" Jiang Nyin was surprised by his reaction and answered softly, "On the way here, I accidentally encountered a demon beast, so it struck me and injured me. But it's fine. It's only a small wound." Seeing the wound on her hand, and Byuki's expression darkened as he asked, "Nyin, do you still remember what that demon beast looked like?" She answered doubtfully. "It seemed to have horns on its head, a tail behind it, and a body like a snake. After hearing her description, Nbuki nodded seriously and replied in a steady, low voice, "I understand." After saying that, he bent down and gently lifted Jiang Ninian into his arms with both hands without warning. The sudden action startled Jiang Ninian, and her cheeks flushed. She struggled and asked, "What are you doing?" "I can walk by myself." But Nbuki remained calm, smiling faintly, his eyes full of concern as he looked at her. "Ninian is injured, so we need to return quickly and treat the wound. Carrying you like this will get us back faster." Although his voice was gentle, it carried a hint of firmness that left her no room to refuse. Hearing this, Jiang Ninian was both shy and flustered. She could only lower her head in silence and let him carry her back to the thatched cottage. After returning to the thatched cottage, Nbuki gently placed her on the bed. He went to fetch bandages and healing medicine, carefully sat down beside her, then began bandaging her wound. His hands were strong, yet extremely skillful. Every movement was very gentle, as if he was afraid of hurting her. While bandaging her, he could not help but scold her. "Ninian, how could you be so careless?" Jiang Ninian hurriedly explained, "I really am fine. It's only a small wound." Her voice was soft, carrying a trace of embarrassment at being scolded by him. But Nbuki did not let her off. His gaze was stern, and his voice deepened. "Ninian, haven't you heard the saying? A woman must not be left with scars. Acting like this means you don't cherish your own body. Every day, you teach me the same thing. Now why are you doing the opposite? If you do this again, my heart will hurt very much." His words made Jiang Ninian freeze. Her heart trembled slightly as she looked into his sincere eyes. She could not help blushing and answered quietly, I understand. I'll bandage it for you." After finishing the bandage, Nbuki lowered his head and gently blew on the wound on her hand. Hearing her answer, he immediately smiled in praise. "Ninian, you look so beautiful like this." Jiang Ninian looked at him in confusion, feeling that something was not quite right. Nbuki's gaze at this moment was very different, deep, and filled with something she could not quite understand. She thought to herself, "Why do I always feel like there's something wrong with this look in his eyes?" To keep the atmosphere from becoming even more awkward, she quickly changed the subject. "Buki, you're the one who is truly good-looking. One day, if you leave the Return to Origin array, who knows how many good young ladies outside you'll bring trouble to." After saying that, Jiang Ninian secretly blamed herself in her heart. "I am sorry, ladies. I've trained a master at teasing younger girls. Again and again, he'll use that extremely handsome face of his to seduce all the sisters. Remember to be careful." Hearing her say that, Nbuki still wore a gentle smile, but his gaze became even firmer. He answered at once without the slightest hesitation. "If Ninian is worried I'll bring trouble to other young ladies, then just don't let me leave the Return to Origin array." His calm words left Jiang Ninian stunned. She hurriedly retorted, "How could that be? Are you supposed to stay in this array with me for the rest of your life and never find a wife?" Hearing this, Nbuki frowned. He looked at her seriously and asked in return, "Why can't I?" His straightforward answer startled Jiang Ninian. A little angry, she scolded, "Nonsense. Sooner or later, you must leave the Return to Origin array and go out into the world to seek the opportunities that belong to you." Nbuki was about to say something, but Jiang Ninian quickly interrupted him. "Besides, you're not young anymore. It isn't very appropriate for you to keep living with me. This afternoon, I'll set up the room next door for you. You can sleep there, Buki." Hearing this, Nbuki froze slightly. His lips pressed tightly together, and his expression suddenly turned unpleasant. He said nothing more, turned around, and strode quickly outside, his face clearly showing anger. He slammed the door shut with a heavy bang. Jiang Ninian jumped in fright and called after him in panic, "Where are you going?" Nbuki did not look back. He only replied curtly, "To kill the demonic beast that hurt you." With that, he strode off quickly, his figure gradually disappearing into the distance. Jiang Ninian watched his back fade away and let out a heavy sigh. Inwardly, she thought, "Enli, is this your rebellious phase? What kind of temper is this?" She stood there silently for a long while, helplessness and worry appearing in her eyes as she kept thinking about how to soothe Nbuki. Outside, Nbuki walked while shouting loudly, "Nyin, yin, 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 yin." Suddenly, he stopped and looked ahead in shock. He saw Jiang Ninian standing beside the lake calling him, "Buki." And Buki's face flushed red as he called, "Ninian." Jiang Ninian walked to his side. She wrapped her arms around his neck and said, "Byuki, you're so naughty. You were peeking at me while I bathed." And Byuki held her waist, blushing as he explained, I didn't. She called, "Byuki," then lifted her leg so that her thigh brushed against him. His face turned bright red as he held her. He closed his eyes and said blissfully, "Nyin, I'm here." Suddenly, a cat's meow rang out. Black Ball was currently pressing down on his face and licking him. As it licked, it wagged its tail, looking extremely happy. Seeing this, and Byuki angrily sat up and cursed. "Black Ball, what are you doing?" The moment he woke up, he thought with great anger, Nyin and I were just about to do that. We were at the crucial moment, and it got ruined. Seeing that he was in a bad mood, Black Ball immediately slipped away. Then Byuki held his head, sighed, and said, "What a pity. It was only a dream. Forget it. I should get up first and go find Nyin." But just as he lifted the blanket, he looked down at his trousers and immediately pushed the blanket back. His face flushed abnormally red as he thought to himself, "My trousers are dirty again." After changing his clothes, and Byuki left the room and called, "Sister Nyin, are you there?" He pushed open the door and went in, saying, "She isn't home either. At this hour, Nyin has probably gone out of the Return to Origin array again to buy supplies." He walked into her room. He sat down on her bed, then lay down. A happy smile appeared on his face as he thought, "Nyin, you're so cruel. How could you bear to let me sleep alone? I clearly only want to sleep with you." He hugged her blanket and inhaled the fragrance on it. His face flushed. Then he reached a hand into his trousers and called, "Nyin." He thought to himself, "I miss you so much, Nyin." After taking care of his own problem, and Byuki immediately took Jiang Yinyan's blanket outside to the riverside to wash it. At this moment, Jiang Yinyan returned and asked in surprise, "Byuki, why are you washing the blanket? Blankets can't be washed too often. The more you wash them, the less warm they become." "Huh? Why are you washing my blanket?" Byuki immediately replied, "It's better to clean it a little. Summer is almost here anyway, so you can't keep using such a thick blanket." Jiang Nyin happily ran closer and said, "Do you need my help?" And Byuki's face instantly flushed red. He took away the bucket holding the blanket and said in panic, "No, no need. I'm almost done washing it. If there's nothing else, Nyin, go cook. I'm a little hungry too." Hearing that, she immediately answered, "All right," then turned and left. Before leaving, she still glanced toward Byuki and sighed. Byuki's obsession with cleanliness really is getting worse and worse. It's fine if he keeps himself clean, but why does he have to make me stay clean too? Still, why do I feel that things are becoming stranger and stranger? Seeing that Jiang Nyin had left, and Byuki looked down at the blanket and thought, if this keeps going, Nyin will discover it sooner or later. Although I originally wanted to marry her, right now Nyin doesn't have those kinds of thoughts toward me. If she finds out, it will scare her away. Then he tightened his grip on the blanket and threw it into the lake. He said firmly, "It's all Nyin's fault for swaying in front of me every day. She has no idea how hard I've been holding back. I really am almost unable to restrain myself anymore. One day, I'll devour her. I won't allow anyone to steal her away." Jiang Nyin entered her room, lay comfortably on the bed, and happily opened a book to read. Soft sunlight streamed through the window, covering her in a warm layer of light. Just then, the door opened softly, and Byuki walked in. His voice called out gently yet familiarly, "Nyin." Hearing the familiar voice, Jiang Nyin immediately sat up, still holding the book. She placed it on her lap and asked casually, "Byuki, you're back. What do you want to eat for lunch today? Tell me. I'll make it for you." And Byuki did not answer right away. He walked over and sat down beside her, naturally resting his head on her shoulder. His gentle voice sounded by her ear. "As long as it's something Nyin makes, I like eating anything." Jiang Nyin laughed at his dependent answer. She tilted her head slightly and teased, "You little brat, you've grown up, but you're still this clingy?" And Byuki was smiling happily, but his gaze suddenly stopped when he saw the words on the cover of the book Jiang Nyin was holding. The expression on his face quickly changed, becoming more serious. He immediately sat up straight and asked curiously, "Nyin, why are you reading a book on dual cultivation?" Jiang Nyin did not notice the change in his eyes. She lifted the book and, while reading, answered casually, "I heard dual cultivation can quickly increase one's cultivation level, so I got curious and bought a few books to look at." Her voice carried a bit of interest. Her finger pointed to a page in a book. "The male lead in this book has a figure as elegant as an immortal, astonishing talent like the wind and thunder, and a chivalrous, righteous heart." "Byuki, look, this book even comes with illustrations. It really is exciting." Hearing this, and Byuki froze. The expression on his face became complicated. He stared fixedly at Jiang Yin and asked in a somewhat urgent voice, "Then who does Yin want to dual cultivate with? Doesn't Yin want me?" Hearing this, Jiang Yin felt a chill run through her. She hurriedly retorted, "Buki." Guilt suddenly rose in her heart. She thought to herself, "And Li and I have depended on each other in the Return to Origin array for more than 15 years. In his world, there's only me. Is he afraid that I'll get close to other people and abandon him?" That thought softened Jiang Yin's heart. She gently patted in Buki's head and comforted him in a gentle voice. "Don't worry, I'll always stay by your side until you take a wife. I'm even afraid that once you get married in the future, you'll forget me." Hearing this, and Buki hurriedly answered, his voice carrying both anxiety and firmness, "Never." He immediately hugged Jiang Yin tightly. "I don't want anyone. I only need Yin. Yin, don't even think about leaving me in this life." As he spoke, he immediately wrapped his arms tightly around her, as if afraid that if he let go, she would disappear. In a place Jiang Yin could not see, and Buki's eyes revealed a mad possessiveness, deep as a bottomless abyss. Jiang Yin did not notice anything unusual in his eyes. She only gently stroked his head and sighed softly. "All right, I'll stay by your side. I won't go anywhere, okay?" Hearing that answer, and Buki immediately became happy. The smile returned to his lips. He sat up straight, his eyes sparkling with interest as he asked, Yin, can you lend me this book? I also want to learn what's so good about dual cultivation." Jiang Yin laughed and handed him the pile of books without hesitation. She said enthusiastically, "Of course. I have a lot here. If you want to read them, I'll lend them to you." And Buki nodded and hugged the pile of books. Then lend them to me. Yin, I'll go back to my room first." After saying that, he carried the pile of books and quickly left Jiang Yin's room. As soon as he closed the door to his own room, the smile on his face immediately vanished. In its place was a cold expression. His gloomy eyes stared fixedly at the pile of books in his hands. Without the slightest hesitation, he threw the entire pile of books into the fire. Watching the flames flare up and burn the books to ashes, a sense of satisfaction rose in his heart. His eyes flashed with intense madness and possessiveness. He thought to himself, she actually secretly read books on dual cultivation. Yin really isn't being good. He immediately threw all the books into the fire, thinking, Yin is mine. In this life, she can only be mine. Dual cultivation, Yin can only do it with me. Thinking of this, he suddenly felt happy. His mood improved, and Buki turned and left the room, his steps light, as if he had just completed something important. His heart was filled with determination. As long as it was for Yin, he could do anything, whether it was right or wrong. Time shifted. That night, Jiang Yin stood blankly before the old wooden gate of the familiar courtyard. She frowned slightly and wondered to herself, how strange. Why did I suddenly return to the old bamboo house? A feeling that something was not right made her heart feel heavy. Without hesitating any longer, Jiang Yin raised her hand and pushed open the door. A creaking sound rang out in the silent space, making the atmosphere even more mysterious. As soon as she stepped inside, she suddenly heard a faint voice coming from inside the room. "Ali, be gentler." The soft yet intimate voice of a woman sounded, causing Jiang Yin to immediately freeze. An indescribable sense of unease rose in her heart. She thought, why is there a woman's voice in the house? Her footsteps were light as she approached. Through the slightly open crack of the door, a shocking scene appeared before her eyes. And Buki was close beside Tang Muru, his eyes filled with a tenderness Jiang Yin had never seen before. "Muru, I love you." And Buki's voice rang out like a knife stabbing straight into Jiang Yin's heart. Before she could react, he had already lowered himself and pressed close to Tang Muru. Tang Muru let out a soft cry, her voice carrying a faint smile. Brother Ali slowed down. Seeing this scene, Jiang Yin was so shocked that she covered her mouth. And Buki still called out, "Muru." Jiang Yin thought in astonishment, "Tang Muru? Why is she here?" Tang Muru sat up and raised her head. Her gaze casually swept toward Jiang Yin standing there. The corner of her lips lifted slightly, and her voice carried smugness. "Oh my Ali, someone is peeking at us." Hearing this, and Buki immediately turned his head. His cold eyes stared fixedly at Jiang Yin, and his voice carried anger mixed with contempt. "Why are you here?" Jiang Yin asked in shock. "What's wrong with you?" Tang Muru continued. "Ali, this woman used every scheme to take my place and stay by your side for so many years. I don't like her. Hearing those words, Mbuki did not hesitate at all. He immediately drew the sword at his waist and pointed it straight at Jiang Yinyan. His voice was as cold as ice. Is that so? Then kill her. In that instant, Jiang Yinyan seemed to freeze in place. Her heart pounded wildly, and her eyes widened, unable to believe what was happening before her. She stammered, "Kill me? Yuki, what are you saying?" He did not bother to answer, and immediately thrust his sword through her. Dreaming up to this point, Jiang Yinyan suddenly jolted awake in terror and shouted, "Don't!" She panted and said, "So it was a dream." This nightmare made it impossible for her to fall asleep again. She hugged her legs and thought to herself, "Why did I suddenly dream of Tang Miru? I brought Enli into the Return to Origin array. He shouldn't have any interaction with Tang Miru anymore. What exactly is going on? I remember the plot of the novel, but I've gradually forgotten the details. Why do I keep feeling like I can't remember the contents of the novel?" She held her head for a while, then called the system. Her system appeared and said cheerfully, "I'm here." Jiang Yinyan said to it with a headache, "Help me check Enli's current favorability level." The system checked for a while, then announced, "Query complete. Buki's current favorability is very good." Hearing this, Jiang Yinyan said in shock, "Impossible. More than a decade has passed. Why hasn't Buki's favorability changed?" The system answered Jiang Yinyan in a cheerful and excited tone. System status: everything is normal. Host, try thinking carefully. Is there anything you still haven't completed? Hearing this, Jiang Yinyan frowned slightly and sank into deep thought. A series of events quickly flashed through her mind. After a while, her eyes suddenly lit up as if she had just realized something important. Her expression revealed confidence. "I've got it," she blurted out, her face full of confidence and her voice certain. The novel spent a great deal of ink writing about how Enli was bullied by the sect, which led to hatred in his heart. Many of his later actions were either to take revenge on the sect or to make the female lead happy. The favorability level is stuck, so it must be because Enli still has anger in his heart. As long as I can help him resolve that anger, the favorability level will definitely reach 100%. Jiang Yinyan looked at the system, her eyes resolute, as if she wanted to affirm her reasoning. After listening, the system looked surprised, then immediately raised 2 fingers and gave Jiang Yinyan a thumbs up in praise. "Host, you're so smart." Being praised by the system made Jiang Yinyan feel much more at ease. She smiled faintly, lay down on the bed, and thought, "He has been in the Return to Origin array for more than 15 years. Enli's training should be enough now. It's time to bring him back to the outside world." With that thought, she slowly closed her eyes and fell asleep. Jiang Yinyan woke up feeling refreshed. After washing up, she began packing clothes and preparing supplies. While she was busy in the room, she heard a familiar voice at the door. "Nian Nian." Hearing his voice, Jiang Yinyan turned around and happily greeted him. "Buki, you're back." But when her eyes fell on Buki, the smile on her lips suddenly disappeared. His body was covered in wounds, and dried blood stained his clothes. Startled, she asked in panic, "What happened? Why are you injured?" Without waiting for him to answer, Jiang Yinyan quickly stepped forward, took Buki's hand, and pulled him into the room. As she walked, she said, "Come on, let me bandage you." And Buki obediently followed her. The corner of his lips curved slightly into a happy smile with a hidden meaning. She pulled him to the chair, bandaged him, and said angrily, "How many times have I told you? If you run into a demonic beast you can't beat, run away. If you insist on fighting them head on, the only one who gets hurt will be you." He smiled and answered, "I know. This time was just an accident. Next time, I'll be more careful." Looking at her worried expression, he could not help feeling pleased inside. It was only a small demonic beast. How could it possibly do anything to me? I merely stood still on purpose and let it claw me a few times so I'd be injured. Only by doing this can I see Nian Yan's flustered face as she worries about me. If Nian Yan worries about me like this, then even getting hurt is worth it. Jiang Yinyan carefully wiped the blood from his body while scolding him angrily. "You had better do as you say. Take off your clothes. Let me see if you have any other wounds on your body." And Buki looked at her annoyed expression, and his heart became even happier. Holding back a laugh, he answered seriously, "All right." After saying that, he did not hesitate and immediately removed his outer robe. As soon as the garment fell, revealing his firm body and flawless muscles, Jiang Yinyan's face instantly turned red. She hurriedly turned her head away, her heart pounding wildly. Seeing her reaction, interest flashed in Buki's eyes. words. Seeing that his little plan had succeeded, he deliberately moved closer. His voice was low and full of implication. Nian. Jiang Nian hurriedly turned her head aside and thought shyly, "Why am I lusting after my disciple's body? I really am too shameless." Seeing her blush like that, and Buki knew his plan had succeeded and smiled with great satisfaction. Jiang Nian gently took the medicine and applied it to the wound on Buki's chest. Her eyes were full of worry. She leaned closer, applying the medicine while asking softly, "Does it hurt?" And Buki smiled and shook his head. "It doesn't hurt at all." Seeing his calm expression, Jiang Nian frowned, feeling that he was forcing himself to endure it. Still uneasy, she lowered her head and gently blew on the wound on his chest to ease the stinging pain. This unexpected action startled Buki, and he unconsciously let out a soft groan. Jiang Nian stopped in panic and hurriedly said, "Liar, your wound is so deep. It must hurt a lot. Bear with it a little. Once this medicine is applied, it'll be better tomorrow. Stay at home and take care of your wound for the next few days. Don't go out, understand? In a few days, I'll also arrange for us to return to the Sun Return sect." Hearing this, Buki froze slightly, frowned, and asked why. Jiang Nian explained to him, "The Immortal Alliance Assembly is about to begin. When the time comes, all the immortal sects will participate. Besides, your cultivation isn't what it used to be anymore." And Buki fell silent for a moment, his eyes darkening slightly. Then he asked in a somewhat low voice, "Does Nian want me to participate?" Jiang Nian looked at him with a gentle smile and nodded. "Yes." Hearing this, Buki sighed softly. A trace of sadness flashed through his eyes as he said, "Then I'll listen to Nian in everything." Jiang Nian felt that the atmosphere was a little strange, so she quickly changed the topic. "It's just that I still haven't thought of a way to leave the Return to Origin Grand Array. Back then, Divine Lord Shin only taught me how to enter. He didn't tell me how to get out." And Buki pondered for a while, then answered, "I once saw in a book that the dragon has 9 sons. Each one is a guardian demonic beast, distributed in different positions of the Return to Origin Array. As long as we repel one of them, we can open a breach in the Return to Origin Array. When the time comes, we can take the opportunity to leave." Hearing this, Jiang Nian stood up excitedly and said, "All right, once you recover from your injuries, we'll set out to find a guardian demonic beast." Seeing the excitement on Jiang Nian's face, Buki could not help smiling too. A few days later, Buki's wounds had completely healed. The two decided to set out and find a guardian demonic beast to leave the Return to Origin Array. After finding the guardian demonic beast, Buki did not hesitate. He drew his sword and charged straight toward it. The sharp blade came slashing down, but the demonic beast agilely dodged to the side. At the same time, it swung its enormous tail fiercely toward Buki. The tail struck a large tree branch, breaking it off and sending it flying straight toward him. Seeing this, Jiang Nian cried out in panic, "Buki, be careful!" And Buki immediately turned and dodged, but the powerful impact caused the broken branch to crash to the ground, creating a violent tremor. Jiang Nian had to raise her hand to shield her face from the flying dust. She called out anxiously, "Buki, Buki!" Before she could steady herself, she suddenly sensed a cold current behind her and turned around in shock. To her horror, she discovered that the guardian demonic beast had closed in on her from behind and was about to attack. "Nian!" And Buki shouted, his eyes filled with panic. Without thinking, he immediately rushed over and used all his strength to hold Jiang Nian tightly, shielding her in front of himself and taking the full force of the demonic beast's powerful swing. The two of them fell to the ground together, dust billowing around them. And Buki held Jiang Nian tightly in his arms and asked in panic, "Nian, are you all right?" Jiang Nian coughed softly, then forced a smile and answered, Buki, I'm fine." Seeing that she was safe, Buki breathed a sigh of relief. But immediately after, anger flashed in his eyes, and killing intent spread throughout his body. He gritted his teeth and said coldly, "You dared to hurt Nian. Today will be your death anniversary." As soon as he finished speaking, Buki sprang to his feet. Powerful spiritual energy burst from his entire body, his cold eyes fixed on the demonic beast. And Buki's whole body radiated killing intent. His gaze was sharp as he gripped his sword and charged at the beast. He reached out and severed the demonic beast's horn, making it roar. Then he shifted his sword again and thrust forcefully toward its throat, causing it to howl in agony. Behind him, Jiang Yinyan was extremely shocked at the sight. When did Byuki become this powerful? To be able to fight a demonic beast like this, his cultivation must at least have reached the king realm. Logically speaking, ordinary monsters in the array shouldn't be able to injure him. Then why does he come back wounded every time? Could it be that he got injured on purpose? She began to suspect the truth behind Byuki's previous injuries. He looked toward the demonic beast that had already been defeated. His body suddenly swayed, and he said, "Nyin, I'm injured. The array core has opened. We should go." Seeing that something was wrong with him, she asked in alarm, "Byuki, what's wrong?" "Byuki." And Byuki collapsed. Jiang Nyin immediately ran over to support him. He said weakly, Then he coughed up a large mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Jiang Nyin said in fear, Byuki, once we leave the array, I'll take you to find a medical cultivator to treat your injuries. Hold on, he said weakly. Nyin, don't cry. I'm here. Tears fell from her eyes as she looked at him in anguish and called, "Byuki." He reached out, wiped the tears from her face, and said with a smile, "This life of mine was saved by you in the first place. How strange. Heaven never seems to have taken pity on me. Sending the wolf was meant to take my life, but I don't want to give it to that beast. I only want to give it to you." After saying that, he closed his eyes. Before he lost consciousness, he thought silently, "Love was something I never had, something I longed for until longing became despair. As long as Nyin loves me even a little, I would be willing to dig out my own heart." Seeing that he had fainted, Jiang Nyin cried out in fear, Byuki, don't sleep. Can I talk to you?" Just then, the system appeared and said, "Host, there is something I do not know whether I should say. Have you forgotten about the system and the shop?" Jiang Nyin was startled when she heard that and thought, "That's right, there's still the shop." Crying, she said to the system, "Hurry, give me the best healing medicine. I don't care how many points it costs." The system told her 500 points can treat external injuries. As for internal injuries, you need to find a medical cultivator to save him. She replied, "Fine." She immediately snatched the medicine bottle from the system's hand, then fed it to Byuki. Outside Huangjiang City, Jiang Nyin ran along, thinking, "I temporarily left Byuki at the inn. I don't know how many hours the barrier I set up can hold. I have to hurry and find a medical cultivator." As she was running, she suddenly saw the city's residents fleeing in the opposite direction, shouting, "A wolf!" There's a white wolf carrying a man and a woman on its back. The man on the wolf shouted, "Move! Get out of the way!" Jiang Nyin panicked when she saw the wolf charging toward her. Suddenly, the wolf stopped. The girl on the wolf's back climbed down and said, "My elder brother was reckless and frightened you, miss. I apologize on his behalf." Jiang Nyin looked at the girl and thought, "This woman looks so familiar. I feel like I've seen her somewhere before." Just then, the system appeared and said, "Congratulations, host. Congratulations, host. You have successfully encountered the female lead, Tang Muru, a peerless beauty." Jiang Nyin was startled and thought, "What? She's Tang Muru?" With her charming, delicate appearance, she really was the kind of woman who made people want to cherish her. No wonder that later, even after she made enormous mistakes, she only had to cry once and would be easily forgiven, driving countless men mad for her. Byuki, because of her, used a forbidden spell and suffered backlash. Because of her, he fell into demonic cultivation. In the end, he was killed by her own hand. Toward those who sacrificed themselves for her, she always acted innocent. But now that I'm here, I won't let her and Byuki get entangled with each other. I'll prevent him from falling into that tragic ending. She clenched her fists angrily. Tang Muru still stepped forward and called, Miss? Jano Nyanyan replied, "I'm fine." At this moment, the man on the wolf said, "Ruru, we should go." That man was Tang Xuanya, the Northern Wolf King. Jiang Nyin thought, so he is Tang Xuanya, the Northern Wolf King. I remember the novel said that he and Tang Muru were not blood siblings. Later, Tang Xuanya even developed feelings for her that went beyond sibling affection. From the looks of it, that layer of their relationship hasn't been exposed yet. Tang Muru waved and said with a smile, "Miss, my elder brother and I still have matters to attend to, so we will take our leave first." Jiang Nyin nodded and said, Watching her leave, she thought angrily, in the future, Byuki must stay far away from Tang Muru. I can't let them meet. At the inn, Jiang Yinyan had found a medical cultivator to examine Nbuki. The medical cultivator took Nbuki's pulse as he lay on the bed, then stroked his beard and said, "Young man, you only have external wounds. They look frightening, that's all. They're not as serious as that young lady said. When I saw how anxious she was, I thought you were about to die." And Nbuki fell silent when he heard that. Suddenly, the medical cultivator blinked and leaned closer, asking nosily, "Young man, don't tell me you deliberately got injured just to make that little lady feel sorry for you." And Nbuki blushed and replied vaguely. His scheme could not escape the medical cultivator's sharp eyes. The old man smiled and said, "You're so young, yet you have quite a few tricks up your sleeve. Since you have such feelings, why hide them instead of saying them out loud? I can see that little lady is very worried about you. She must like you too." He answered sadly, "She only sees me as child." He thought silently, "If Ninian discovers that I have other thoughts about her, I'm afraid she won't treat me as well as she does now." The medical cultivator stroked his beard and said, "Young man, you really have too little experience. You're still too young. How about this old man, who has been through it all, teaches you a few moves?" And Nbuki immediately sat up and asked, "What?" The medical cultivator leaned close to him and whispered, "Find an opportunity to stare at her. If her eyes dodge yours and she blushes and becomes shy, then you still have a chance. If her expression remains normal, or if she shows some displeasure, then you'll have to work harder." And Nbuki immediately asked, "Will that really work?" The medical cultivator smiled and said, "Of course it will. I think that young lady is quite good too. If you marry her as your wife, that will be your good fortune." Just then, Jiang Yinyan walked in and asked, "Old sir, how are Nbuki's injuries?" The old man smiled and replied, "His injuries are nothing." Suddenly, Nbuki let out a long cough. The medical cultivator understood at once. Sweating, he did not say anything more. Jiang Yinyan anxiously ran to Nbuki's side. She pulled him into her arms and asked, "Nbuki, what's wrong? Are you still feeling unwell?" He put on a pained expression and said, "Ninian, it hurts so much." Jiang Ninian anxiously asked the old man, "Old sir, his condition?" The medical cultivator said, "Indeed, his injuries are rather serious. He must rest properly for a few days. Miss, remember to brew medicine for him every day. Also, remember not to let his wounds touch water. If he bathes normally, it would be best for someone to help him." She nodded and replied, "All right, thank you, old sir." Before leaving, the medical cultivator said, "No need to thank me. Please help this young man bandage the wound on his back for me. I still have other patients waiting, so I'll be going first." After saying that, he left. Jiang Yinyan sat down and bandaged the wounds on Nbuki's body. She tied a bow for him and said, "Done. If only you were a little girl. Then I could braid your hair every day and dress you in pretty skirts." He immediately said, "I'm nothing like a little girl, Yin Yin." Hearing him call her, she asked, "What is it?" He looked at her deeply. She blushed and asked, "Nbuki?" He remembered what the old man had just said. Find an opportunity to stare at her. If her eyes dodge yours and she blushes and becomes shy, then you still have a chance. He thought silently, eyes dodging, blushing, becoming shy. Will Yin Yin be like that with me? Seeing him stare at her like that, she grew embarrassed, blushed, and said with a smile, "Nbuki, is there something on my face?" Seeing her flushed face, he was so flustered that he turned around and clutched his heart, thinking, "Nbuki, you're far too timid." Jiang Yinyan found his behavior puzzling. She moved closer, placed a hand on his forehead, and asked, "Nbuki, do you have a fever? Why is your face so red?" He hugged the blanket and said, "Nyin, I'm hungry." She nodded, sighed, and said, "All right, rest first. I'll go out and buy some food." After saying that, she stood up, left the room, and closed the door. Outside, she held her flushed face and thought, how strange. It's only been 3 days, so why do I feel like I'm starting to heat up? That night, inside the inn, Jiang Yinyan slept beside Nbuki. Nbuki asked softly, "Nyin, are you asleep?" Seeing that she did not answer, he looked at her happily and thought, Nyin was afraid I would be hurt sleeping alone, so she insisted on coming over to sleep with me and take care of me. Ever since we started sleeping in separate rooms, it has been so long since I last slept with Nyin. While she was sound asleep, Nbuki reached out and caressed her face. His fingers then moved to her soft lips. Stroking her lips, he blushed and asked, "Nyin, will you let me kiss you a little? Just a little." Taking advantage of this moment, he lowered his head and kissed her lips. After kissing her for a while, Jiang Yin let out a soft sound. He immediately released her lips and called Yin. Then he kissed her forehead, held her tightly in his arms, and frowned as he thought, "Yin, what must I do for you to fall in love with me? I don't care anymore how you see me. I will use any method, even if it harms myself or anything else. As long as you are willing to care about me, I will do it." A cold look appeared in his eyes. He held Jiang Yin tightly, like a wild beast gripping its prey and refusing to let it escape. The scene shifted to afternoon. Yin ran into a manor and said, "I didn't expect that after more than 10 years inside the array, the scenery outside still hasn't changed much. Byuki, the Immortal Alliance conference is the day after tomorrow. Let's stroll around a bit, then go register our names." And Byuki nodded and replied, He wiped the sweat from his forehead and asked, "Yin, can we only run one lap today? I'm sweating and feel a little uncomfortable. Can you help me bathe?" Jiang Yin turned away and refused. "No, I helped you bathe a few days ago and found that the wounds on your body were much better. There's nothing serious now." In her heart, she blushed and thought, "Every time I help Byuki into the bathtub, I don't know where to put my eyes." After all, the child is grown up now. It's better not to look casually. Seeing that she refused, and Byuki looked sad, then immediately put on an act and cried out loudly. Jiang Yin was startled. She hurriedly turned back and asked anxiously, "Byuki, what's wrong?" He put on a weak expression and replied, "I'm fine. Maybe today, when I was practicing swordsmanship, my movements were too big and the wound on my back split open again. Yin, go rest early. I can manage by myself." After saying that, he turned to leave. She watched him silently for a while, then spoke. "Byuki, wait. I'll help you bathe." She thought silently, Byuki is so obedient. Usually, he doesn't need me to worry about anything. If his wound weren't too serious, he wouldn't trouble me. I was being too fussy. Seeing that she had agreed, he revealed a smug smile where she could not see. Then he turned around and replied, "Then I'll trouble you, Yin." She supported him into the bathroom. The moment he took off his outer robe and sat in the bathtub, she saw that the wound on his back was very large and asked in shock, "How did this happen? Why did the wound split open so badly?" She thought in distress, "How did it become like this? I only told him to practice a few moves. I didn't make him fight a monster. How did the wound end up like this?" And Byuki smiled smugly. "Although tearing open a wound that was about to heal hurts a little, if doing this lets me be closer to Yin for a few more days, then I'm willing." She added more hot water to the tub for him. Watching the drops of water roll down his chest, she reached out with trembling hands to wipe his body and thought silently, "This is far too embarrassing. I can't look anymore." Her heart pounded nonstop. After a while, she finally finished helping him bathe. She helped him put on his clothes again, then said, "Where's Blackball? Why haven't I seen it all day?" He looked at her and replied, "It went out to play." Suddenly, he took her hand and asked, "Yin, can I sleep with you tonight?" She immediately refused. "No." He lowered his head and leaned against her shoulder, saying, "Yin, I don't want to sleep alone. It's so cold." Hearing that, she was startled and said, "All right." Blushing, she recalled that Byuki had once asked her, "Yin, how did you start reading books about dual cultivation?" She had answered, "The male leads in these books are elegant as immortals, handsome and graceful, and chivalrous and righteous." She blushed and thought, "This is bad. I really shouldn't have agreed to let Byuki read them. If the child reads them, he'll end up imitating them." The day of the Immortal Alliance conference arrived, and Byuki appeared dressed in black. The young women who saw him immediately surrounded him and asked, "Were you the one on the stage just now who knocked the other cultivator flat with one strike? You're amazing. Can you teach us?" That's right. We still don't know your name, young master." Faced with the cheerful girls crowding around him, he remained very cold. But the instant he heard Jiang Yin call out, "Byuki," he immediately changed his expression and happily ran to her, calling, "Yin." She smiled and said, "Congratulations, our Byuki passed the round." He smiled and replied, "It's all because Yin taught me well." Just then, a girl appeared, squeezed between the two of them, and said, "Hello, I'm Manhwa." May I ask what your relationship is? Are you Dao companions? Jiang Ninian blushed, waved her hands, and replied, "We aren't." And Buki immediately pulled her into his arms and said, "She is my fiancée." Jiang Ninian was startled when she heard that. Then she glanced at Lianhua and thought, looks like Buki doesn't want to be pestered by these girls, so he's using me as a shield. Thus, she immediately nodded and said with a smile, "I'm his fiancée." Hearing that, Lianhua replied, "As expected, only a beautiful older sister like you is worthy of someone like Brotherin." Jiang Ninian asked in surprise, "Brotherin?" Lianhua covered her mouth and said with a smile, "A few days ago, when you registered your names, I accidentally saw in Buki's name. It really is a good name. The rouge you used is so pretty, older sister. Unlike me, I don't even know how to put on makeup." After hearing her words, Jiang Ninian thought, is this what they call an ancient, two-faced, innocent act? Suddenly, Buki stepped in front of Jiang Ninian to shield her and said coldly, "She is already stunningly beautiful. She doesn't need makeup." Hearing that, Lianhua clapped her hands and said with a smile, "If only I had a Dao companion like Brotherin. Not only is he extraordinarily handsome, but his strength is also outstanding." And Buki coldly interrupted her, "I already have Ninian." Lianhua said awkwardly, "Well, in any case, I still have to thank Brotherin for saving me just now by pushing me aside. Otherwise, that cultivator would have injured me." His face darkened as he said coldly, "I pushed you because you were blocking my way. You're very annoying." He thought angrily, if I weren't afraid Ninian would misunderstand, I wouldn't want to say even one more word to this woman. Lianhua blushed from his words and scolded, "You, don't go too far." Then she turned around and left angrily. Seeing this, Jiang Ninian thought smugly, I originally wanted to teach this two-faced woman a lesson myself. I didn't expect Buki to deal with her first, so I didn't even need to say a word. She happily said, "Let's go, Buki. The third round of matches is about to begin. Let's hurry and watch the others compete so we can gain experience." He nodded and replied, "Hmm." Then he followed her. At that moment, on the stage, Tang Miru appeared and said, "I am Tang Miru. Please enlighten me." The people below immediately began discussing. This female cultivator is so brief with her words. She's a peerless beauty. I really want to go up and spar with her. At the very least, I could admire her beauty up close. Her appearance must make her the most beautiful woman at the Immortal Alliance Conference. Seeing this, Jiang Ninian thought, sure enough, every time Tang Miru appears, there are people praising her. She glanced at Buki. Seeing that he was still staring at her, she said, "Buki, the match has already started." He kept looking at her and asked, "So what?" She blushed and asked shyly, What do you think of the woman on the stage?" He glanced over and said, "All show and no substance. Not practical." She narrowed her eyes and asked, "I'm asking what you think of her." He answered, "Of course she's beautiful." Hearing that, she pursed her lips and thought, sure enough, no one can escape the halo of the female lead Tang Miru. In the end, I still couldn't change the plot. Suddenly, Buki leaned close to her ear and said, "But her looks are not even half as good as Ninian's." Hearing that, she flushed bright red and said, What are you saying?" She hit him, bashfully scolding, "When did you learn to be so smooth-tongued?" And Buki smiled and held her hand. Looking at her angry expression, he felt extremely happy. On the viewing platform, the announcer struck a bell with a resounding clang and loudly said, "The next match, CI versus Buki." As soon as Jiang Ninian heard this, she was startled, surprise clear in her eyes. She thought silently, what a coincidence. While she was still thinking, young master and CI slowly walked out from the other side of the arena. Sunlight fell upon him, reflecting off the exquisite sword he carried, creating a majestic figure that stood out among the crowd. C's handsome appearance and arrogant bearing immediately drew the gazes of everyone in the stands. Beside Jiang Ninian, Buki gently turned to her and said, "Ninian, I'm going up to compete." Hearing that, Jiang Ninian could not help feeling worried. She hurriedly reminded him, remember to be careful. If you can't beat him, then admit defeat when you need to. Don't force yourself. Your life is more important." She added silently in her heart, although Buki is very strong, and CI is still the male lead after all. With the protagonist's halo, there's no way he'll lose that easily. After hearing her words, Buki not only did not feel worried, but instead smiled gently and asked her, "Ninian is worried about me?" Jiang Yinyan immediately reached out and pinched his cheek, saying teasingly, "If I don't worry about you, who else would I worry about?" And Buki took the opportunity to gently hold the hand she still had placed on his cheek. He softly stroked her hand. His eyes were filled with a smile as he said softly, "Nyin, don't worry. I won't lose." Hearing that, Jiang Yinyan felt a little more at ease. She smiled and replied, "I know. Our Buki is the best." Hearing her say that, and Buki felt his heart fill with joy. He turned around and strode decisively onto the martial stage. The moment he stepped into the arena, his expression immediately changed. The gentleness he had shown while speaking with Jiang Ninian disappeared, replaced by a cold and decisive aura. Opposite him, Ci was already standing there. He looked at Buki with disdain, slowly drew his sword, and coldly mocked, "So slow. Fighting against a nameless nobody like you is truly a waste of time. Hurry up and draw your sword." And Buki looked at Ci and frowned, thinking, this younger brother of mine really has been spoiled rotten, so he looks down on everyone. Without hesitating further, he immediately drew his sword and charged straight toward Ci, thinking with delight, "Then let me see just how much patience you have." Below the stage, Jiang Yinyan carefully watched every movement Buki made. She kept cheering loudly, shouting, "Buki, that's right. Stab there. Go on, slash him." The people around her also began discussing animatedly. Someone said, "Who do you think will win this match?" Someone immediately answered, "It has to be young Master Ci of the primordial sect. He became famous in a single battle when he was little. Even in the cultivation world, he's among the very best." Look, someone took the opportunity to pull out a money pouch and said, "But why do I feel Buki has the advantage? Let's make a bet. I bet on Buki." Another person immediately responded, "Then let's bet. I bet on Ci. Young Master and can't possibly lose." When Jiang Yinyan heard these words, she immediately turned to look at the betting table. Seeing that only a small amount of gold had been placed on Buki, she could not help feeling annoyed. Without thinking too much, Jiang Yinyan immediately took out several bags of spirit stones, slammed them onto the table, and said loudly, 1,000 spirit stones. I bet on Buki." The betting master was startled when he saw so many spirit stones and asked, "Miss, you're betting so much. What if?" Jiang Yinyan cut him off and said with absolute certainty, "There is no what if. I believe in him." At that moment, another person appeared, placed a bag of spirit stones on the table, and said, 10,000 spirit stones on Buki. Jiang Yinyan turned around to look and cried out in surprise, "You're Zhao Aming?" Zhao Aming waved the fan in his hand and said with an elegant smile, "Fairy, long time no see. I didn't expect you still remembered me." Jiang Yinyan smiled and replied, "Of course I still remember you. It's just that 10,000 spirit stones is no small amount. Hurry and take it back. I bet 1,000 spirit stones because I wanted to preserve Buki's dignity. But Zhao Aming is betting 10,000 spirit stones. For no reason at all. What is he trying to do?" Zhao Aming still kept a smile on his lips and answered gently, "It's fine. Just consider it a casual bet. If it can make Fairy happy, then it's worth it. Besides, this amount of money is only a tiny fraction of my wealth." After hearing that, the corner of Jiang Yinyan's mouth could not help twitching. She thought silently, as expected of a rich person, he can do whatever he wants. Jiang Yinyan turned to him and asked in a concerned tone, "How have you been these past few years?" Zhao Anming lightly waved the fan in his hand, looking as if he did not want to bring up the heavy past. He answered in a casual tone, "About the same. After my father passed away, everything fell on me alone. For the sake of the family business, I had no choice but to pull myself together." Hearing that, Jiang Yinyan's eyes showed a trace of sadness. She thought silently, so Zhao Aming's father still died in the end? Just as the atmosphere sank, a sudden cheer rang out from the crowd. Heavens, Ci actually lost. Jiang Yinyan immediately raised her head, her eyes shining. She thought happily, Buki won? On the stage, Ci had collapsed to the ground. His face was pale, and there was a long bleeding cut on his cheek. He struggled to prop himself up with his hands, looking at Buki with unwillingness in his eyes. His voice was hoarse with anger as he said, "I admit you are very strong, but one day I will defeat you." A heavy sense of defeat rose in Ci's heart as he thought, too fast. His swordsmanship is truly too fast. Every strike was swift and precise. I couldn't find even the slightest opening, and he clearly didn't even use his full strength. And Byuki frowned. His voice was indifferent, yet it held a sharp edge as he asked, "Oh, is that so? Then I'll look forward to it." After saying that, he immediately turned around and stepped down from the stage without even glancing back at the struggling and CI behind him. Below, by the betting table, Jiang Yinyan had already taken her own pouch of spirit stones. She happily turned to Zhao Anming, held out the large pouch of spirit stones, and said, "Zhao Anming, these spirit stones are yours." Zhao Anming looked at the heavy pouch in her hand and smiled faintly, with refined courtesy. "There is no need. Fairy, keep them for yourself. I'm not short of money." Just then, and Byuki had just stepped down from the tower. Seeing Jiang Yinyan and Zhao Anming chatting so happily, an indescribable surge of jealousy rose in his heart. Without saying a word, he ran straight to Jiang Yinyan and threw himself in her arms like a child begging to be coaxed, wrapping both arms tightly around her waist. His voice was coy and full of grievance. "Yinyan, I won," she happily said. Byuki is very amazing." He continued, "Yinyan, the wound on my back is starting to hurt again." And Byuki kept pitifully playing the victim. Seeing this, her heart ached. She rubbed his head and said, "When we go back tonight, I'll apply medicine for you and blow on it." Zhao Anming glanced toward Byuki and thought to himself, why does this brat still like clinging to the fairy so much even after growing up? Just now on the martial stage, his swordsmanship was decisive and swift, beating his opponent until the other side had no strength to fight back. But the fairy's side, he is deliberately pretending to be weak and fragile. Zhao Anming immediately moved closer to Jiang Yinyan and said softly, "Fairy, don't you think the relationship between you two is a little too intimate?" Jiang Yinyan heard this and asked in confusion, "Is it?" And Byuki glanced toward Zhao Anming. Zhao Anming continued whispering to her, "Men and women should not touch so casually. You too." Suddenly, Zhao Anming was startled and looked down, only to see in Byuki's eyes filled with murderous intent. And Byuki coldly squeezed out each word at Zhao Anming. "She is mine." Zhao Anming glanced toward Byuki and thought to himself, and Byuki is no longer the brat from 10 years ago. I cannot confront him head on. I will find another chance to remind the fairy later. At this moment, on the competition platform, the person on the martial stage struck the gong and announced the final match, Jiang Yinyan against Tang Miru. After hearing this, Jiang Yinyan broke out in a cold sweat and thought to herself, I originally thought Byuki fighting in CI was already a coincidence. I never expected my opponent to be Tang Miru. When Byuki heard this, he immediately raised his head and said to her, "Yinyan, just do your best. Be careful." She nodded and said, "Don't worry." Then she went up onto the stage. The host said the match begins. Tang Miru walked up, saluted, and said, "Please enlighten me." She drew her sword. Jiang Yinyan looked toward her and thought to herself, with such a beautiful appearance, most men probably wouldn't have the heart to attack her. But I won't be tender toward beauty. Jiang Yinyan smiled, immediately gripped her sword, and rushed forward to attack Tang Miru. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, Tang Miru was stunned and hurriedly raised her sword to block. Seeing Tang Miru's sword hand trembling, Jiang Yinyan smiled and seized the chance to knock Tang Miru's sword flying. Then she placed her sword against Tang Miru's neck and said, "I win." Seeing this, Tang Miru was stunned and said, "Mississippi." Jiang Yinyan turned and walked down from the stage, saying, "Thank you for letting me win." Seeing this, Tang Miru frowned angrily. She immediately summoned another sword, intending to attack Jiang Yinyan. Jiang Yinyan instantly turned around and thought to herself, "You still want to launch a sneak attack?" Jiang Yinyan immediately counterattacked, striking back at Tang Miru and injuring her severely enough that she fell to the ground, groaning, "It hurts." Tang Xuanya and Jieyu immediately ran up onto the platform, anxiously calling, "Ruru, Miru." Tang Xuanya gathered spiritual power and attacked Jiang Yinyan, cursing, "You dared injure Ruru. Are you tired of living?" Jiang Yinyan was startled in panic. Suddenly, Byuki appeared and used spiritual power to block it, attacking Tang Xuanya at the same time. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. She asked in alarm, "Byuki, how are you?" He replied, "Yinyan, I'm fine." After being hit back, the Wolf King also coughed up a mouthful of blood. Jieyu, the Gu King of the Miao borderlands, held Tang Miru and asked, "Miru, are you all right? I'll take you to find a physician." She cried, "Brother Jieyu hurts so much." It seems Ruru has been poisoned. Seeing the wound on her chest, Jiayu cried out in panic. Mira, Miru. Then he pointed at Jiang Yinyan and asked, You dared poison her? Jiang Yinyan immediately replied, I didn't. She sneak attacked me first, so I fought back. But I definitely did not poison her. Jiayu refused to listen and angrily cursed. You still dare quibble? How can a woman like you be so vicious? Even if Ruru did something wrong, you smeared poison on your sword. Were you trying to drive her to her death? Jiang Yinyan retorted, I already said I didn't. If there were poison on my sword, the blood she bled at first would not have been red. Only after you all rushed over did black blood appear. Jiayu angrily asked back, Are you saying Ruru poisoned herself and framed you? She is so innocent. How could she possibly do something like that? I'm telling you, if anything happens to her today, don't even think about living. At this moment, Tang Xuanyi shouted angrily, Enough! Brother Jiayu, take Ruru to Floating Splendor Sage Lord for treatment first. Leave the poisoning matter for me to investigate. Jiayu replied, Fine. Then Tang Xuanyi ordered, Men, escort this woman to the prison and guard her strictly. His subordinates saluted and replied, Yes, Your Majesty. The group immediately rushed forward. Jiang Yinyan panicked. The female lead really is the most eye-catching one. Meeting the female lead is a lifelong mistake. They are arresting someone before clarifying the truth. This is no longer just a lifelong mistake. This is an utterly disastrous mistake. And Buki immediately appeared and stood in front of Jiang Yinyan, saying coldly, Let me see who dares. Tang Xuanyi's subordinates looked at Buki blocking their way and did not dare act rashly. They merely turned slightly and said respectfully, Your Majesty, this. Tang Xuanyi did not look at his subordinates. His cold voice rang out, full of authority. Do not mind him. Arrest anyone who resists. The two subordinates had just received the order when they stepped forward. Without the slightest hesitation in their eyes, they said to Jiang Yinyan, Miss, we hope you will come with us. Otherwise, do not blame us for being discourteous. Jiang Yinyan took a step back, tightly gripping the sword in her hand as she argued in a voice full of anger. I'm not the one who poisoned her. On what basis are you arresting me? She frowned and secretly calculated. No, they have the advantage in numbers and strength. If we keep resisting, we won't be their match. I have to find someone to help. Thinking this, Jiang Yinyan immediately summoned a small butterfly with spiritual power and said softly to it, Please, go find true Lord Manhwa, Gui Yufeng of Buki Peak. In this sunset realm, only he can help me. The little butterfly accepted the order and quickly flew away, its light flickering in the tense air. Just then, one of Tang Xuanyi's subordinates finally lost patience and shouted loudly, refusing the toast only to drink the penalty wine. As soon as he finished speaking, he drew his sword and charged at Jiang Yinyan. But just as the blade swung down, and Buki moved like lightning and blocked the blade with his bare hand, the sound of metal clashing rang out sharply. A deep cut was sliced into his palm, and blood seeped out. But he still did not take a step back. His eyes flashed with icy anger. You're seeking death. In the blink of an eye, and Buki snapped the sword in the subordinate's hand, then shoved him hard, sending him tumbling backward. Seeing blood flowing from Buki's hand, Jiang Yinyan ran over in panic and grabbed his hand, her worried voice impossible to hide. Buki! And Buki turned to her and immediately put on a pitiful expression, his voice weak. Yinyan, it hurts so much. Jiang Yinyan felt both distressed and furious. She turned toward Tang Xuanyi's people and loudly scolded them. The matter has not even been investigated clearly, yet you already resorted to violence. You truly bully others too much. Hearing this, Tang Xuanyi's expression remained cold. His gaze, sharp as a blade, turned toward her as he said firmly, You injure my younger sister. As her elder brother, of course I must seek justice for her. Moreover, he injured my subordinate. Men, arrest them and bring them back. Just as the situation became perilous, a booming voice rang out from afar, powerful as thunder. I'd like to see who dares touch my little sister. Everyone immediately turned toward the voice. They saw a tall figure with an imposing aura walking over slowly but steadily. Gui Yufeng appeared with the bearing of a guardian deity, standing directly in front of Jiang Yinyan and Buki. The moment Jiang Yinyan saw him, she was overjoyed and could not help but let out a sigh of relief. Seeing this, she happily thought, Gui Yufeng really came. She immediately ran to Gui Yufeng's side, pointed at Tang Xuanye, and said in an aggrieved voice, "Big brother, they're bullying people. Without any evidence, they said I poisoned her. They even wanted to arrest me and take me to prison for interrogation." Hearing this, Gui Yufeng's expression did not change. He merely patted Jiang Yinyan on the shoulder. His voice was deep and steady, yet full of authority. "Little sister, don't be afraid. Big brother will uphold justice for you." After saying this, he took Jiang Yinyan's sword and raised it high so everyone could see it clearly. His voice rang like a bell. "I gave her this sword. Its hilt is made of emerald bamboo, and its blade is made of black-green spiritual iron. If it were stained with poison, it would definitely turn black. But now this sword is so bright and clean. That proves there is no poison on it. Besides, before distinguishing right from wrong, you already wanted to arrest someone. Since when is my sunset realm something outsiders can make decisions about?" His sharp gaze swept over Tang Xuanye's people, and his voice became even tougher. Seeing Gui Yufeng's aura was too powerful, Tang Xuanye did not dare confront him directly. He hurriedly bowed, his tone easing. "True Lord Manhwa, you misunderstand. I had no intention of making things difficult for Miss Jiang. It is only that my younger sister is unconscious, and the poisoner is still unknown. So, right at this moment, one of Tang Xuanye's subordinates ran over, panting as he reported, 'Your Highness the Wolf King, Miss Tang has woken up. Sage Lord Fuhua sent this subordinate to report to Your Highness that this matter has nothing to do with Miss Jiang.'" Hearing this, Tang Xuanye's face lit up with joy, and he hurriedly asked, "Ruru is awake? Quickly take me to see her." Before leaving, he turned around and bowed to Jiang Yinyan and Gui Yufeng, his expression sincere. "Miss Jiang, I was rude just now. Please excuse me." After saying this, he hurriedly led his subordinates away, leaving the crowd still shaken by the confrontation just now. Seeing that the poisoning matter had been resolved, Jiang Yinyan smiled, turned to Gui Yufeng, saluted, and said, "Thank you, big brother, for helping me out. If little sister can help you with anything in the future, I will certainly do my utmost." Hearing her say this, Gui Yufeng laughed and said, "We are all family. Why be so polite with me? On the other hand, this little brother here, little sister, hurry and take him to Shun Kuei for treatment." Jiang Yinyan looked at Inbuki's injuries. She immediately nodded and replied, Then she took him away for treatment. Inside the Medicine King Pavilion, Tang Miru was lying on a sickbed, surrounded by Jieyu and Tang Xuanye. Meanwhile, Jiang Yinyan stood to the side, watching Shun Kuei take Inbuki's pulse. By the sickbed, Tang Xuanye asked Tang Miru worriedly, "Vu, does the wound still hurt?" She coughed once and replied, "Brother, I'm fine now." Seeing this scene, Jiang Yinyan thought to herself, as expected of the female lead. With her like this, who wouldn't feel heartache seeing her? He raised his head and asked Jieyu, "What exactly happened?" Jieyu replied, "It was not poisoning. There was a soul-devouring nail on the martial stage that had not been cleared away. When Miru fell, her wound touched it, causing the poison to flow into her body along with her blood." But he still turned and glared at Jiang Yinyan, saying, "But no matter what, you are the one who caused Miru to be injured. Do you have nothing to say?" Seeing this, the corner of Jiang Yinyan's mouth twitched. She thought to herself, "This brat. I haven't even blamed you all for arresting an innocent person and injuring my Buki. Yet here you are, still trying to force me to apologize. Are you trying to start another fight?" She shrugged and said, "What I want to say is, drink more warm water." Jieyu angrily cursed. Ew. At this moment, the Sage Lord, who was taking Inbuki's pulse, spoke up. "Enough. If you want to argue, go outside and argue. Do not disturb the peace here." Jieyu immediately fell silent. Jiang Yinyan walked over and asked the Sage Lord, "How are Buki's injuries?" The Sage Lord replied, "His pulse." He was just about to answer when he suddenly saw Buki pretending to be sickly, coughing continuously. Seeing this, he frowned and broke out in a sweat, thinking to himself, "Sickly my foot. This pulse is clearly so strong that no one can compare." But in order to go along with Inbuki, he still deceived Jiang Yinyan. "This pulse is a little unstable. I will write a few prescriptions. Miss, decoct them, and have him drink the medicine. She immediately smiled and replied, "Sorry to trouble you, Sage Lord." Afterward, the Sage Lord stood and said, "All right, if there is nothing else, everyone go out first. There are still a few things about the poison in Miss Tang's body that I wish to instruct her about." Everyone quickly left. Tang Miru asked the Sage Lord worriedly, "Is there something wrong with the poison in my body?" The Sage Lord stared at her in silence for a while, then asked, "Miss Tang, why did you smear poison on your wound and allow others to wrongly accuse Jiang Yinyan?" Tang Miru acted as though she did not understand and asked, "Sage Lord, what do you mean by that? Why does Miru not understand?" The Sage Lord said, "Stop quibbling. I have already discovered the soul-devouring nails toxin on your hand. The poison in your wound was not caused by an accident at all. Someone smeared the poison onto it." After hearing this, Tang Miru knew she could not argue anymore, and her face immediately darkened as she replied, "Yes, I smeared the poison on myself with my own hand, but I did it because I have my own difficulties. Sage Lord, I can dream of things that will happen in the future. I dreamed that the dark fiend resentment seed would awaken. In the future, the mortal world will become complete hell. And Miss Jiang, she is the dark fiend resentment seed. That is why I wanted to use this opportunity to get rid of her and eliminate this future disaster for all living beings." Shen Kuei naturally did not believe her and immediately shook off her hand. He asked coldly, "Dreaming of the future? Ridiculous. Why should I believe you?" He thought to himself, "At present, only the 4 great immortal sects know that the dark fiend resentment seed has appeared. How could Tang Miru know?" She immediately said, "I once dreamed that Miss Jiang helped Sage Lord save a violet spirit plant in Medicine King Valley. Did this happen or not?" Shen Kuei was startled and asked, "What else do you know?" She held her head and said, "There is also the matter of helping her enter the Return to Origin formation. My ability to dream of the future is limited. What I know is only these things." After hearing this, Shen Kuei frowned and asked, "Is that true?" She hurriedly replied, "It is true. The Sage Lord not believe me." Shen Kuei replied, "Do not make this matter bigger for now. The Dark Fiend resentment seed can be considered to have been dealt with. As for your use of poisoning to frame someone else, I will keep it secret for you." Tang Miru hurriedly said, "But Miss Jiang." Shen Kuei coldly interrupted her. "Enough. Whether dreaming of the future is real or not remains unknown. I cannot allow Jiang Yinyan to be placed in danger. This matter ends here. Miss, rest well. I will leave first." After saying this, the Sage Lord turned and left. Left behind, Tang Miru gritted her teeth in anger and asked, "Why? Why? In the dream of the future, Shen Kuei clearly liked me. Why is he speaking up for Jiang Yinyan?" The future dream said that after the Dark Fiend resentment seed appears, Jiang Yinyan will seize everything that belongs to me. If that is the case, Jiang Yinyan, do not blame me. Since I could not deceive Shen Kuei, just wait for the day when they kill you. At this moment, outside, Jiang Yinyan was pouring wine for Mbuki. He smiled and asked, "Yinyan, do you want to drink tonight?" She said happily, Both of us won our matches today, so let's count it as a celebration. Come, try some." She handed Mbuki a cup of wine, then also tilted her head back and drained hers, saying happily, "It's so fragrant." And Mbuki looked at her and fell silent without saying a word. After a while, Jiang Yinyan had drunk the whole jar of wine. Holding the wine jar, she said, "This wine is really good." He pulled her hand and asked, "Yinyan." She asked him. He lowered his head and asked with a smile, "Yinyan, are you drunk?" She reached out and rubbed Mbuki's face, asking, "Who are you? You look very handsome." Hearing this, he smiled and teased, "Am I more handsome, or isn't Mbuki more handsome?" After hearing this, she frowned for a while, then replied, "No matter how handsome you are, you still can't compare to my Mbuki. My Mbuki is the most handsome." After hearing this, he continued asking her, "Then who do you like more?" She hurriedly replied, "Of course Mbuki." As soon as he heard this, Mbuki immediately lowered his head and kissed her on the lips, startling her. She hurriedly pushed him away and said, "Let go." He smiled and asked, "Yinyan, then between me and Mbuki, who would you rather marry?" She blushed and replied, "You." After hearing this, he immediately frowned and asked, "Why not Mbuki? Didn't you think he was the most handsome and like him the most?" She yawned sleepily and said, "What? Mbuki is my baby, don't you know? My son. He's my son." After hearing this, Mbuki asked in confusion, "Son?" Then he fell silent when he saw Jiang Yinyan already sleeping soundly on the table. He reached out, tugged at her hair, and smiled. Nyin, what if Byuki does not want to be your son and wants to be your husband instead? And Byuki moved closer to Jiang Nyin, his eyes bright as though they wanted to pierce through every thought in her heart. His voice was deep and warm, slightly hoarse, but full of temptation. Compared with go to find another man, why doesn't Nyin try me, the one you personally found and raised? At this moment, Jiang Nyin was already sound asleep and did not hear his words at all. And Byuki bent down slightly, gazing intently at her peaceful face with tenderness mixed with a hint of burning heat. He gently called, Nyin, but she remained deep in sleep, completely unresponsive. He murmured, you actually fell asleep so soundly. What should I do with you? Looking at that peaceful expression, an indescribable tenderness rose in his heart, while at the same time, it was as though a smoldering fire spread through his entire body. Unable to restrain himself, he gently lowered his head and lightly touched his lips to hers. The kiss passed like a soft breeze, but it was enough to make his heart beat wildly. The scene seemed to sway, and Byuki and Jiang Nyin were lying together on the same bed. The dim light from the bedside lamp made the atmosphere even more ambiguous. At this moment, and Byuki had already removed his upper robe. His broad back and firm, muscular lines were clearly visible under the pale yellow light. He moved closer and gently kissed her lips again, then slowly reached out to undo her clothes and asked, Nyin, I'll undress you. All right, he whispered softly. His eyes were filled with indulgence, mixed with a trace of desire. Jiang Nyin suddenly woke up. The cool feeling on her skin startled her. She immediately pulled her clothes back together, her face flushed red with embarrassment, and asked in a trembling voice, Byuki, what do you want to do? And Byuki did not answer. He merely lowered his head and gently kissed every inch of her fair skin. Each kiss was like a little flame, burning away both their reason. Nyin, I want to have you. His voice was low and gentle, but also full of determination. Jiang Nyin gasped, her reason gradually becoming hazy. But she still struggled to hold on to the last shred of clarity and answered in a trembling voice, wait, no, we can't do this. But Byuki seemed unwilling to hear any more refusal. He continued lowering his head, gently kissing her flushed face. Little by little, he made her unable to resist. In the quiet room, only the two of them remained, their broken, panting breaths filling the air. After a while, Jiang Nyin suddenly sat bolt upright, waking from the dream, cold sweat beating on her forehead. She held her head and panted, her heart pounding wildly as though she had just experienced something extremely intense. She thought to herself, what kind of improper dream did I have? She still could not believe that strange dream. Her gaze unconsciously shifted to the side. Then the sight before her made her freeze. And Byuki was lying beside her without a shirt, his bare, sturdy chest rising and falling evenly with his breathing. Jiang Nyin suddenly felt her whole body stiffen. Trembling, she lightly lifted the blanket to check. The sight beneath the blanket made her even more panicked. Underneath, and Byuki also seemed to be wearing nothing at all. Beneath the blanket was a rooster crowing at dawn. Her face turned crimson. In a panic, Jiang Nyin immediately threw the blanket back over to cover that rooster. Her face instantly flushed as red as a tomato, and she screamed inwardly, why is he not wearing anything underneath either? She recalled how, after getting drunk yesterday, she had hugged Byuki and caused a scene, saying, not only did I drink wine, I even went crazy after getting drunk. This face is so smooth, as expected of someone I raised. Remembering this, she only wanted to dig a hole and crawl into it. She thought to herself, Jiang Nyin, you actually dared lay a hand on the child you raised. How despicable. You have no shame at all. Right at this moment, and Byuki woke up and called her, Nyin. Hearing this, she turned around. She saw Byuki looking like an alluring demon, leaning on his side with his chin propped in his hand as he gazed at her. Jiang Nyin broke out in a sweat and said, Byuki. He asked him. She pointed at him and asked shyly, extremely embarrassed, well, last night did we do that? After hearing the question, he thought to himself, last night? Last night, Nyin got drunk and vomited all over me. The clothes I changed out of haven't dried yet, so I just slept like this. So Nyin has misunderstood and thinks something happened between us last night. He smiled and sat up. She asked nervously, Byuki, so? He pretended to be pitiful and said to Jiang Nyin, Nyin, my body is no longer clean. Last night, Nian was very rough. Not only did you do beastly things to me, you even did even more excessive things. As he spoke, tears welled in his eyes. After Nian heard what he said, it was like a bolt from the blue, and she felt as though she had shattered. She immediately covered in Byuki's mouth and said, Don't say any more, Byuki. Let me calm down, all right? He nodded and said, Nian sank down, held her head, and thought to herself, I'm doomed. This time, what am I supposed to do? Seeing her holding her head like that, and Byuki pretended to be worried and asked, Nian, do you regret it? Is it because you think my face is ugly and makes you sick? She panicked and hurriedly replied, It's not ugly. It's very handsome. Hearing that, he still asked in disappointment, Then does Nian dislike me because my body is weak and I'll become a burden to you? She quickly answered, How could that be? I feel sorry for you even when you cough. He continued asking weakly and pitifully, Then does Nian think there's anything bad about me? She quickly smiled and replied, In my heart, everything about you is good. Seizing the opportunity, he said, If Nian thinks that, then you definitely won't eat everything up and refuse to take responsibility, right? And Byuki was exactly the kind of cunning young man, using his obedient appearance to trick Nian into staying by his side. Nian awkwardly straightened her clothes, countless complicated thoughts rising in her heart. I've raised Byuki for so many years. If he really changes from a child I raise into my boyfriend, it does feel a little guilty. But I did that kind of thing to him. I must take responsibility. I can't be a scumbag woman. I've taken away his innocence. So even if I raised him, I still have to take responsibility. That thought left Nian utterly tangled. She sighed softly, then reached out and handed in Byuki his clothes. Taking the clothes from her, and Byuki slowly put them on, but his eyes never left her blushing face. That gaze carried gentleness mixed with a little curiosity, as though he was trying to guess what Nian was thinking. Seeing that she remained silent, and Byuki frowned slightly and asked worriedly, Nian. Hearing the worry in his voice, Nian took a deep breath and tried to steady herself. Then she turned to look straight into his eyes. In those eyes, she could clearly see concern, anticipation, and sincere affection. Nian said seriously, each word feeling as heavy as 1,000 pounds, Byuki, I will take responsibility for you. As soon as the words fell, and Byuki's eyes instantly lit up, as if his entire world had just been illuminated. Joy surged uncontrollably. He called her name in a voice full of happiness and a little excitement. Nian, before she could react, and Byuki rushed forward and hugged her tightly. That embrace was powerful, filled with both joy and intense longing. Caught off guard by the hug, Nian was startled. Before she could speak, she felt his arms tighten more and more, as though he wanted to confirm that everything he had just heard was real. But it did not stop at a hug, and Byuki suddenly pressed her down onto the bed. The sudden action made Nian cry out in alarm. Byuki, he lowered his head, gently pressed his forehead against hers, and whispered tenderly, with a trace of desire hidden in his voice, Nian, I like you very much. I want to have you. Those direct words made Nian blush furiously. Embarrassment surged up, leaving her not knowing how to react. She stammered. Byuki calmed down a little, but Byuki had no intention of stopping. He looked at her with eyes that were both sly and gentle, the corners of his lips lifting into a meaningful smile. But I want to do something even more excessive with Nian. That sentence was like a bomb, making Nian's heart jump. She hurriedly raised her hands to push him away and said in panic, Wait a moment. I'm not ready yet. Just as the atmosphere became extremely ambiguous, a loud bang suddenly sounded outside the door, making both of them startle and look over. It turned out to be Blackball, the spirit beast they had raised for a long time, who had burst through the door and into the room. Seeing its two masters staring at it, Blackball tilted its head, looking utterly confused, not knowing what it had done wrong. Nian blushed, hurriedly pushed Byuki away, and stammered, I am hungry. I'm going to make breakfast. After saying that, she quickly ran out of the room, as if she only wanted to escape this awkward situation as fast as possible. Watching her hasty figure, Byuki was dazed for a moment. Then he curled his lips slightly, a smug look appearing in his eyes as he thought. It really was still too rushed, wasn't it? It doesn't matter. Even if Nian doesn't like me now, she will definitely like me in the future. There's only me by Nian's side. She can only be mine. Thinking of this, he could not help feeling satisfied with his slow but steady plan. Outside, after Jiang Yinyan changed her clothes, she held her head, her heart in complete chaos. Byuki has turned bad. The moment he opened his mouth, he said he wanted to have me. This development is way too fast. What should I do? How am I supposed to face Byuki from now on? I have absolutely no idea what lovers are supposed to do. Just as she was still immersed in chaotic thoughts, footsteps suddenly sounded. Jiang Yinyan looked up and saw a servant approaching, who asked respectfully, "May I ask if Byuki and Jiang Yinyan are here?" Jiang Yinyan replied, "I am Jiang Yinyan. Is something the matter?" The man cupped his hands respectfully and said, "The results of the Immortal Alliance Conference competition have come out. You and Byuki respectively ranked 5th and 1st. As a reward, in 3 days, the two of you may enter the medicine refining realm to seek opportunities." Jiang Yinyan accepted the invitation, thinking in surprise, "This is the first-place invitation from the Immortal Alliance Conference? It belongs to Byuki." She could not help feeling astonished at his progress. Remembering something, she asked, "Young brother, I'd like to know what place Tang Mura got in the competition." The servant shook his head, looking regretful. Because she was poisoned and injured, she couldn't participate in the later matches. She didn't make it into the previous top 100 either. After hearing the messenger's words, Jiang Yinyan nodded slightly and replied, "I see. Thank you for making the trip." After saying that, she accepted the invitation, a trace of suspicion flashing in her eyes. She lowered her head and looked at the letter in her hand, her mind constantly turning. I remember the biggest highlight in the book was the plot related to the bewildering illusion mirror. Starting from here, Tang Mura's 7 men all gathered in one place. The author described in detail the unclear love, desire, and hatred between them. The vivid wording and scenes were enough to make people blush and their hearts race. It seemed to overshadow all the other chapters, and the attitude those 7 men had toward Tang Mura was that they loved her to the point of losing themselves. Their desire was extremely strong, but now Tang Mura can't even enter the bewildering illusion mirror. How will the next plot unfold? After thinking wildly for a while, she shook her head and sighed, walking away alone. There's no use standing here and overthinking. I can only take things one step at a time. With that, she pursed her lips, turned, and walked inside, while her heart remained troubled by the changes she had unintentionally created. That evening, Jiang Yinyan was just about to close the door and rest when Byuki appeared. She immediately blocked the doorway of her room and said, "No." Holding a large pillow in his arms, his eyes filled with pitifulness, he stepped up to her and pleaded, "But I really want to sleep together with Yinyan." Jiang Yinyan froze for a moment, then tried to keep calm and firmly refused. "Tonight, I want to sleep alone. Byuki, go back first, all right?" Hearing her say that, and Byuki was stunned for a moment. A trace of disappointment clearly appeared in his eyes, but he did not want to force her, so he could only nod dejectedly and reply, "All right." After saying that, he turned and slowly walked away, his back looking extremely pitiful. Jiang Yinyan watched him leave, and guilt suddenly rose in her heart. Only after he had disappeared from sight did she softly let out a breath of relief. At that moment, the system's familiar voice sounded in her mind. "Hey dear, target character and Byuki's favorability has reached 99. Once it reaches 100, your binding with the system will be lifted. May I ask if Dear is still interested in continuing to bind with me? As long as you accept the mission to conquer the female lead's 7 men, you can continue enjoying the resources and opportunities one provide." Hearing the system's tempting proposal, Jiang Yinyan immediately grew angry and irritably replied, "No need. I already have Byuki." The system was silent for a few seconds, as if processing her firm refusal, then calmly asked again, "Then why did Dear refuse Byuki's request just now?" Jiang Yinyan's face instantly turned bright red. She stammered, "I just feel that we only just confirmed our relationship. Going to that step already is too fast. I simply haven't adapted yet. But if it's with Byuki, I actually don't dislike it at all." The system nodded at Jiang Yinyan. Its tone was cold, but also mixed with a little regret, as though some grand plan had suddenly been cancelled. "Fine. Since that's the case, I can't break up a pair of lovebirds. The mission to conquer the 7 men is hereby abandoned." Jiang Yinyan let out a sigh of relief, feeling as though a heavy burden had just been lifted from her shoulders. She lazily stretched, her eyes narrowing slightly as sleepiness came over her. After a long yawn, she waved lightly and said in a somewhat drowsy voice, No more talking. I'm going to sleep. I still have to get up tomorrow morning. The space returned to silence. The candlelight in the room cast a faint glow, swaying with the breeze drifting in through the gap in the window. Jiang Yinyan had just turned around and was about to lie down, pulling the blanket over herself, when urgent knocking suddenly sounded from outside. The repeated knocks made it seem as though the person outside was extremely anxious. Along with them came a grave, low voice. "Open the door. Hurry and open the door." Jiang Yinyan was startled, fully awake. Her eyes widened vigilantly as she thought, "It's already so late. Who could be coming?" As soon as she opened the door, she saw a disciple standing there, holding a command token in his hand, his expression solemn. "Demon Venerable Lin Yuan has been rescued. I am acting on the sect leader's orders to bring everyone to the main hall for questioning." Hearing this, Jiang Yinyan asked in surprise, "Wasn't the demon lord suppressed by the immortal sect's spell formation inside the demon tower? How was he released?" She frowned and thought to herself, "Wait, there seems to have been something like this in the original plot. Tang Miru once released the demon venerable for selfish reasons. Calculating the time, it should be tonight." Thinking of this, she nodded and said, "All right, I'll go with you." On the way to the main hall, Jiang Yinyan walked slowly behind them, her eyes contemplative. "This has nothing to do with me. I want to see what Tang Miru is trying to do." Inside the main hall, all the disciples of Sunset Realm had already arrived. A solemn atmosphere enveloped the entire place. And Buki stood beside Jiang Yinyan, his eyes half closed from sleepiness. He leaned lightly against her shoulder and muttered, "Yinyan, I'm so sleepy." Jiang Yinyan looked at him and smiled gently, softly comforting him. "Don't worry. Once the traitor is caught, we can go back and sleep." At this moment, sect leader entered the main hall. Seeing him, True Lord Qinghua, Wen Shirley, immediately asked, "Sect leader, is there any news from the people who chased after the demon venerable?" Sect leader shook his head, his expression heavy as he replied, "No, he got away." Immediately afterward, a disciple hurried in, bowed, and loudly reported, "True Lord, this disciple has found out who released the demon venerable." Hearing this, everyone in the main hall instantly fell silent, all turning their gazes toward that disciple. When Shirley frowned and ordered sternly, "Speak," the disciple looked around, then stopped his gaze on Jiang Yinyan. He pointed at her and shouted, "It was her." This sudden accusation left everyone in the main hall stunned. The atmosphere immediately grew noisy. Doubtful and surprised gazes all turned toward Jiang Yinyan. Hearing this, and Buki instantly frowned, displeasure clearly showing on his face. Jiang Yinyan kept calm, her cold gaze fixed on that disciple. Her voice was clear, each word distinct. "Young brother, I have no grudge or enmity with you. Why are you framing me?" The disciple did not look flustered by Jiang Yinyan's questioning. Instead, he smiled sinisterly and spoke mockingly in front of the sect leader. "You still dare to quibble?" Jiang Yinyan thought to herself, "Here it comes again. The dirty trick of framing someone." At this moment, Tang Miru, standing toward the back, smiled smugly. And Buki stepped forward and stood in front of Jiang Yinyan, saying coldly, "Convicting someone based only on one-sided words. Is that how Sunset Realm handles matters?" The disciple did not waver at all. He took a Cosmos pouch from his sleeve and held it high. Of course not. This Cosmos pouch was found in the Demon Venerable's tower. Inside are many rare herbs. Just now, I sensed them and discovered that the spiritual aura of these herbs is exactly the same as the aura on you, with both witness and physical evidence present. What else do you have to say? As soon as Jiang Yinyan saw the pouch in his hand, she was shocked and thought, "Isn't this the Cosmos pouch I gave Shin Kuei? He helped heal the injury on my hand, so I gave it to him as thanks. But why would this Cosmos pouch appear in the Demon Venerable's tower for no reason?" Jiang Yinyan hurriedly explained, her tone calm but resolute. "Sect leader, in this Cosmos pouch is indeed mine. But a few days ago, I already gave it to the floating Splendor Sage Lord. As for what happened in between, why not have the sect leader ask the floating Splendor Sage Lord?" After hearing her, sect leader frowned, his expression full of suspicion. "Yesterday, Shan Kuei already left Sunset Realm and went down the mountain to save people. Even at the fastest, it will take half a month before he can return." Jiang Yinyin smiled faintly, her voice remaining calm as she asked, "Since that's the case, how about using the soul extraction technique to prove what I said? Use spiritual power to enter my soul and extract all my memories. A soul cannot lie, can it?" As soon as she said this, the entire hall immediately erupted in commotion. When Nbuki heard it, his expression instantly changed. He stepped forward and tightly embraced Jiang Yinyin, his voice filled with worry. "Yinyin, you can't." Jiang Yinyin gently pushed him away, her eyes gentle but determined. "It's all right. Don't worry. Trust me." Sect leader frowned and asked her, "The soul extraction technique will cause the person it is used on to become foolish. In the past, it was only used on the dead and the guilty. Are you truly willing?" Jiang Yinyin nodded, her voice without the slightest hesitation. "All the evidence points to me. To prove my innocence, I can only do this. But she must do it too." Jiang Yinyin immediately pointed at Tang Yuru. This proposal made the main hall fall silent for a few seconds. Then the sound of discussion immediately broke out. Everyone looked at Jiang Yinyin with confusion and suspicion in their eyes. Tang Yuru was startled and instantly retreated behind Tang Xuanya, trying hard to keep an innocent expression. Her voice trembled but remained delicate. "Miss Jiang, what are you doing? You were the one who released the demon venerable. Why do you want me to undergo the soul extraction technique with you?" Hearing this, the disciples below began whispering. "Is this woman crazy? It's one thing if she wants to extract her own soul. Why does she want to drag Miss Tang down with her? Miss Tang is polite and gentle. She doesn't look like someone who would do such a thing. I think she's gone mad, trying to become famous. She'll stop at nothing for attention." Seeing everyone standing on her side, Tang Yuru began to shed tears. Her voice choked as she said, "My sword wound still hasn't healed. My cultivation is only at the golden core stage. How could I have the ability to release the demon venerable on my own? There were misunderstandings between me and Miss Jiang before, but I never expected Miss Jiang to hold a grudge and want to harm me." After hearing this, Jiang Yinyin said, "What a fine excuse. The person who released the demon venerable was clearly you." Seeing her crying like this, Tang Xuanya's heart ached. He stepped forward and blocked Tang Muru, his voice cold. "Ruru, don't be afraid. I won't let anyone wrongfully accuse you." Then he turned to Jiang Yinyin, his sharp eyes filled with anger. "Jiang Yinyin, if you dare keep spouting nonsense and framing Ruru, don't blame me for being impolite." Standing to the side, Nbuki gave a cold laugh when he heard this. His laughter attracted everyone's attention. Even Tang Xuanya felt displeased and immediately shouted, "What are you laughing at?" Nbuki did not answer at once. He merely curled his lips into a smile, his eyes full of contempt. After a few seconds, he slowly spoke. "I'm laughing because in this entire hall, not a single person noticed that this guard has been struck by a bewitching spell." As soon as he said this, the entire hall once again fell into silence. Everyone subconsciously looked toward the guard disciple who had just framed Jiang Yinyin. Without any further hesitation, Nbuki drew his sword from its sheath. A cold light flashed through the air and attacked that man. The guard was seriously injured. The shoulder of his robe was already dyed red with blood. Drops of blood dripped onto the ground, forming long, mottled streaks. He fell to one knee, his face twisted in pain. Immediately, a companion standing nearby rushed over to support him, asking with worry all over his face, "Are you all right?" The guard shook his head slightly, trying to stay calm even though his breathing was still rapid. Suddenly, as if remembering something, his eyes instantly lit up. His finger trembled, but he still pointed straight at Tang Yuru, his gaze cold and full of resentment. He spoke in a hoarse voice, each word clear. "I remember now. You released the demon venerable. It was you. In the middle of the night, you snuck into the tower where demons were imprisoned and used a bewitching spell on me. Then you controlled me and made me frame Miss Jiang." The entire hall instantly fell into chaos. Everyone's eyes simultaneously turned toward Tang Muru. Faced with the sudden accusation, Tang Muru's face turned deathly pale and her lips trembled. She flusteredly stepped back, her voice changing and carrying panic. "I didn't. You're talking nonsense. How do you explain the Cosmos pouch? That pouch clearly belongs to her. Just then, a steady but majestic voice sounded from the entrance of the main hall. I was wondering why this hall was so noisy. Everyone immediately looked toward the door. Shun Kuei calmly walked in, his manner relaxed, as though he did not care at all about the tense atmosphere in the hall. The disciples present hurriedly bowed their heads and saluted, shouting in unison, "Floating splendor, Sage Lord." When Shirley also stepped forward, surprise flashing in his eyes, and immediately asked Shun Kuei, "Didn't you already go down the mountain?" Shun Kuei smiled faintly, his gaze sweeping over the crowd before he replied, "I got halfway there and discovered that I was missing something. Miss Tang stole my Cosmos pouch. Isn't it about time she returned it?" As he spoke, Shun Kuei turned his head and looked straight at Tang Miru. His gaze was sharp, as though it could see through every scheme in her heart. Shin Kuei's words caused the crowd to erupt in discussion. Endless whispers sounded. Could it be that Miss Tang really released the demon Venerable, then stole the Cosmos pouch to frame Miss Jiang? In my opinion, that's almost certainly the case. I truly never expected her to be so vicious. Surrounded by those discussions, Tang Miru's face turned pale. She bit her lip so hard it bled. She clenched her fists tightly, but in the end, she could not withstand the pressure. Tang Miru dropped to her knees, her trembling voice carrying despair. "I am sorry. I was the one who released the demon Venerable. I truly am sorry." Tang Miru's confession plunged the entire hall into silence for several seconds, then exploded with angry whispers. Tang Xuanye was shocked, his face shifting from astonishment to fury. He stepped forward, his voice forced out word by word. "Little sister, how could you be so foolish?" Tang Miru lowered her head, bitterness clearly showing in her eyes. In her heart, she continuously blamed fate. "Originally, I thought that if I released the demon Venerable, he would remember my kindness. Then I could frame Jiang Ninian for this matter and kill two birds with one stone. But I never expected Nbuki to see through it." At that moment, a subordinate stepped forward, bowed to Wen Shirley, and said, "True Lord Qinghua, this matter absolutely cannot be let go just like this." The people around them also spoke up in agreement. "That's right, True Lord Qinghua. There must be a clear explanation for this matter." When Shirley pondered for a moment, then his majestic voice sounded. "According to the sect rules, Tang Miru's cultivation will be crippled, and she will then receive an additional punishment. Men, take her away." As soon as the verdict fell, two subordinates immediately approached Tang Miru, bowed, and said, "Miss Tang, forgive our offense." Seeing this, a figure suddenly rushed out and blocked Tang Miru. It was Jieyu. He widened his eyes and looked at Wen Shirley, his voice ringing out resolutely. "This matter has nothing to do with Tang Miru. I did everything." This unexpected turn of events left everyone in the main hall stunned. A subordinate immediately turned to ask Wen Shirley, "True Lord Qinghua this?" Wen Shirley gave a cold snort, his gaze as sharp and cold as ice. The subordinates immediately stepped forward, but Jieyu suddenly shouted, spiritual power radiating all around him, his sharp eyes seeming to challenge everyone. "Let me see who dares touch her." Seeing this, Tang Miru hurriedly stood up, her eyes full of worry, her voice choked. "Brother Jieyu." At this moment, Jieyu was gathering spiritual power and preparing to attack. Seeing the situation become chaotic, Wen Shirley could no longer endure it, he shouted, "Impudent." With that, he waved his hand and launched spiritual power toward Jieyu. Tang Miru was held tightly by two subordinates and could not break free. She could only cry out in despair, "Brother Jieyu, let go of me! Let go of me!" Tang Miru dug her sharp nails hard into the guard holding her, causing him to subconsciously loosen his grip from the pain. Seizing the opportunity, she struggled free. But because of the momentum and her loss of balance, her body fell heavily onto the cold, hard floor. A thud sounded, making everyone turn to look. Tang Miru's appearance at this moment was truly wretched. The thin silk skirt wrapped around her legs was flipped up by the unexpected fall, revealing her snow-white calf. But what drew everyone's attention was not her weak and pitiful appearance. It was a strange tattoo clearly showing on that calf. The tattoo was a bright red lotus, its petals soft yet sharp as if carved in blood, giving off an indescribably cold aura. The instant he saw this mark, sect leader and was shocked, his eyes becoming filled with astonishment and confusion. He stepped forward, pointed at Tang Muru, and stammered, This is, wait, true lord, the dark fiend resentment seed has descended. Destiny Tao, Lord once made a divination. When the nine tails appear, the world will know peace. The red lotus birthmark on Tang Muru's leg is a symbol possessed only by the nine-tailed fox clan. After when Shirley heard this, he asked, just based on this one red lotus birthmark? Sect leader and said, the nine-tailed fox clan is born knowing bewitching spells. Tang Muru's previous actions have already proven that. If we want to deal with the dark fiend resentment seed, we cannot cripple her cultivation. I asked True Lord to reconsider. After hearing this, he said, take her away and await judgment. Everyone else, disperse. Hearing this, and Buki turned to Jiang Yin and asked, Yin, shall we go back too? She nodded and replied, all right. After they returned, she said to Buki, all right, Buki, you should go back and rest too. He asked again, Yin, why don't I sleep with you? The Sunset Realm isn't as safe as we thought. If something happens again tonight, I can protect you. After hearing him, she thought doubtfully, Buki is right. The current direction of the plot has completely deviated from its original track. I can't predict it at all. It would be safer to stay together. So she opened the door and said, all right, then go wash up first and come over afterward. He nodded and said, then went into the room to bathe. As she bathed, she thought, ever since I met Tang Yuru, she has shown very obvious hatred toward me. She deliberately got poisoned during the competition. Today, she framed me again, saying I released the demon Venerable and let him escape. What exactly does she want? While she was lost in thought, and Buki suddenly appeared and asked, Sister Yin, are you done bathing? It's already been half an hour. Jiang Yin was startled and said, I'm done. Then she immediately picked up her clothes and put them on. Just as she put on her clothes, and Buki appeared behind her. Blushing, she asked, Buki. And Buki reached out to help her dress and said, I'll help Yin put on. She hurriedly pressed his hand down and said, no need. I can dress myself. He continued whispering by her ear, Yin, don't reject me, all right? It made her blush. Jiang Yin said to Buki, actually, there's something I've always wanted to ask you. He asked, what is it? She turned to him and asked, the feelings you have for me, are they because you and I grew up together, so you confuse family affection with romantic love? He held her shoulders and said, Yin, I don't know why you would think that, but I am very clear that my feelings for you are the love between a man and a woman. Every second, every moment, I want to be by your side and hold you. I hate other women being near me, but you're the only one I want close to me. He lifted her face, pulled her into his arms, and continued confessing. So these feelings exist because of you. Just thinking of you being beside another man makes me so jealous I feel like I'll go mad. Yin, I love you. I already can't live without you. After Jiang Yin heard this, she hugged him too and said, Buki. Blushing, she thought, what I said just now must have made him very sad. But with him saying these things to me, how could I not be moved? She hugged him and said, Buki, raise your head. He raised his head and looked at her, asking, Yin. Blushing, she said to him, lower yourself a little more. I can't kiss you. Hearing this, he froze in shock. Then, suddenly, she pulled him down and kissed him on the lips. He touched his lips in astonishment and thought, Yin took the initiative to kiss me. Does that mean she's hinting? She reached out and wrapped her arms around his neck, saying, Buki, thank you for loving me. Perhaps right now, my feelings can't compare to what you feel for me, but from now on, I will let you feel them little by little. Are you willing to wait for me? When he heard her say this, he smiled happily and replied with joy, I'm willing, Yin. I'm so happy. I won't let you down. Hearing this, she also nodded happily and replied, Just then, the system appeared and notified her, congratulations, host, on completing the romance objective. Objective completion has reached 100. Host has successfully passed the initial stage. After Jiang Yin heard this, she asked in surprise, so reaching 100 favorability wasn't about helping Buki take revenge on the sect, but only about connecting me and him? The system replied, that's right. Host has now broken free from this system's restraints. The plot that follows will depend on your own efforts. If fate allows, we will meet again. Then it vanished. She said in shock, wait. Seeing that she was acting strangely, and Buki asked, Yin, what's wrong? Jiang Yin was silent for a while, then sighed and replied, nothing. I just suddenly feel a little tired. As soon as Nbuki heard this, he immediately pulled her along and said, "Then let's rest. In a few days, we still have to enter the bewildering illusion realm to participate in the trial. We need to conserve our strength." She nodded and replied, 3 days later on the square, all the sect disciples had already gathered there. An old man appeared and said, "Everyone, today is the day you enter the bewildering illusion realm." Now, this old man will first explain the rules you must pay attention to. The bewildering illusion realm is formed from illusions. The people and demonic beasts that appear inside are not real. Even if you're injured, you will only feel pain. It will not create real wounds. Jiang Yinyin glanced over and saw that Tang Miru had also appeared there. She felt shocked and thought, "Strange. Why is Tang Miru here too? Wasn't she locked up?" And Buki also understood what she was thinking and explained. Because of what happened with the demon venerable before, the rumor that Tang Miru is from the nine-tailed fox clan has spread. And Roaxu said that her current cultivation is still low, and after discussing it with Wen Shirley, she was simply permitted to participate in the illusion trial. Hearing this, Jiang Yinyin frowned and thought, participating in the trial together? Who knows what tricks she wants to play this time? I have to be careful. The old teacher continued, "Everyone must remember what I have said clearly. Now, enter the illusion realm." As soon as he finished speaking, a pattern array appeared beneath the disciples' feet, and Buki frowned and looked down, thinking, this spell formation seems a little strange. As soon as the formation activated, everyone vanished, and Buki was startled and thought, something's wrong. He grabbed her hand and said, "Nyin, hurry and leave this place." But everyone had already disappeared without a trace. Everyone left behind was shocked at the sight. In Clear River Town, a huge formation suddenly appeared high in the sky. A strange light from the formation covered the entire sky, carrying surging currents of powerful, swirling energy. In the blink of an eye, the sect disciples were sucked in and dropped freely toward the ground. Thuds rang out one after another as they landed unexpectedly. No one had time to react. Jiang Yinyin was no exception. She fell straight to the ground and landed hard on her backside against the solid earth. The sudden pain made her grimace, and she had to hold her waist to ease the numb, aching sensation. And Buki immediately ran to her side, his face full of worry, and quickly asked, "Nyin, are you all right?" Jiang Yinyin held herself, grimacing in pain, but still forced herself to stand. Around them, the other disciples began looking at the surroundings strangely. Someone spoke up, This is a huge incident. Look at how they're dressed. They have the bearing of immortals. Could they be immortals descending from heaven?" Another person immediately retorted, "What immortals? I think some of them are even more beautiful than immortals." And Buki swept his gaze around. In his heart, he thought, these people clearly aren't illusions. It looks like there really is a problem with the formation. It brought us somewhere else. While he was thinking, a scented pouch was suddenly thrown into his hand, startling him. Around him, the local young women kept throwing scented pouches at him. As they threw them, they chattered excitedly. "Look at that red-eyed, black-haired man. He's so handsome. I've never seen anyone so beautiful. As soon as I look into his eyes, my legs go weak. I'll give all 10 pouches I brought today to him. Accept this young lady's love." Seeing this, Jiang Nyin laughed happily and explained to Nbuki, "It seems throwing pouches is their custom here for expressing affection." After Nbuki heard this, he immediately turned to her and asked, "Nyin doesn't mind?" She replied lightly, "What is there to mind? They're appreciating you." Hearing this, Nbuki put on a sad and dejected expression and said quietly to her, "These pouches weren't embroidered by Nyin." When Jiang Yinyin heard what he said, she thought, this little green tea boy, if he wants one, he should just say it. He still has to beat around the bush. Then she straightened his clothes for him and said gently, "If you want one, I'll embroider one for you another day." As soon as Nbuki heard this, he smiled happily like a child and said loudly, "In that case, I'll have to trouble Nyin." Just then, an old man leaning on a cane slowly approached the group. He looked at them with suspicion and asked, "Judging by the way you are dressed, are you immortal cultivators?" Jiang Yinyin nodded and replied, "That's right." When the old man heard this, his eyes lit up. He asked again, "Did you immortal cultivators come especially to our Clear River town to exorcise demons?" The unexpected question surprised Jiang Yinyin a little. She asked in return, "Exorcise demons? Old sir, what do you mean by that?" The old man sighed and replied, "Clear River Town has been ravaged by demons for several decades. The Taoist priests invited here all died one after another at the hands of the demons. After that, no one was willing to come exorcise them anymore. I never expected so many immortals to arrive today. After hearing the old man's words, Jiang Yinyan asked curiously and doubtfully, "If this place is so dangerous, why haven't you moved away?" The old man sighed again and said, "It isn't that we don't want to leave. It's that we can't. The people in town all fled here as refugees back then. Seeing that this place had mountains and rivers, and that the houses were empty with no one living in them, we stayed. Afterward, several people died one after another. We realized something was wrong and wanted to leave. But we discovered that the area within 100 miles was surrounded by resentment. As soon as you step into this place, unless the dark energy is removed, you simply can't leave." After everyone heard this, they were all shocked and could not help exclaiming, "What? We can't get out. Isn't this the bewildering illusion realm?" But these people's words and actions don't seem like illusionary images. Instead, they seem like living people. At this moment, a disciple of the Sunset Realm, CF Fan, burned a talisman in his hand and spoke up. His face was pale, but his tone was extremely grave. A spirit-commanding talisman can only burn in reality. This is not an illusion realm. His words made the other disciples retreat in fear. A few could not hide their terror and hurriedly said, "If we stay here and are killed by monsters, won't we really die? No, I want to go back. I want to go back." Seeing the chaotic scene before him, and CI showed contempt, his voice full of disdain. "Cowards!" Hearing this, CFan immediately flew into a rage. He strode over, grabbed CI by the collar, and shouted, "And CI, what did you say?" And CI was not the least bit intimidated. He knocked CFan's hand away with a scornful expression. "Don't touch me with your filthy hand. What a waste. You call yourself an immortal cultivator, yet you cling to life and fear death like this." CFan refused to back down and argued, "I cultivate immortality in order to ascend and attain the Tao, to live as long as the heavens, not to go die." Hearing this, and CI let out a cold laugh and emphasized each word. A frog at the bottom of a well. Immortal cultivators cultivate precisely to eliminate evil and destroy wickedness. The sword in our hands exists to protect the people beside us and protect the common folk. If everyone clung to life and feared death like you, then what would be the point of cultivating immortality? Since we've already come here, we might as well help this small town eliminate the demon before leaving. And C's righteous words echoed, making everyone around fall silent. At that moment, and CI seemed to radiate a brilliant light. Jiang Yinyan, standing nearby, saw this scene and thought, "The light of the righteous path is shining over such a large area. Could this be the male lead's halo?" However, CF Fan was not convinced at all. He turned and walked away, leaving behind a cold sentence. "If you're so capable, show us. Forgive me for not joining you." CF Fan's words made several other disciples waver too. They whispered among themselves, "I don't want to stay here. A trial is a trial. There's no need to risk my life. I'm leaving too. My cultivation is low. I don't want to throw my life away." Hearing this, and CI merely curled his lips into a cold smile and said, "A bunch of cowards." Just as the atmosphere grew tense, Jiang Yinyan stepped forward and stood between them, loudly mediating. "All right, stop arguing. It's almost dark. Let's find an inn and stay there first. We can slowly discuss the matter of the demons later." Hearing Jiang Yinyan's words, the other disciples also found them reasonable and nodded in agreement. "That's true. We can't leave for the time being anyway." Just then, the old man who had led the way earlier stepped forward again and said, "Immortals, I am familiar with this town. Let me take you to find an inn." Hearing this, Jiang Yinyan smiled brightly, cupped her hands, and thanked him. "Thank you, old sir. Please trouble yourself to lead the way." The old man nodded and slowly led them deeper into the town. Before long, they stopped in front of an old inn. The old man pointed inside and said, "Immortals, this is the place." Tang Miru walked inside. Covering her nose, she frowned in discomfort and thought, "Why is it so dark here? And why does it stink so much, as if something was burned?" Immediately, the male disciples following her gathered around and hurriedly comforted her. "Miss Tang, don't be afraid. I'll protect you." "That's right, Miss Tang. We definitely won't let you get hurt." Hearing this, Tang Miru gave a sweet smile and replied softly, "Thank you, everyone." At this moment, the old man who had led the way spoke up to explain. Clear River Town once had a fire. Many rooms were burned. This one has been repaired. The immortals can stay here. The disciples looked around and began choosing rooms for themselves one after another. Then I'll stay in this room. I'll stay with you. After everyone had finished making arrangements, the old man suddenly reminded them with a serious expression, "Also, please do not go outside casually at night. That demon likes to come out at night and skin people who are alone. Over the past several decades, quite a few people have died at its hands." The old man's words instantly made the air in the inn oppressive and heavy. After Jiang Yinyan heard him, she thought to herself, "Skin people? Could it be a skinning demon?" Jiang Yinyan smiled and said to the old man, "Thank you, old sir. We'll be careful." Then she turned around, and Byuki immediately ran to her side and said, "Nyin, this room is spacious. Let's stay in this room." She nodded and replied, "All right." In the room at night, Jiang Yinyan had just finished washing her hair and was drying it. She sat down on the bed. Seeing in Byuki holding a small bottle, she asked curiously, "Byuki, what is that?" He replied, "Medicine," and brought it closer to her. She was startled and asked, "Byuki, what are you doing?" He said to her, "Applying medicine." During the day, when the formation suddenly appeared in Clear River Town, didn't Nyin fall and hurt her waist? Blushing, she replied, "In no need. It doesn't hurt anymore." Seeing this, he said, "Nyin, you can't be careless and hide an injury. If the wound gets infected, it will be troublesome." When she heard this, she reached out and replied, "Give me the medicine. I'll apply it myself." After Nbuki heard this, he immediately pretended to be pitiful and asked, "There's no need. Nyin and I are clearly already lovers. Why won't you rely on me?" After Jiang Nyin heard Nbuki say this, she blushed and thought, "Lovers. That's right. Byuki and I are already lovers. I shouldn't refuse his closeness. I should take the initiative too." So she lifted the hem of her clothing and said, "Then, Byuki, apply the medicine for me." When Nbuki heard this, he immediately smiled with enthusiasm and replied, then took out some medicine and applied it to her waist. Blushing, she felt ticklish. Nbuki reached out and held her waist, saying, "Nyin, don't move or the medicine will be wasted." She hurriedly said, "But it tickles. I'm afraid of being tickled." He smiled and asked, "Be good, Nyin. Endure it for a little while. All right." Hearing this, she nodded with a blush and replied, After a while, Nbuki bandaged her and said, "Nyin, it's done. I'm going out for a bit. You rest first." After Jiang Nyin heard this, she asked in surprise, "It's so late. What are you going out for?" He replied, "That skinning ghost likes to appear at night. I'm going to meet it and see what it really is." He picked up his sword. Jiang Nyin heard this and stepped over, saying, "I'll go with you. I'm not at ease with you going alone." At this time, outside at night, and C.I. carried his sword and walked along, saying, "Those cowards. We agreed to go out together at night to exorcise the demon, but in the end, every one of them backed out at the last moment. Fine. When I kill the monster and return to claim credit from the Sunset Realm, I'll let them see what courage means." At this moment, the sound of crying rang out. Hearing it, and C.I. thought in surprise, "Is that crying?" He walked over and saw Tang Miru crying. He asked, "Hey, it's nighttime. Why isn't a young lady like you sleeping at home? What are you doing outside?" Tang Miru raised her head. He then asked, "Miss Tang, why are you here?" She replied, I originally wanted to go out with the senior brothers to exorcise the demon. Halfway there, I accidentally got lost and injured my foot. Senior brethren, can you carry me back? I'm very scared by myself." After hearing this, he said, "Climb on," while thinking, "Women are such a bother." Tang Miru climbed onto N's back and replied, "Thank you, senior brother. You're so kind." Carrying Tang Miru, he walked on and thought, "Strange. Why is she so light?" Just then, the sound of dripping water landed on him. Seeing this, he frowned. "Is it raining? Why is it wet?" At this moment, Tang Miru behind him asked, "Senior brother, and do you think I'm beautiful?" He replied, "Aren't all women the same? What's there to call beautiful or not beautiful?" The person behind him replied, "Is that so? Then how about I let senior brother see my true appearance?" After saying this, that person immediately peeled off the skin of her own face. The girl slowly tore away the mask. Beneath that beautiful appearance was a monster. "Senior brother, am I beautiful?" And C.I. was greatly startled. He hurriedly dodged her. "You, what the hell are you?" She curled her lips and replied, "Oh my, He quickly drew his sword and attacked her. "What kind of monster are you, daring to come out here and harm people?" She gave a scornful smile. "Be good. How can little brother be so rude to your big sister? Let big sister give you a kiss to calm you down, all right." And C.I. swung his sword. He shouted, "Kiss your own head." She quickly dodged his sword and laughed softly. Then she widened her eyes and attacked C.I. Then died. And C.I. thought in fear, "It's over. I'm really going to die this time." In this life-and-death moment, Byuki's sword hurriedly flew over. The demoness was blasted far away. Seeing this, and C's face was somewhat horrified. Seeing Byuki appear, he was extremely stunned. "And Byuki, did he save me?" The sword fell to the ground, and the demoness quickly fled. Byuki frowned. "Still want to run?" Nyan hurriedly helped C.I. up. She asked worriedly, "Are you all right?" He replied softly, "I'm fine." She reminded him, "Then go back first. I'll go help Byuki." And C.I. said loudly, "I'll go with you." A moment later, the demoness had reached the lotus pond. She hurriedly ran down. Just as she smiled happily, Byuki's sword appeared in front of her. She quickly changed her appearance in front of Byuki. This was Nyan's face. In disguise, she pretended to be heartbroken and said, "Byuki, do you want to kill me?" Seeing Nyan's face, Byuki wavered slightly. "Sister." Taking advantage of this chance, the demoness dove into the deep river. At the same time, Nyan and C.I. ran over. She called, "Byuki." Nyan asked worriedly, "Byuki, where is that monster?" He replied gloomily, "I let her escape. That monster can conceal her scent at will. She's like a demon, but not a demon, like a ghost, but not a ghost. I've never seen anything like her before." Suddenly, a young man appeared. He said, "That is neither a demon nor a ghost." Hearing the unfamiliar voice, Byuki shouted, "Who's there?" It turned out the voice just now belonged to Song Shi. He replied, "Don't make a move, people of the Central Province. My name is Song Shi. I am also a cultivator participating in this trial." He began to explain, "The skinning fiend you just chased is not a demon. It is a human who, after death, did not enter the underworld. It is a wandering Een spirit, drifting in the mortal world and committing evil." Nyan asked curiously, "How do you know that?" Song Shi smiled and replied, "I happened to read it in a book once, that's all." He added, "The Een spirit has already escaped. It's useless for us to continue staying here. We might as well return to the inn to rest first and discuss it tomorrow." Nyan said to Byuki, "Song Shi is right, Byuki. Let's go back to the inn." He replied softly, "All right." At this moment, and C.I. suddenly interrupted, wait." He blushed and said, and Byuki, thank you for saving me just now. About what happened at the Immortal Alliance conference last time, I apologize to you. I shouldn't have spoken about you like that." Byuki looked displeased. "What exactly are you trying to say?" And C.I. answered hesitantly, "I don't know why, but the feeling you give me is pretty good. You're like an elder brother. The two of us share the same surname too, so why don't I acknowledge you as my brother?" Byuki gave a cold laugh. He spoke with bitterness. "Young master and has such a noble status. You are the young master under heaven, respected by countless people. I could never reach that high." Hearing him say this, and C.I. was extremely saddened. "Actually, I also had an elder brother." Byuki raised his voice. "Elder brother? How ridiculous. How could you have an elder brother?" He frowned and said, "That useless elder brother of yours was born carrying an unlucky fate and died long ago." And C.I. shouted, "Shut up. I won't allow you to speak about him like that." Byuki curled his lips and said, "You don't have to pretend like this." Seeing that his clenched hands were also trembling, Nyan called softly, "Byuki." She said to N.C.I., "This matter cannot be forced. Let it go." Although Byuki was also in Ruaksu's son, the treatment the two brothers received was as different as heaven and earth. In her heart, she thought, Byuki carries resentment in his heart. It's only normal that he doesn't want any connection with them anymore. She held Byuki's hand tightly and left. "Byuki, let's go." Byuki smiled, but unexpectedly, a strange tattoo appeared on his neck. His face was full of scheming. I'll listen to Nyan in everything." A moment later, Nyan and Byuki had returned to their room. She kept yawning, while Byuki seemed rather unusual. Nyan said, "I didn't expect the Een spirit matter to delay us for so long. I'm so sleepy. Byuki, let's rest." Byuki slowly approached and embraced her. Nyan was a little stunned as he pushed her down onto the bed. Blushing, Nyin called Byuki. He drew close to her neck. Byuki said, Nyin, you smell so good. She asked curiously, Byuki, what's wrong with you? Just then, Nyin was utterly shocked when she saw the tattoo on his neck. She quickly tore open his clothes. She saw the tattoo. Nyin was utterly stunned. What was this tattoo? Byuki was trying to get closer to Nyin. He wanted Nyin. Nyin thought. His condition suddenly became like this. Could it be related to this tattoo? And Byuki gripped her hand tightly. He quickly bit down on Ninyin's neck. She cried out in pain, Byuki, let go. Were you reincarnated from a puppy? You're about to bite a chunk out of me. And Byuki softly called, Nyin. She answered worriedly, Byuki. But unexpectedly, he had already fallen asleep. Nyin continued calling, and Byuki. The tattoo on his chest gradually disappeared. She thought the tattoo is gone. Nyin blushed. This blockhead. After doing that, he just rolls over and sleeps like a log. She gently covered Byuki with the blanket. Nyin was extremely worried. That tattoo did not look like anything good. It had to suck someone's blood before it would disappear. Early the next morning, and Byuki's trembling hands touched the wound on Ninyin's neck. His heart was filled with grief. Why? I actually went mad and bit Nyin. I truly deserve to die. Nyin narrowed her eyes slightly and murmured. She rubbed her eyes and asked, Byuki, you're awake? His face was full of sorrow. Milimetrov, Nyan, I'm sorry. I lost control last night. She looked at him and said, what exactly happened to you last night? And that tattoo on your chest, why have I never seen it before? He was very upset. Last night, I wasn't very clear-headed. I only felt that the scent on Ninyin's body was intoxicating. So, he quickly hugged her. Nyan, I'm sorry. I hurt you. Nyin hugged him and said, it's all right. This wound isn't deep. It'll heal quickly. She thought, when we return to the Sunset Realm, I must ask Shun Kuei to examine Byuki and see whether he is ill. And Byuki asked curiously, does this spot on Nyin still hurt? Nyin blushed. She gently pushed him away and replied, it doesn't hurt anymore. Be good. Let's get up and have breakfast. Byuki obediently answered, A while later, at the tavern, several young men were whispering among themselves. Today I heard that those dozens of cultivators who wanted to leave all died overnight. Really, dozens of corpses floated up on the lake. They were fished out this morning. How could that be false? Hearing them say this, Nyin pondered, that's not right. Wasn't the original plot of the bewildering illusion realm supposed to be adult-rated? How did it turn into a murder case? At this moment, Songshur appeared carrying a bowl of rice. Miss Jiang, may I sit here? And Byuki asked with a frown, what do you want? He quickly hugged Nyin. Songshur said, why so nervous? I have no time to bother with you. He said thoughtfully, regarding last night's seen spirit, I found a few new clues. Nyin was somewhat surprised. What clues? Songshur said softly, after I returned last night, I suddenly remembered that I once read an ancient book. It recorded information about the spirit species of Clear River Town. Songshur slowly explained. It turned out that 100 years ago, an ancient ghoul clan had lived in Clear River Town. The ghoul people liked cool, shady places and loved water. The skin of a ghoul was an extremely rare treasure. Not only could it be eaten and its meridians used to increase cultivation, it could also be used for disguise and to conceal one's aura. Byuki thought, disguise and conceal one's aura? Could the Een spirit that escaped last night be one of the ghoul people? And I cut in. If the ghoul people are that powerful, why did this place become a town where humans live? Songshur said softly, the ghoul people have a fatal weakness. They fear spiritual fire. The town elder said before that Clear River Town once suffered a fire disaster, and many houses were burned down. Thinking it through carefully, I suspect something happened. He raised his index finger and continued, 100 years ago, the ghoul people lived here. Later, someone coveted their skin, so they thought of a way to use fire to kill them, skin them, and use their flesh to eat or wear. Hearing this, and I wanted to vomit 100 times. Songshur took out a talisman. The skinning ghost incident in town may be an act of revenge by the ghoul people. This is a pursuit talisman I drew according to the method in the ancient book. It can only locate the direction where they are hiding. The urgent matter now is to find them, then use fire talismans to eliminate them. Only then will the resentment in town disperse. Otherwise, we will be trapped here forever. The talisman slowly floated up. Suddenly, it struck Yin Yin, leaving her stunned. Seeing this, the guests stared at her. Miss Jiang is one of the ghoul people. Jiang Yin Yin looked at the talisman in her hand and asked, "Is there something wrong with this talisman? How could I be a ghost?" The other disciples immediately backed away, and Buki snatched the talisman and turned toward a disciple, demanding an explanation. That disciple took the talisman and said, "If I remember correctly, this is indeed the talisman I made according to the method in the ancient book." At this moment, Tang Miru, who was beside them, spoke up. "Oh my, if this talisman only sticks to Miss Jiang, then the person who secretly changed the array formation and brought us to Clear River Town before, wasn't that Miss Jiang too?" And Buki glanced at her and said, "Shut up." Tang Miru continued, "Songshur has already said there's nothing wrong with this talisman. Besides, everyone saw with their own eyes that the talisman stuck to Jiang Yinyan. You're protecting her. Do you want all of us to be buried here with her? I don't want to stay here at all." Seeing her cry, the other disciples hurriedly gathered around to comfort her. "Miss Tang, don't cry. This isn't your fault. That's right. I already thought there was something wrong with Jiang Yinyan. Look at the people around her. What does she bewitch them into?" Then they drew their swords and advanced toward Nbuki, saying, "Nbuki, if you keep protecting Jiang Yinyan, don't blame us for being rude." Seeing this, someone hurriedly explained, "Hey, Miss Jiang saved us from the ghost before. She absolutely cannot be a ghost. There must be some misunderstanding here." Suddenly, Nbuki pulled Jiang Yinyan over. He held her in his arms and said, "I am protecting her. What do you do to me? All of you together are still no match for me. If you don't believe it, try." They looked at one another and said, "This." At this moment, Tang Miru was still crying as she asked, "Buki, why are you so unreasonable?" He glanced at her coldly and said, "Don't call me that. We're not close." Seeing everyone arguing, Songshur spoke up, "Enough. Miss Tang, can you stop crying? Your crying is annoying." Tang Miru was startled when she heard this and said, Songshur stood up and said, "Everyone calm down. I know what happened. Last night, Miss Jiang and I pursued the ghost trail together. Perhaps Miss Jiang was contaminated by the other party's aura, which caused the talisman to misjudge. Now I will add more spiritual power to the talisman. This time, I guarantee there will be no mistake." Thus, Songshur gathered spiritual power into the talisman and shouted, "Go." The talisman immediately flew away. Songshur shouted, "Hurry and follow it." They immediately ran outside and followed the talisman. Jiang Yinyan smiled and said, "Buki, let's go too. Let's follow and take a look." Suddenly, he tightly grabbed her hand, pulled her down to sit, and said, "Yin, those people misunderstood you just now, and you still want to go help them?" Jiang Yinyan then said, "They were only anxious for a moment. Instead, it's you. Why are you so certain I'm innocent?" He leaned into her arms and said, "Whether Yin is right or wrong, good or bad, I will protect you unconditionally." She replied, "If you do that, aren't you worried others will misunderstand? They'll say you're unreasonable." He ignored the world and said, "To me, those things don't matter. In my heart, there is only Yin. Yin is my reason." Hearing him say this, Jiang Yinyan blushed and hugged him. She thought, "Damn Buki, I've been defeated again." At this moment, Songshur chased after the talisman, pointed at a lake, and said, "As expected, it's here. The ghost is hiding in this lake. Everyone, activate the fire-spitting talismans on you. Form an array together and kill it." They immediately took out their talismans and answered, "All right." Suddenly, at this moment, Tang Miru crouched beside the lake and said, "This lotus is actually blue. How strange." Songshur shouted, "Don't pick it," but she had already plucked the flower. After hearing Songshur, she asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Songshur explained, "This flower is called Golden Bell Congealed Emerald. It is specifically used to seal ghosts. Now you have destroyed the seal." The ghost in the lake immediately broke through. After hearing this, she was so frightened that she dropped the flower and asked, How could this be?" Sure enough, at this moment, the sky turned pitch black. Songshur replied, "It's here, from beneath the lake." A horde of ghosts immediately surged upward, their resentful wails filling the sky. Everyone shouted, "Hurry! Use the fire-spitting talismans." A series of talismans flew toward the ghosts, making them shriek. Another group of ghosts attacked, and Byuki immediately took up his sword, cut them down, and said, "Nyin Nyin, be careful. There are quite a lot of Een spirits." He handed her a stack of talismans. She asked, "Byuki, what is this?" He replied, "These fire-spitting talismans are for Nyin Nyin to keep for self-defense. I can protect myself." Suddenly, a scream rang out, and Byuki glanced over and saw that Tang Miru was being dragged into the water by the ghosts. She shouted, "Save me! Hurry and save me, Byuki!" Immediately, a disciple rushed over, swung his sword to cut off the ghostly hands, supported Tang Miru, and said, "Miss Tang, don't cry. Calm down a little. We need to leave here quickly." Before he could finish speaking, a ghost immediately stretched out its hand and pierced through his chest, causing him to cry out. Another disciple ran over and pulled Tang Miru away, saying, "Miss Tang, hurry and go. Otherwise, it will be too late." She was still shouting, "No, I'm not leaving. He died because he saved me. I have to take him with me." Seeing this, Jiang Yinyin immediately pulled in Byuki to the side and frowned, thinking, "Don't get close to the female lead. You'll become unlucky. With her physique, whoever helps her will suffer misfortune." And Byuki stood in front of Jiang Yinyin and said, "The resentment of these ghost souls is too heavy. With our cultivation, we cannot kill them. Nyin Yin, everyone, find an opportunity to leave first. I'll stay behind and deal with them." Jiang Yinyin panicked and said, "No, leaving you here alone is too dangerous." He said to her, "Nyin Yin, listen to me. You go first." "I will," she immediately shouted. "And Byuki, I raised you from childhood to adulthood, not so that when danger comes, you use your body to protect me. We can fight together. Byuki, don't leave me alone, all right?" She hugged in Byuki's waist tightly and cried loudly. Hearing this, his heart ached. He called, "Nyin Yin." He looked at the tears on her face. He thought, the only person in this world I want to protect and want to possess is Nyin Yin alone. If Nyin Yin wants it this way, he lifted her face, wiped the tears from it, and said, "All right." After that, the two of them fought the ghosts together. At this moment, Tang Miru was still hugging the disciple and crying loudly. The disciple said, "Miss Tang, stop crying for now. The dead cannot return to life. The important thing now is to deal with the wandering spirits." On this side, Jiang Yinyin was still attacking the ghosts. Seeing this, the other disciples praised her. "I truly didn't expect Miss Jiang to have such courage. She isn't afraid of death at all. That's right. We even misunderstood her as a wandering spirit before. How shameful." Tang Miru was startled when she heard them praise Jiang Yinyin. She gritted her teeth and thought, "I was too scared just now, so I lost my halo. If she can fight wandering spirits, then I can too." She immediately pushed the disciple away and said, "Let go of me." Then she took up her sword and rushed forward. He called out, "Miss Tang, stop." On this side, Jiang Yinyin was being surrounded by two female ghosts, and Byuki cried out in panic, "Nyin Yin, be careful." Jiang Yinyin had just turned around when she saw a wandering spirit attacking her from behind. Dang! Miru saw this and smiled smugly to herself. Isn't it just killing a wandering spirit? I could do it too. But her sword strike went crooked and cut Jiang Yinyin's arm. It made her cry out in pain, and she dropped her sword. She clutched her arm and said, "It hurts." Fresh blood flowed from her hand, making the resentful spirits even more frenzied. Blood, the smell of blood. They surged up from beneath the water again and surrounded Jiang Yinyin. Seeing this, she was startled and thought, "Oh no." She picked up her sword, about to attack them. At this moment, Byuki ran over, grabbed her hand, and called, "Nyin Yin." Then he shouted, "And C.I." And C.I. had just turned his head when he saw Byuki push her toward him and say, "Catch her." And C.I. immediately caught Jiang Yinyin and asked, "Are you all right?" Jiang Yinyin was startled. She raised her head and looked ahead. When she saw Byuki surrounded by the ghosts, she shouted, "Don't, don't." Meanwhile, he thought, "This is good. Nyin Yin is safe now." Then he smiled and let the ghost drag him down. Jiang Yinyin cried loudly, "Let go of me. I have to save Byuki. I have to save him." And C.I. hurriedly said, "Miss Jiang, calm down, brother," and was dragged into the lake by the wandering spirits. "I'm afraid now he's already." Meanwhile, Tang Miru fearfully dropped her sword. She retreated and said, I didn't do it on purpose. I only wanted to kill the wandering spirit. I really didn't expect to harm him." Jiang Yinyin pushed C.I. away and walked toward Tang Miru. Through gritted teeth, she called, "Tang Miru, Then she immediately slapped her hard. After being hit by Jiang Yinyan, Tang Miru clutched her face and asked shakily, "You dare hit me?" Jiang Yinyan said loudly, "I hit you, so what?" Tang Miru, if you weren't so stupid, Byuki would never have been dragged into the lake by those Yin spirits, and his life and death wouldn't be unknown. And CI grabbed Tang Miru's collar and cursed, "Miss Jiang is right. If you hadn't idly gone to pick that lotus, the Yin spirits wouldn't have gone out of control. If it hadn't been to protect you, those cultivators wouldn't have died. If you hadn't overestimated yourself and insisted on fighting the Yin spirits, brother, and wouldn't have fallen into the lake." Tang Miru cried loudly and said, "I only meant well and wanted to help. Why are you being so fierce to me? I didn't want things to turn out like this either. I feel terrible too." Two disciples immediately came over to comfort her and said, "And see, Miss Tang didn't do it on purpose. Her good intentions only cause trouble. That's right, the dead cannot return to life. The urgent matter now is to deal with those Yin spirits." And CI angrily cursed, "Cry, cry. All you know how to do is cry. Do you believe I'll throw you down there right now and let you taste what it feels like to be torn apart by Yin spirits?" Just then, the sound of water rang out. Everyone cried out in panic, "Oh no!" Miss Jiang jumped into the lake, and CI was startled and ran toward the lake, calling, "Miss Jiang! Miss Jiang!" At this moment, Jiang Yinyan plunged into the lake. "Byuki, where are you, Byuki?" She began chanting an incantation, surrounding herself with a barrier, and thought, "Byuki is so afraid of the cold. How can I let him be here alone? No matter what, I must bring him back." She was shocked and said, "This is a Yin spirit." Jiang Yinyan swam after the Yin spirit and thought, "Yin spirits will be lured by blood. If I follow it, I will definitely find Byuki." She swam deeper and heard the Yin spirits screaming, "No, don't! Let go of me! Let go of me!" Those Yin spirits were being sucked into Byuki's body, screaming miserably one after another. A red array formation appeared on Byuki's body. Seeing this, Jiang Yinyan thought in shock, "Is Byuki devouring souls? How is that possible?" Those Yin spirits condensed into a sword. Then the sword gradually dissipated, and Byuki also furrowed his brow. Jiang Yinyan shouted, "Byuki, Byuki, I've come to bring you home." She went forward, hugged him, and said, "I'm sorry. I made you stay alone for so long." At this moment, Byuki suddenly opened his eyes and reached out to tightly seize Jiang Yinyan's throat. Jiang Yinyan was startled and asked, "Byuki, what's wrong with you?" And Byuki looked at her, remained silent for a while, then moved closer, opened his mouth, and bit her neck. She thought, "It hurts." Byuki's current state is exactly the same as that night at the inn. What exactly is going on? Jiang Yinyan struggled and shouted, "Byuki, hurry and let go. I can't breathe anymore." And Byuki said, "Blood. I want blood." She covered her neck and leaned in. With tears falling, she kissed his lips and thought, "Byuki, I'm begging you, wake up." And Byuki suddenly came to his senses and called, "Nyin, Nyin." Seeing that he had regained consciousness, Jiang Yinyan smiled and said, "Byuki, you finally woke up." Then she collapsed weakly against him. Seeing this, Byuki's heart ached. Suddenly, he noticed a bite mark on her neck and thought, "Did I bite this? Was it like last time when I lost control?" He reached out and said to her, "I'm sorry, Nyin. Just now I lost consciousness. I didn't mean to hurt you." But she immediately moved away from him. Seeing this, he was startled and thought, "Nyin is afraid of me." He immediately reached out and hugged her into his arms, calling, "Nyin, don't be afraid of me, all right?" He thought, "Because of my ominous fate, everyone has feared me since I was young. They humiliated me and stayed away from me. Only Nyin is sincere to me." And Byuki shed tears as he cried and said, "I'm not a monster. I don't know why I became like this either. But don't be afraid of me. Don't abandon me. Nyin, I can't be without you." Jiang Yinyan came back to herself at this moment and thought, "I'm so dizzy." Seeing that he was crying, she asked worriedly, "Byuki, what's wrong?" And Byuki asked, "Nyin, do you think I'm a monster? Are you afraid of me? So you don't want me anymore?" She smiled and explained, "Just now I was dizzy because I lacked air. I didn't hear clearly what you said. Don't overthink it." She reached out to wipe away his tears and said, "If I truly thought you were a monster, I wouldn't have risked my life jumping into the river to find you." Hearing this, he hurriedly hugged her tightly and clung to her, crying, "Nyin." She hurriedly said, "All right, the water avoidance barrier has a time limit. Let's go up first." He nodded in agreement, extremely happy. At this moment, by the riverbank, the water surged. Everyone said in panic, "Look quickly. What's happening to the lake?" And CI said, "A cultivator has advanced in level. Suddenly, a wave of power sent Tang Miru flying. She fell to the ground and coughed up blood. A disciple immediately said worriedly, "Miss Tang." At this moment, from beneath the lake's surface, Buki appeared above the water, holding Jiang Yinyan in his arms, carrying his crimson sword. Everyone immediately surrounded them and said, "Miss Jiang, young masterin, you're back. That's wonderful. You're both safe and sound." And Ci immediately rushed over to Nbuki, hugged him, and said, "Brotherin, you're all right." "That's wonderful," he said angrily. "I'm obsessed with cleanliness. Stay away from me." At this moment, Song Shi stepped forward and said, "You were dragged into the river by so many ghosts yet still managed to come back alive. Your cultivation even rose by 2 levels. This is truly a blessing in disguise. Did you find this sword at the bottom of the river?" After Nbuki heard this, he picked up the sword. He frowned and thought. Then the sword vanished, and Ci asked in surprise, "Brother and sword disappeared?" Song Shi replied, "That is how it should be. The weapons used by cultivators in this world, even if they possess spirituality, are still created by people. But Brother and sword is formed from will itself. Its killing power is probably much stronger than ordinary weapons." Hearing this, and Ci became even more excited. "Amazing." As expected of Brother N, Song Shi continued asking, "So what happened to you down in the river? Since you returned safely, the ghosts must have been defeated by you." After hearing Song Shi, Jiang Yinyan became worried. "Buki's constitution is abnormal. I can't say that the ghosts were swallowed by him. Otherwise, it will be disadvantageous to him." And Buki then said, "There are some things that are inconvenient to say, but the ghosts have disappeared completely. One escaped." Everyone asked in shock, "What? One actually escaped? Where did it go?" "The ghost is too dangerous. We can't ignore it. We must kill it quickly." Hearing everyone say this, and Ci hurriedly said, "All right, everyone, don't be anxious. The urgent matter now is to deal with the ghost. We can talk about everything else later. Song Shi, why don't you use a talisman to search?" He nodded and replied, "All right." He gathered spiritual power into the talisman. The talisman flew away. He pointed in the direction of the talisman and said, "This way." They immediately chased after it. Behind them, a disciple asked, "What should we do about Miss Tang?" And Ci said with disgust, "In any case, I'm not carrying her. Whoever among you wants to carry her can do it." At this moment, Nbuki was about to follow and said, "Nyin Yin, let's go too." Suddenly, she hugged him from behind and said, "Buki, wait." He was startled and turned around, only to see Jiang Yinyan lean forward and kiss his cheek. She said, "Thank you." Seeing this, Nbuki blushed and asked shyly, "Nyin?" She smiled and said, "Thank you for risking your life to save me. Thank you for still being by my side." She looked at him with tears in her eyes and thought, "When Buki was dragged into the river by the ghosts, I almost thought we would be separated by life and death. Now, seeing him safe and sound, standing beside me, I feel overwhelmingly moved." And Buki immediately hugged her, lowered his head, and kissed her lips. Then he moved down to her neck and asked, "How does Nyin plan to repay this life-saving grace?" She asked in surprise, "Repay?" And Buki took the opportunity to smile and ask, "Nyin hasn't thought it through yet? Then I'll give you a hint." He leaned close to her ear and whispered, "For example, a life-saving grace can be repaid with your body." After hearing this, she shyly leaned against his shoulder and said, I agree." Song Shi's group led the way, following the mark of the tracking talisman to a secluded thatched house at the edge of Clear River Town. The house was old, its roof tiles stained by time. Cracked walls covered in patches of green moss formed a gloomy, cold, and chilling scene. Wind blew through the gaps in the door, making faint whistling sounds, as if the place had been abandoned for a long time. Song Shi stepped forward, pointed at the house, and said, "The tracking talisman stopped here. The soul may be hiding inside." And Ci frowned, looked at the half-closed door, his expression pensive, then decisively said, "Let's go. We'll go inside and take a look." After saying that, he stepped forward and pushed the door open forcefully, making it let out an eerie creak. The moment the door opened, a thick black miasma surged out from inside, carrying a foul, fishy stench. And Ci instinctively stepped back and warned everyone to be careful. The disciples quickly raised their hands to cover their noses, avoiding breathing in the poisonous air. And Buki looked worriedly at Jiang Yinyin and asked softly, Yinyin? Jiang Yinyin calmly shook her head and answered simply, I'm fine. Just then, from deep inside the thatched house, a black shadow suddenly shot out at terrifying speed. Before anyone could react, it had already rushed up and clamped its hand tightly around Nsi's neck. He struggled violently, gripping the ghost's ice-cold arm with both hands, trying to shout, Let go of me! Let go of me! The disciples around them were startled, and someone cried out, Nci? The ghost curved its lips into a chilling smile. Its eyes glowed crimson like two ghostly flames in the darkness. Its hoarse voice rang out, full of smug satisfaction. You finally came. When Buki and Jiang Yinyin saw the ghost's face clearly, they could not help being shocked. Jiang Yinyin murmured in a low voice, Isn't this the skinning ghost we met on the street that day? The ghost coldly swept its gaze over the disciples, then continued in a voice filled with resentment. Where's Nruaksu? Tell him to come out at once, or I will tear his son apart. As soon as it finished speaking, it raised its sharp nails and drew a long gash across Nsi's face, making him frown in pain. A thought flashed through Nsi's mind. Does this monster know father? When the other disciples heard the ghost's words, they immediately began whispering among themselves. And Nruaksu? Does this Een spirit want to seek revenge on sect leader? And that's impossible. Sect leader and is in the Sunset Realm. How could he be connected to what happened in Clear River Town? Jiang Yinyin stepped forward and tried to remain calm. In a composed yet sharp tone, she asked, Miss, could there be some misunderstanding between you and the sect leader? Hearing this, the ghost threw back its head and laughed loudly. Its hoarse laughter carried heavy resentment. A misunderstanding? 100 years ago, Nruaksu led people here and slaughtered my entire family. He stripped off their skin, flesh, and bones. He tortured them, and you call that a misunderstanding? And Ci angrily shouted, You're lying. My father is the sect leader of the Sunset Realm. His character has always been upright and honorable. He could never have done something like that. The ghost tightened its grip around Nsi's neck. Its eyes blazed red as though they wanted to burn him to ashes. It gritted out each word. Shut up. And Ci was being choked until he could barely breathe. The ghost said furiously, You people of the immortal sex are all beasts wearing human skin, your hands stained with the fresh blood of countless others. Seeing this, the other disciples immediately drew their swords and rushed forward, shouting, Let him go. The ghost sneered. The resentment around it erupted violently, forming a sharp surge of black energy that blasted the disciples far away. It turned to look at Nci, raised its sharp claws, and roared, Nruaksu, aren't you a righteous, immortal cultivator who eliminates demons and evil spirits? Why have I killed so many people, yet you still refuse to come find me? After saying that, it used its resentment to attack the disciples, then turned back toward Nci, lifting its nails as it cursed. If you still won't come out, I'll make your son be buried with you. The father's debt will be paid by the son. Nci was terrified, his heart filling with overwhelming panic. Just then, a sword light flashed. The ghost let out a furious scream and collapsed to the ground. Its resentment slowly dispersed. Only then did Buki walk over and ask, Were you frightened? And Ci hurriedly explained, No, I wasn't. The evil ghost had been seriously wounded and fallen to the ground, but it was not dead yet. It was still cursing Nruaksu. You shameless, despicable villain. I curse you to never know peace, to be cast down into the 18 levels of hell. Then it stretched out a hand toward Songshur and said, Little fish. Songshur looked at it with pity in his eyes. Seeing this, Buki looked at Songshur in suspicion. Songshur turned around and said, Its soul has already dissipated. The resentment outside Clear River Town has also dispersed. We can leave now. Suddenly, Nci spoke, his expression grave. Wait, there's still many things that haven't been clarified. Can we use the soul-scouring technique on her? The disciples were all shocked. The soul-scouring technique? Nci replied with a determined gaze. I don't believe my father would do something so cruel as murder and destroy another person's entire family. The soul-scouring technique can find her memories. It will definitely be able to prove my father's innocence. Songshur looked around, his gaze contemplative, then said in a low voice, "But the condition for using the soul-scouring technique is that one must have reached the void refinement stage. Among us, the only person who has reached void refinement is..." Then Songshur lifted his eyes and looked toward Nbyuki. A silence enveloped everyone. The disciples looked at one another, none of them daring to speak. And C.I. said, "Big brotherin." Jiang Yinyan also looked toward him and said, "Byuki." And C.I. stood at the side, complex emotions rising in his heart. He thought to himself, forget it. He hates me so much. He definitely won't help. Thinking this, and C.I. turned and walked away. His face deliberately tried to appear indifferent, but his heart was filled with disappointment. Just then, Nbyuki's voice rang out from behind him, cold and indifferent, yet making his heart tighten. "Stop. Didn't you want the soul-scouring technique? Where are you going?" And C.I. froze. His eyes lit up with hope, and he turned around, running quickly to Nbyuki. Without hesitation, he hugged his elder brother tightly and said joyfully, "Big brotherin, thank you." Nbyuki was slightly surprised by this sudden action, but he still maintained a calm expression. He pulled N's hand away. He walked over to the ghost's body, lying motionless on the ground, and placed his hand gently on its forehead. A stream of silver-white spiritual energy spread out from his hand, enveloping the ghost's body. Nbyuki closed his eyes and softly chanted an incantation. A moment later, the ghost's memories from 100 years ago gradually appeared like hazy scenes from a film. The surroundings changed. A small village by a river appeared, with mountains around the village rising and falling amid faint mist. By the riverbank, a child of about 7 or 8 sat curled up, hugging his knees tightly with both hands. Tears silently streamed down his small face. His reddened eyes stared down at the water, where the reflection of a lonely child appeared. The malicious gossip of adults passing by rang in his ears. Wargul clan fears most is fire. Tell me, why did such a great family have to be burned to the ground? Wasn't it all because of this jinx? As soon as he was born, he brought death to his mother. Later, he caused the deaths of more than a dozen people in the family. He really is unlucky. Hurry, let's go. Stay farther away from him. Hearing those words, the child lowered his head even more. He looked at the surface of the lake before him, his eyes filled with confusion and pain. There was only one thought in his heart. Everyone dislikes me. Why am I even alive in this world? At this moment, Shinsusu walked over and patted the child's shoulder, asking, "Little fish, are you hiding here, crying again?" The child cried out happily, "Sister Susu." Then he burst into sobs, tears pouring out endlessly as all the grievances he had suppressed for so long finally found release. "I'm not a jinx. I didn't curse mother to death. I didn't. The young woman comforted the child with a gentle voice. "All right, stop crying. If you keep crying, you'll look like a little kitten. Who hit you and left that wound on your face?" The child hurriedly wiped his tears and answered in a tiny voice, "It was Zhang Dahu and Li Gooden. They told me to crawl through their legs and bark like a dog, and they even kicked my head." After hearing this, Shun Susu said angrily, "Them again. I clearly spoke to their mothers already and told them to discipline their children properly." The child asked, "Sister Susu, do you think I'm useless? Every time Zhang Dahu and Li Gooden bully me, I only know how to hide here and cry. I don't dare to do anything at all." The young woman sighed softly. She bent down and wiped away the tears still clinging to the child's face, then spoke in a voice that was both gentle and serious. "That's not true, little fish. You must know that courage is only a momentary impulse. Kindness is always a difficult choice. A kind heart is always harder to come by than courage. I hope that in the future, you could become a kind person." Hearing these words, the child widened his eyes and looked straight at the young woman, as though wanting to remember every word she said. That was the moment when the first seeds of kindness were planted in his young soul. The child raised his tear-filled eyes to look at Shun Susu, and a smile returned to his small face. He cried out joyfully, "Sister Susu, thank you." Shun Susu gently rubbed the child's head, her eyes warm as though she wanted to dispel all the sorrow in his heart. She took a chicken drumstick from her sleeve, handed it to the child, and said affectionately, "You've been hiding here alone, crying for so long. You must be hungry, right? Here, this is for you." The child stared at the drumstick with round eyes, his gaze lighting up as though he had received the most precious gift in the world. He held the drumstick with both hands and said emotionally, "Sister Susu, in this world, Only you treat me well. When I grow up, I'll definitely repay you properly. Shinsusu laughed, rubbed the child's head once more, and said, I don't care about being repaid or not. Hurry up and eat. If the drumstick gets cold, it won't taste good anymore. The child immediately nodded and replied, From then on, Shinsusu had a little tail following behind her. Wherever she went, that little fish followed. Some villagers could not stand it and came to advise her against it, but Shinsusu sent them all away one by one. At that time, a girl ran over and said to Shinsusu, Sister Susu, why are you bothering with someone like him? If you let him cling to you, be careful that he curses you to death too. Hearing this, the child hurriedly hid behind Shinsusu, his face full of fear and grievance. Shinsusu only smiled faintly and replied gently, No, he won't. Our little fish is very good. As they spent more time together, their bond grew deeper and deeper, just like that of real siblings. Once, after being bullied by a group of older children, the child ran crying to find Shinsusu. Looking at the bruises on his face, she held him in her arms and said gently, Little fish, don't listen to what they say. Come, I'll take you to buy some pastries. The child immediately wiped away his tears and cried out happily, Thank you, Sister Susu. Unfortunately, good times did not last. A group of immortal cultivators stormed into Clear River Town. They killed anyone they saw and skinned people alive with extreme cruelty. At that time, the people of Clear River Town were slaughtered and miserable screams rang out everywhere. Please don't kill me. It hurts so much. My skin, my skin. Blood stained the ground red. Terrifying scenes unfolded right before their eyes. On an open patch of ground outside the town, Shinsusu tightly held the child's hand. She hurriedly dragged him along as they fled. She looked back anxiously and urged, Little fish, hurry, run a little faster. The child was drenched in sweat, his legs trembling nonstop. As he ran, he panted and said weakly, Sister Susu, I can't run anymore. At that moment, a fierce shout sounded behind them. She's up ahead. Chase her. Whoever catches her gets her skin. Hurry, don't let her get away. Hearing this, Shinsusu immediately pulled the child into a nearby thicket. The sword-wielding group swept past. Seeing this, Shinsusu whispered to Little Fish, Stay underwater. Don't make a sound. No matter what you hear or what you see, don't come out. Do you understand? The child hugged her tightly in terror, tears streaming down as he choked out loudly. No, I don't want to leave Sister Susu. Shinsusu bit her lip, desperately holding back the pain in her heart. She gently wiped away the child's tears and said decisively, Be good. Listen to me. Then she used all her strength to push the child into the lake. The child struggled and cried out in despair. No, Sister Susu. That cry made Shinsusu feel as though her heart were being torn apart, but she had no other choice. At that moment, the pursuers found her. The leader shouted, She's over there. They rushed over like a storm of sand and stones. Shinsusu fell to the ground, and Ruaksu led the group forward, his expression cold and cruel. He ordered Go, skin her. Shinsusu was grabbed by the hair and dragged up, screaming in pain. She shouted, Even beasts would never skin living people. How can you bring yourselves to do such a thing? The person skinning her curled his lips into a contemptuous smile, his voice full of malice. You think you're worthy of calling yourselves people? We are far more noble than you. Zhao Shang, the lord of Buzhou City and Zhao Aming's father, stood beside them and witnessed the scene. Seeing that the situation seemed to be going too far, he said worriedly in a low voice to Ruaksu, the leader of the cultivators, And Ruaksu, if we do this and the sect leader and people from the other sects find out. And Ruaksu replied coldly, Then don't let the information get out. The skins of these people are enough for the two of us to directly advance in cultivation. If we share with too many people, the portion we receive will become even smaller. We might as well kill everyone else. Zhao Shang said worriedly, and Ruaksu immediately folded his arms coldly and laughed in disdain. Relax. They're all at the golden core stage. As someone at the soul formation stage, could I really fail to kill them? When the time comes, we'll add another fire and burn this place to the ground, destroying the corpses and erasing the evidence. No one will know about this. Once my cultivation succeeds and I obtain the position of sect leader, I won't forget your share. Hearing this, Zhao Shang finally nodded in agreement. He let out a sigh and replied, Fine, I'll listen to you. Just then, One of Ruaksu's underlings stepped forward and respectfully reported, "Senior Brother Duan, the skin has been removed." And Ruaksu glanced at the mutilated corpse before him and coldly ordered, "Use fire to burn this place down. The rest of you go into town and see if any fish slipped through the net." The disciples answered in unison, "Yes." Then they immediately burned all of Clear River Town in a sea of flames. Amid the towering flames and rolling black smoke, Songshur crawled out of the water, his face soaked and covered in mud. The little boy searched around in panic. Then, when he saw Shun Susu lying motionless on the ground, he shouted, "Sister Susu, Sister Susu." Songshur rushed to Shin Susu's side and shook her hard, his voice choked. "Sister Susu, wake up!" Shin Susu slowly opened her eyes. Her strength was exhausted, and her breathing was weak. She forced a gentle smile, her voice broken. "Little fish, hurry, run!" Songshur burst into tears. Tears fell like rain as he tightly gripped Shin Susu's hand and shook his head wildly. "Sister Susu, don't die. I don't want to leave you." She said, "Don't cry." Shin Susu wanted to raise her hand to wipe Songshur's tears away, but she had no strength left. Her hand fell halfway. With one final faint smile on her lips, she closed her eyes. Her last breath disappeared amid the smoke and flames filling the sky. Songshur wailed in anguish, his cries echoing among the raging fire. "Sister Susu, Sister Susu." The memory stopped there. In that heavy silence, Jiang Yin could not hold back her tears and said in a choked voice, "So this was her clan's past? It's too tragic." And C.I. trembled, unable to believe what he had just witnessed. He clutched his head tightly, his voice full of despair and pain. "If that's true, then my father really did those things." He held his head and asked, "Why? Why? Why did it have to be my father?" And C.I. angrily punched the ground and said, "He did something so utterly devoid of conscience. After we go back, how am I supposed to face him?" The other disciples also began talking among themselves. "Then what should we do now? Return to the Sunset Realm and expose in Ruaksu? But in Ruaksu is the sect leader. The others probably won't believe us, right?" While everyone was bewildered, Songshur stepped forward and said seriously, "Everyone, going back now would be no different from walking straight into a trap. A person like in Ruaksu would absolutely never allow anyone who knows this secret to remain alive. So I've already sealed Shin Susu's memories into a recording stone. Now, we should leave this place first. Later, we can expose Ruaksu's crimes. Let the 100 immortal sects punish scum like him." Hearing this, everyone seemed to come back to their senses and immediately replied eagerly, "All right." Just as everyone was preparing to leave, and Buki suddenly stood up and said sternly, "Wait." Songshur turned back and frowned. "What is it?" And Buki stepped forward, his sharp gaze fixed straight on Songshur, then slowly said, "There is one thing I want to confirm with you. Songshur, should I call you Shinyu or Little Fish?" Songshur pointed at himself, raised an eyebrow, and asked mockingly, "Me? Little Fish? Shinyu?" And Buki, your imagination is truly rich. The people around them also chimed in. "And Buki, are you possessed? Those three people couldn't possibly be connected, even if you beat them to death." "Exactly. Floating Splendor Sage Lord Shinkue is in the Sunset Realm. How could he appear here?" And Buki did not waver at all. His cold gaze seemed to see through everything. "At first, when I saw Little Fish in Shun Susu's memories, I already thought he looked quite similar to Shun Kue. Perhaps that was a coincidence. Shin Susu, Little Fish, Sen Kui. Don't you all think these names are connected? If I remember correctly, 8 years ago, when he was honored as Floating Splendor Sage Lord, he once had the nickname Little Fish. Although this happened long ago, if one were willing to investigate in the Sunset Realm, one could still find a few clues." Songshur remained silent for a long while, then folded his arms and smiled faintly, replying calmly, "Even if what you say makes sense, that only proves Little Fish and Shankue look somewhat alike. What does that have to do with me, Songshur?" And Buki curled his lips into a smile. He walked closer to Songshur, his voice full of provocation. "Before Shinsusu died, she looked at you. When she called out Little Fish, she was speaking to you." Hearing this, Songshur's expression shifted slightly, and a hint of vigilance flashed through his eyes. And Buki continued his attack, with sharp words. "After we arrived in Clear River Town, we repeatedly encountered demons, ghosts, and supernatural events. All of it was orchestrated by you. You disguised yourself as a cultivator, Songshur, and used the Talisman Guardian sect to lead us into investigating these matters until the truth of your clan's destruction was revealed. Am I wrong? Songshur suddenly burst into loud laughter. The sound echoed through the space, making everyone around him feel a chill down their spines. A dazzling light erupted, and a spell appeared, enveloping Songshur. When the light faded, Songshur's face and bearing had completely changed. Now, the person standing before them was Shun Kuei, the renowned floating splendor sage lord. Shun Kuei coldly swept his gaze around, his voice as icy as frost. So what if it's me? Seeing this, Jiang Yinyin cried out in shock. Shun Kuei, how could you? The other disciples of the immortal sects were also stunned. They never expected Songshur to be the floating splendor sage lord. They immediately began discussing it. His face and voice have both changed. Songshur is the floating splendor sage lord, but how could the floating splendor sage lord be a member of the Ghoul clan? Tang Miru pointed straight at Shun Kuei and loudly cursed. Shun Kuei, as a physician, you cause more than a dozen cultivators to die miserably at someone's hands. You are utterly conscienceless, and heaven and earth will not tolerate you. And Buki, if you are a righteous cultivator, then kill Shun Kuei now and rid the people of this evil. When Jiang Yinyin heard these words, she could not help the corner of her mouth twitching as she thought, saying something like that. She must be sick. Immediately, another disciple walked over and struck Tang Miru hard, knocking her unconscious. He turned back and said, Miss Tang, you should just stay unconscious. Seeing this, Jiang Yinyin immediately gave him a thumbs up in approval. Just then, Nci suddenly dropped to his knees in front of Shun Kuei. Tears streamed down his face as he asked, Uncle, can you spare my father? Shun Kuei's eyes grew even colder. He looked at Nci, his voice filled with hatred. Nci, do you know that your beast of a father, the human-faced monster worse than pigs and dogs, wiped out thousands of people from my clan? What makes you think I should spare him? Nci cried loudly, Uncle Shun. Shun Kuei shouted furiously, his eyes bloodshot as though they wanted to burn everything down. Don't call me that. It disgusts me. Do you know what I felt in my heart when Sister Susu died? Do you know why I concealed my identity and enter the Sunset Realm? Do you know what price I paid just to make Nruaksu's reputation be ruined and to make a blood debt be repaid in blood? And Ci was still sobbing. His voice had gone hoarse from crying as he said, Uncle Shun, when I was little and often got hurt practicing swordsmanship, you were the one who bandaged me. You even gave me candy. Uncle Shen, I am Trudisore. Kill me. Let me repay my father's debt in his place. All right. Shun Kuei's gaze was as cold as tempered steel, not moved in the slightest by Nci's desperate plea. He shoved him hard, sending him tumbling to the ground. His voice was as sharp as a blade cutting into the heart. Shut your mouth. All the kindness I showed you before was fake. It was all fake. And Ci, I won't kill you, but I will definitely take Nruaksu's life. I want to see him cursed by the whole world with my own eyes. I want to see him cut into hundreds and thousands of pieces. After saying this, Shun Kuei turned around and picked up the unconscious Shin Susu in his arms. Every step he took was heavy, as though weighed down by the pain he had carried for so many years, but he resolutely did not look back. And Ci still struggled to crawl up, his eyes red from crying so much. As he chased after him, he called out in despair, Uncle Shun, Uncle Shun. Jiang Yinyin stood there, her heart aching because she did not know what to do. She could only call after him through choked sobs. And Ci. She was about to step forward, but Nbuki held her back. His hand gripped her shoulder tightly as he said, Yinyin, don't chase after him. Jiang Yinyin was still uneasy and asked worriedly. But Nbuki said to her, let him go. There are some things that only he can face himself. No one else can help. Nbuki sighed, a trace of heaviness flashing through his eyes. Then he turned and said to everyone, it is not suitable to stay here for long. Everyone, leave this place first. We will return to the inn and wait for Nci. Tomorrow morning, we leave Clear River Town. Hearing this, no one dared to delay, and they hurriedly replied, all right. They prepared to leave. Inside the inn, the night was already deep, but Jiang Yinyin could not fall asleep no matter what. She opened the window, and the cold wind of the rainy night rushed in, making her shiver slightly. Looking at the curtain of white rain outside, she murmured softly, it's already so late, and it's still raining outside. And Ci won't have gotten into trouble, will he? And Buki walked over to her and wrapped his arms around her from behind. His voice was gentle, but also full of jealousy. I'll see. You've been mentioning him all day, she said. No matter what, he is still your biological younger brother. The care he showed you before wasn't fake. Of course, I don't want anything to happen to him. And Byuki's gaze was as tender as spring water as he said to her, the matter with the Ghoul clan wasn't Ruaksu's doing. Shinkoei has never made things difficult for others. Don't worry, he won't do anything to NCI. Hearing that, Jiang Yinyin let out a sigh of relief and nodded softly. That's good. Suddenly, and Byuki leaned slightly to the side, planted a kiss on her cheek, and said with a smile, rather than thinking about it, Yinyin, you should first think about what you already promised me. Jiang Yinyin froze for a moment, then blushed to spite herself and asked, what did I promise? Seeing her flustered gaze, and Byuki could not help laughing softly. He suddenly picked her up and said, our lifelong matter, of course. He set her down on the bed. Jiang Yinyin blushed even harder and turned her face away in embarrassment, saying in a small voice, But today I danced for so long. I'm a little tired. And Byuki looked at her with a gaze full of indulgence and said with a laugh, then Yinyin can just sleep. I'll do it myself. I won't bother Yinyin. That sudden remark made Jiang Yinyin so embarrassed she did not know where to hide. She hurriedly turned her face to the side and stammered, I'm very dirty. I haven't even bathed yet. And Byuki took her hand and gently kissed it, his low voice warm and full of affection. I don't mind. No matter what Yinyin looks like, I like you. She cried out shyly, that's not what I meant. And Byuki suddenly gave a mischievous smile and put on a pitiful expression, pretending to wipe away tears. But Yinyin clearly promised me that you would repay me with yourself. Now you're going back on your word. What a little liar. Seeing his childish act, Jiang Yinyin was so flustered she did not know what to do. She could only blush and stammer softly. Teach them. Can we kiss first? He immediately lowered his head happily and kissed her. After a while, he released her lips and said, Yinyin, don't be afraid. Next, I'll teach you all right. Jiang Yinyin blushed and asked, teach me. And Byuki pressed down over her and said, Yinyin, don't be nervous. He took hold of her wrist. In an instant, a chain appeared and bound her wrist. Startled, she asked, is this a chain? And Byuki held one end of the chain and said, I'm afraid Yinyin might move around and hurt herself. This is safer. Yinyin, actually, I've always wanted to lock you up like this so that your eyes would only have me in them and you would stay by my side forever. He lifted her hand, kissed her fingers, then lowered his head and said, I've wanted to do this many times, but I know it isn't right. You wouldn't like it either. Yinyin, I love you. I want your heart, all of you. I want you to willingly stay by my side. After hearing his words, Jiang Yinyin replied, Byuki, I am willing. Then she pulled him down and kissed him on the lips. He slipped off her clothes and kept calling her name. Yinyin, Yinyin, Yinyin. The next morning, Jiang Yinyin woke with a start and thought, last night, Byuki and I. She raised her arm and saw that there was still a chain there. She thought to herself, it was real, and it went way too far. She immediately covered her flushed face. And Byuki, beside her, woke at that moment and pulled her into his arms. He asked, Yinyin, you're awake. Does anywhere feel uncomfortable? Blushing, she replied, no, she thought to herself. Last night, Byuki kept using spiritual power to rub my waist and clear my meridians. Now there's not a single place on my body that feels uncomfortable. She sat up and said, get up, get up. The others are already downstairs. He immediately nodded and replied, In the main hall of the inn, and Byuki and Jiang Yinyin came downstairs. Tang Miru immediately spoke up. Byuki, you're here. Come sit beside me. She patted the spot next to her. Then she glanced at Byuki's neck and thought, this. She pointed at Byuki and Jiang Yinyin and said, you too. Everyone immediately began discussing among themselves. Did Miss Jiang not rest well? Why does she look so listless? I think Byuki looks full of energy. That really is strange. Jiang Yinyin hurriedly said, what this and that? Last night we practiced swordplay all night. And Byuki replied, that's right. The two sides fought to see who was better. Tang Miru saw the kiss mark on his neck and gritted her teeth, thinking, practice swordplay? That damned, hateful Jiang Yinyin. Suddenly, the door burst open. A surge of demonic energy appeared, startling the disciples of the immortal sections. What's going on? Several snakes appeared and charged inside. They shouted, "Oh no, they're demon beasts! Demon beasts are attacking." And Byuki immediately shielded Jiang Yinyan behind him, extended his blade, and said, "Yinyan, be careful." He fought against that demon beast. Another snake attacked Tang Miru. Frightened, she screamed, "What the hell is this thing? It's terrifying. How dare you call our demon venerable some hellish thing? Are you tired of living?" Suddenly, a saber appeared and cut that snake down, frightening everyone. The disciples of the immortal sex immediately raised their swords in fear and said, "The power of that slash is truly terrifying." At that moment, Demon Venerable Yi Linyuan stepped in and said, "How rude. How could you treat this venerable one's future demon queen like that?" Everyone bowed and said, "Welcome, Lord Demon Venerable." When Jiang Ninian saw him, she thought, wasn't the Demon Venerable's vital energy damaged, forcing him to flee back to the demon realm? Why did he suddenly appear here? Yi Linyuan walked over and said, "Miru, ever since we parted at the demon prison, this venerable one has missed you greatly. As soon as I finished recovering, didn't I come to take you away?" Tang Miru was startled when she saw him. Flushing in shock, she scolded, "Yi Linyuan, what nonsense are you talking about? I don't want to go to the demon realm with you. I am human, and you are a demon. There will be no result between us. Besides, I heard you're naturally promiscuous and already have many women by your side. In that area, you're very intense. I prefer someone a little gentler." After hearing her words, Jiang Yinyan sent out a cry for help with her eyes and thought, "I really underestimated the powerful mentality of this melodramatic heroine." After listening, Yi Linyuan asked, "Oh." Then he moved closer to Jiang Yinyan and asked, "Whose little wife is this? She seems very much to this venerable one's taste. Why don't I take her back as well?" And Byuki immediately stepped forward and pulled Jiang Yinyan into his arms, warning him, "She is mine." Yi Linyuan smiled and said, "So she is your wife. Then is your crown prince single?" Hearing that, the corner of Jiang Yinyan's mouth twitched. She thought, "Are you even speaking human language?" When Tang Miru heard this, she shouted angrily, "Yi Linyuan, even if you obtain my body, you will never obtain my heart. Give up. I won't go with you." She gritted her teeth and thought, "I am the one who should be the focus of everyone's eyes. Even if he is the demon venerable, I want his eyes to see only me." Hearing this, Yi Linyuan smiled and said, "As a person, this venerable one wants all the more to obtain what he cannot have by any means necessary. You two beauties, this venerable one must take you both back today." He gathered spiritual power in his hand, drew his saber, and attacked Byuki. And Byuki immediately drew his sword and said, "Nyin, move aside." Then he rushed forward and blocked the Demon King's strike. Yi Linyuan smiled and said, "Not bad. I didn't expect you to be so young, yet already have cultivation at the integration stage. However, even though this venerable one was imprisoned in the tower and the demons consumed quite a bit of my cultivation, you are still no match for this venerable one." Then he immediately struck with force and sent Byuki flying. And Byuki fell to the ground and coughed up a mouthful of blood. The other disciples immediately raised their swords and rushed forward, saying, "Hurry! Everyone attack together." Yi Linyuan laughed and asked, "Oh." Then he used his powerful spiritual energy to knock the disciples away. After that, he laughed loudly and said, "The cultivators of the sunset realm are nothing more than this. Once this venerable one recuperates for a few more days, I will flatten your entire sect. Today, I'll use you to wash my saber first." He immediately approached Byuki, about to slash down. Suddenly, a sword blocked him, startling him. It turned out that Jiang Yinyan had drawn her sword to block the strike. She asked, "Try touching him and see what happens." He said with interest, "Oh, there's never been a woman who could withstand one slash from this venerable one. You are the first." He put on an expression that seemed to say, "Woman, you have successfully attracted my attention," making Jiang Yinyan furious. She thought, "Don't look at me like that. Look at your heroine." He moved closer to Jiang Yinyan and asked, "Well, being favored by this venerable one, are you very happy? So excited you can't even hold your sword steady?" After hearing him, Jiang Yinyan fell silent for a moment. Then she smiled coldly and reached out, slapping Yi Linyuan across the face. When all the other demon cultivators saw this, they were stunned. They said, "This woman actually dared to strike his reverence. She's dead for sure today. I just hope she doesn't die too horribly." Yi Lin Yuan smiled, touched the mark on his face, then pulled her into his arms and said, "Interesting. This is the first time a woman has dared to slap this venerable one like that. This personality of yours truly gives this venerable one more desire to conquer you than any of the women before." Jiang Yinyan shouted, "Let go of me!" Seeing that he was not paying attention to her, Tang Miru continued pointing at him and said, "Yi Lin Yuan, even if you deliberately act intimate with Miss Jiang in front of me, I still won't be jealous. You only know how to force others. Are you even a man?" Yi Lin Yuan smiled and said, "Whether or not I am a man, Miru will know as soon as she tries." Tears welled in her eyes as she said, "You're hateful. Don't come over." Yi Lin Yuan licked his lips and said, "Miru looks rather enticing when she cries. But even if you scream yourself hoarse, no one will come to save you." Hearing their conversation, Jiang Yinyan was furious. She thought, the White Lotus heroine and the narcissistic demon Venerable really are a perfect match. I'm begging you two on my knees, cling tightly to each other and stop going out to harm the world. At that moment, Buki woke up. Clutching his sword tightly, he said, "Let go." He wiped the blood from his mouth, raised his sword, and charged at Yi Lin Yuan. "Let her go." Yi Lin Yuan quickly dodged. Then he reached out and clamped a hand around Buki's neck, saying, "Since you aren't afraid of death and dare provoke this venerable one, then this venerable one will kill you first. After that, I'll take the two beauties back to marry me." And Buki was gripped by the throat by Yi Lin Yuan. With both hands, he struggled to pry at the man's arm, cold and hard as steel. His face flushed red from suffocation, and hoarse coughs escaped him in agony. Seeing this, Jiang Yinyan panicked. Her heart felt as if it had been squeezed tight, and she hurriedly rushed over, her trembling voice mixed with fear. "Buki, let him go." Even in pain, and Buki still forced himself to call her name. Jiang Yinyan clenched her teeth and took a deep breath, regaining her composure. Her resolute gaze fixed on Yi Lin Yuan, and her voice was firm. "Yi Lin Yuan, as long as you don't hurt him, I will return to the Demon Palace with you." Hearing this, Yi Lin Yuan laughed. His smile was faint, but full of danger. He narrowed his eyes at her, his voice carrying a cold, teasing note. "Oh, it seems the beauty doesn't have the right to negotiate terms with me." Without the slightest hesitation, Jiang Yinyan immediately drew a sharp concealed weapon from her sleeve and pressed it against her own neck. The thin, gleaming blade reflected the flickering lamplight in the inn, making her cold expression stand out even more. Jiang Yinyan threatened, "If you dare hurt him, then you can only take my corpse back with you." Seeing her reckless action, Buki panicked. His voice was hoarse from pain, but he still forced himself to cry out, "Yinyan, no." A flash of interest crossed Yi Lin Yuan's eyes. He released Buki's neck, causing him to collapse to the ground and cough violently without stopping. Yi Lin Yuan stepped closer to Jiang Yinyan, his voice seeming to carry a mocking smile. "Beauty, don't be angry. It isn't good to hurt yourself. I was only joking with you." Jiang Yinyan immediately rushed to Buki's side, knelt down, and held him, her voice full of worry as she asked, "Buki." Yi Lin Yuan ordered his subordinates, aside from the two beauties, take everyone else back to the Demon Palace. His subordinates bowed and replied, "Yes, your reverence." They immediately stepped forward with ropes and said, "Hurry, tie them up. Don't move. Behave yourselves." Everyone was tied up. Only Jiang Yinyan and Tang Miro were left free. Jiang Yinyan anxiously ran to Buki's side. She wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and asked, "Buki, are you all right?" And Buki shook his head, doing his best to comfort her, even though his breathing was still weak. "I'm fine. Yinyan, don't worry about me." Jiang Yinyan looked at him, unable to hide the worry in her eyes. She whispered in a voice only he could hear, "With our current strength, we temporarily can't clash head-on with the demon Venerable. Just now, I used the flying letter technique to contact true Lord Southern Splendor. The Sunset Realm should send people here before long. For now, we won't confront the demon Venerable. We'll wait for an opportunity, then act." Leaning against her shoulder, Buki nodded softly, his voice low but firm. Meanwhile, Tang Miru sat slumped on the ground, tears streaming down her face as she sobbed. "It's all my fault. I'm the one who harmed everyone." Her crying made the already tense atmosphere even more stifling. The people tied up beside her could not help themselves, and someone spoke up to blame her. "Cry, cry. All you know how to do is cry. Don't you find it annoying? Every time something happens, besides crying, what else do you know how to do?" Hearing this, Tang Miru felt even more wronged. Tears rolled down her aggrieved face as she turned to look at everyone and shouted in pain, "It's not as if I told the demon venerable to come. Yi Lin Yuan was the one who injured you all. Why do you have to target me? Do I really make you hate me that much?" Jiang Ninian glanced at her. Her icy eyes stared straight at Tang Muru, and her voice was sharp and full of disdain. "Yes, not only are you detestable, you're also completely useless." Tang Muru was so angry her face turned red. She struggled to get up, her voice trembling with anger. "You?" Just then, one of Yilin Yuan's subordinates, standing nearby, shouted loudly, "So noisy! All of you shut up, stand up and follow us." The subordinates immediately used whips to force everyone to their feet. No one dared resist. Jiang Yinyan supported Mbuki, helping him walk while turning her head to glance at Tang Muru. Her cold voice carried a trace of mockery. "Mbuki, stay a little farther away from her. Otherwise, you'll easily be dragged into bad luck." Hearing this, Tang Muru was so furious she could only grit her teeth. Her eyes were full of resentment, but she did not dare retort another word. In broad daylight, before the majestic gates of the demon palace, two servants guarding the entrance saw Yi Lin Yuan's figure from afar and immediately bowed respectfully, saying in unison, "Welcome back to the palace, Your Reverence." As soon as their words fell, the beauties in the demon palace immediately swarmed out like a disturbed hive. Each of them wore silk garments and had dazzling looks, their coquettish voices filled with anticipation. "His Reverence is back. Your Reverence, I missed you so much I could die." Standing behind him, the corner of Jiang Ninian's mouth twitched slightly. Her gaze swept over the gorgeous beauties, pushing toward Yi Lin Yuan, and she could not help sighing inwardly. This harem really is huge. Yi Lin Yuan truly is a lustful supporting male character. Just then, a beauty wearing a bright silk dress, the most charming of the group, immediately ran over and threw her arms around Yi Lin Yuan. Her voice was full of complaint mixed with coquettishness. "Your Reverence, Ewer waited for your return until all the flowers wilted. You have to compensate Ewer. Let Ewer serve you tonight, all right? Recently, I learned quite a few new things." Yi Lin Yuan snorted and said, "There's no rush." The beauty named Ewer looked briefly disappointed, but she still did not forget to cast a sharp glance toward Jiang Ninian and Tang Muru. Her red lips curved. Then she blinked and asked Yi Lin Yuan curiously, "Your Reverence, are the two behind you new younger sisters?" Yi Lin Yuan stepped forward, took Tang Muru's hand, and announced in an arrogant tone, "In 3 days, this venerable one will hold a grand wedding. Muru will be this venerable one's demon queen." Hearing this, Ewer was inwardly shocked, but she forced a false smile to remain on her face. She swayed closer to Yi Lin Yuan, her voice soft and full of grievance. "Your Reverence, last night you and Ewer slept together. You tormented Ewer so fiercely. The demon queen won't be jealous, will she?" Hearing this, Yi Lin Yuan immediately broke into a sweat. He hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Heavens, don't say any more." The beauty said coquettishly, "Your Reverence." Tang Muru coldly glanced over the group of beauties. The corner of her lips lifted in a cold smile as she said, "There are many beauties in the demon venerable's harem. Your Reverence should leave the position of demon queen to them." Seeing this, Yi Lin Yuan hurriedly changed his tone. Looking at her earnestly, he said, "Muru, only an unrivaled beauty like you is worthy of being this venerable one's demon queen. Don't worry. Once we are married, I absolutely won't touch so much as a finger of anyone else. My heart will also belong to you." Tang Muru gave a cold snort. Her gaze flicked toward Jiang Yinyan as she asked, "Then what about her?" Yi Lin Yuan stiffened slightly, cold sweat dotting his forehead. He stammered, Naturally, I'm keeping her for observation." After hearing this, Jiang Yinyan broke into a sweat and thought, as expected of a lustful male character. And Buki immediately leaned close to her and said, "Ninian, not everyone is like him." She quickly comforted him. "I know. Buki, I raised you with my own hands. How could I not understand you?" Yi Lin Yuan held Tang Yuru and walked inside, saying, "In 3 days, it will be the grand wedding of this venerable one and Yuru. Begin preparations now. It must be perfect and beautiful." His subordinate replied, "As you command." Then he asked, "Your Reverence, what about the others?" He waved his hand and said, "Arrange a guest room for the beauty. Lock up the rest." The subordinate replied, "Yes." Then he dragged Jiang Yinyin and pushed her into a room, saying, "Get inside." Jiang Yinyin held her arm and thought, "That hurts. I wonder where Buki and the others have been locked up." She observed the room for a while. Looking at the vines, she thought, "Are these vines? Why are they growing inside the room?" As soon as she touched a vine, it immediately cried out, "You hurt me." Jiang Yinyin was startled and asked, "Who is it? Who's talking?" That section of vine gathered into a golden ring and said, "Foolish mortal, how dare you tug on this grass spirit?" Jiang Yinyin was shocked and thought, "The vine is talking." The vine manifested into the form of a little fairy and said, "Today you dare step on my head. Tomorrow, I'll grow on your grave." Jiang Yinyin plucked off a leaf and asked, "Are you the incarnation of vine?" The vine hugged its head and shouted angrily, "Woman, don't pull my hair." Then it appeared fully and said, "This grass spirit is a vine branch from the immortal tree on Mount Kunlun. Among soft vines, my name is Tung Jiao. Well, woman, have you been frightened by my origins?" Jiang Yinyin curled her lips into a smile and asked, "If you're really that powerful, why are you here?" Tung Jiao cursed angrily. "Isn't it all because of that dog Lin Yuan? I accidentally fell into the demon realm, and he actually used the demon's evil arts to imprison me here. He keeps absorbing the power of my cultivation too. I've had enough. Only by forming a contract with someone can I escape this place. Since you have successfully attracted my attention, I will give you a chance today. As long as you pass my test, I will form a contract with you." "You really want to form a contract with me, don't you?" Jiang Yinyin shook her head and replied, "No, I don't." Tung Jiao took out a sword and said, "Woman, soft pleading and hard pressure won't work on me." Hearing this, the corner of Jiang Yinyin's mouth twitched, and she thought, why does this tone sound so familiar? Tung Jiao continued, "Come, use this sword to demonstrate your skills. If I'm satisfied, you'll pass the test." Jiang Yinyin looked toward Tung Jiao and thought, although the spiritual power of an ancient divine tree is very deep, if I can form a contract with it, maybe I can escape the demon palace. She snatched the sword and said, "Fine, I accept your test." Then she immediately performed sword swallowing. Tung Jiao asked in confusion, "What new kind of sword technique is this?" Jiang Yinyin continued swallowing the sword. Tung Jiao said in fear, "You swallowed it? You swallowed it down? Big shot, you. Do you eat children?" Jiang Yinyin's eyes lit up as she said, "Of course. Children's flesh is so delicious. How could I not eat it?" Tung Jiao screamed and cried, "Don't eat this grass spirit. Grass gets stuck in your teeth and isn't easy to digest." She rubbed Tung Jiao's head and smiled kindly. "Don't cry. I was joking." Tung Jiao said, You have passed the test. The contract is complete." It reached out and touched her wrist. In an instant, a vine tattoo appeared. It said, "As long as you have this contract, all the vines in this demon palace will obey your commands." The vines coiled around Jiang Yinyin's wrist. Jiang Yinyin turned and said, "Let's go. We're leaving this place." Tung Jiao hurriedly said, "Hey, I already..." Inside the dungeon, the sect disciples talked among themselves. "The demon Venerable locked us up here and hasn't even looked at us. Who knows what he's planning?" "Exactly. And Miss Jiang and Miss Tang too. I don't know how they are." And Buki did not join the conversation and only continued cultivating. Just then, someone shouted, "Your Reverence, you're here." He immediately opened his eyes and saw Lin Yuan walking in with several beauties following him. The people began whispering among themselves. Lin Yuan walked over and said, "In 2 days, it will be the grand wedding of this venerable one and Muru. You are Muru's fellow senior brothers and junior brothers, so of course this venerable one will not treat you coldly. Therefore, I specially brought beauties here for you all to enjoy. Go in, entertain them well." His beauties immediately ran inside and said, "Yes, your reverence." They instantly threw themselves into the arms of the immortal sect disciples, saying, "This one looks very handsome. I want him." The disciples shouted, "Don't come over here. What a strong body. I like it so much." One beauty walked up to Nbuki and asked, "Young master, let me serve you." He said coldly, "If you don't want to die, stay away." That woman still clung to him and said, "Come on, young master." He immediately snapped her wrist, frightening her into crying out, "It hurts. It hurts so much. Your reverence, save me." Lin Yuan said, "Oh, I didn't expect that even with such heavy injuries, you would still have the strength to break free of your bonds." And Buki untied himself, stood up, and asked asked, "Where is Nyan?" Yi Lin Yuan smiled and said, She and this venerable one were entangled all night. She's very tired now." On the surface, that woman was fierce and unyielding. In the end, after this venerable one flirted with her a little, she took the initiative to throw herself into my arms. Do you usually fail to satisfy her? Otherwise, she would not have been so eager for this venerable one to take her. As soon as Nbuki heard this, he flew into a rage. Gathering his strength, he punched toward Yi Lin Yuan and cursed, "You're courting death." Yi Lin Yuan firmly grabbed Nbuki's hand and said, "Not bad strength, but if you want to deal with this venerable one, it will never be enough." Then he twisted Nbuki's arm and threw him toward the wall, making him cough up blood. When the beauties saw this, they hurriedly ran off, saying, "His Majesty is angry. Hurry, run." Yi Lin Yuan advanced toward Nbuki step by step. Taking out his weapon, he said, "Since you insist on seeking death again and again, this venerable one will grant your wish." Nbuki forced himself to sit up and said, "No one has ever dared to treat her like that. You humiliated her. For that crime, you deserve to die." Blazing red sparks appeared in his eyes. Yi Lin Yuan laughed loudly and said, "Arrogant." Just then, countless vines appeared and tightly wrapped around Nbuki's waist. Someone shouted, "Careful!" Nbuki was immediately pulled to one side. Jiang Yinyan held him and asked, "Buki, are you all right?" Nbuki tore open his own clothes and said, "It's hard. It feels awful." When she saw the pattern on Nbuki's chest, she thought to herself, "Why does this pattern appear every time Buki goes berserk?" Yi Lin Yuan stepped over and asked, "Oh, Beauty, why have you come here? Instead of resting properly in your room, you just had to come here looking for trouble?" Jiang Yinyan gathered her spiritual power and created a formation that enveloped Nbuki, then said, "Cut the nonsense. Yi Lin Yuan, I was looking for you to settle the score." He laughed and said, "Very well. I have plenty of time. Beauty, after you finish settling the score, it still won't be too late to consummate our marriage." When Nbuki heard this, he rose to his feet in a fury and asked, "Do you want to die?" Jiang Yinyan was startled and said, "Buki." Nbuki grabbed his sword and charged toward Yi Lin Yuan, slashing at him. Yi Lin Yuan quickly took out his own weapon to block the sword strike, and asked, "Still trying to force yourself? You can't defeat me." Suddenly, he was shocked to see Nbuki drive his sword into his chest. He thought to himself, "How is this possible? His cultivation is clearly still weaker than when Shirley's back then." Yi Lin Yuan was sent flying to one side by Nbuki's attack. Jiang Ningyan approached the immortal sect disciples, used vines to untie them, and asked, "Is everyone all right?" Tung Jiao said proudly, "It would be strange if they were not. Do not underestimate the power of this grass spirit." The disciples said, "Fortunately, Miss Jiang arrived in time, but if they keep fighting, this prison will probably collapse." At that moment, the ground was shaking and rocks were falling violently. Jiang Yinyan said, "The ropes have been untied. You all go first." They immediately asked, "Then what about Miss Jiang and brethren?" On the other side, Nbuki was still charging at Yi Lin Yuan with his sword, stabbing at him. Yi Lin Yuan cursed, "You madman. It's bad enough that you ruined this venerable one's good affair. If we keep fighting, neither of us will get out alive." After the disciples escaped, they anxiously said to Jiang Yinyan, "It's very dangerous here. Miss Jiang, hurry and leave." Jiang Yinyan looked toward Nbuki. Seeing rocks collapsing down where he was, she was startled and shouted, "Buki!" At this moment, Yi Lin Yuan's subordinates also said, "Your Reverence, hurry and leave." Someone shouted, "Yi Lin Yuan, save me." After a while, Jiang Yinyan opened her eyes and breathed heavily. Tung Jiao said worriedly, "You're awake. You're finally awake. In order to save you all, this grass spirit lost quite a few vines. It hurts so much." And Ci also called out happily, "Miss Jiang." Jiang Yinyan sat up and asked, "And Ci, why are you here?" And Ci replied, "After true Lord Manhwa received your flying letter, he immediately ordered me to bring people here as reinforcements. I didn't expect that by the time we arrived, the demon palace had already become a complete mess. But don't worry, the demon Venerable has been severely injured. Peak Master One has already led people to pursue him. He won't get far." She asked anxiously, "Then where's Buki now? Where is he?" And Ci pointed in one direction and said, "Don't worry, Big Brother and is resting over there. I've already treated his wounds roughly. It's just that Big Brother and's consciousness does not seem very clear." Jiang Yinyan ran toward Nbuki, held him, and called Buki. At this moment, Nbuki was still calling out, "Nyin." She said, I'm fine. Nothing happened to me. Don't be afraid. And Ci said to her, Miss Jiang, everyone is injured. The demonic energy of the demon realm is too heavy. We cannot stay here long. She nodded and replied, And Ci walked over to Nbuki and said, Let me carry big brother in. Jiang Yinyan stopped him and said, No need. I can carry him. And Ci replied, But Jiang Yinyan interrupted, Leave him to me. Then she carried Nbuki on her back. He was still calling, Nyenyen, Nyenyen. She said, It's all right now. Buki, it's all right. At this moment, a token fell from Nbuki's body, and Ci was startled and took the token in shock, then asked, This is the smiling Buddha Jade. Isn't this my elder brother in Li's possession? Holding the token, and Ci thought, Could Big Brother and really be my biological elder brother? Then why is he unwilling to acknowledge me? In the evening, in a small town, Jiang Yinyan carried Nbuki on her back and walked with the other immortal sect disciples. On her back, Nbuki groaned, Hot. Yinyan, I'm hot. She was startled and worriedly thought, He's so hot. Does Buki have a fever? Seeing her stop, and Ci asked, Miss Jiang, what's wrong? She replied, Buki's injuries are too serious. If we continue traveling, I'm afraid his body won't be able to endure it. I want to take him to an inn to rest for the night. We'll set off tomorrow. And Ci nodded and said, All right, take Big Brother and find an inn first. I'll tell Peak Master One and come find you shortly. Tang Muru, who was nearby, fell silent when she heard this. Inside the inn, Jiang Yinyan placed Nbuki on the bed. He kept saying he felt awful. She hurriedly said, Buki, you have a fever. I'll go get a basin of water to bring your fever down. Seeing that she was about to leave, he immediately hugged her waist and said, Don't go, Nyenyen. Don't go. She stroked his head and said, I'm not leaving. I'm just going to get water. Good Buki, wait for me to come back. After hearing this, he looked at her resentfully and said, Nyenyen, come back quickly. In the main hall on the first floor of the inn, and Ci stood blocking the door, preventing Tang Xuanya and Tang Muru from entering. He said, If you want to stay somewhere, go find another inn. In any case, you are not allowed to appear here. Tang Xuanya stepped forward and said, Ridiculous. This inn wasn't opened by you. On what grounds can we not enter? And Ci angrily pointed at Tang Xuanya and asked, Do you know how many people your younger sister caused to die in Clear River Town? If not for her stupidity, those cultivators would not have died such miserable deaths at the hands of the Yin spirit, all just to save her. Tang Xuanya stepped forward and said, And Ci, what right do you have to criticize Ruru? Even if those cultivators had not saved Ruru, perhaps they would still have died at the hands of the Yin spirit due to negligence. Besides, your father and Ruaksu is the true culprit behind all of this. For the sake of his own selfishness, he murdered nobles. After his crimes were announced to the world, he killed himself. In my opinion, that ending was far too cheap for him. He stepped closer and said, As for you, like father, like son, you're so young, yet your cultivation is already high. I'm afraid you must have used those people's evil arts too. Haven't you? And Ci angrily struck at Tang Xuanya and cursed. Shut up. Tang Xuanya grabbed Ci's hand and asked, What? Did I hit a sore spot? So now you're flying into a rage from shame? The two rushed into a fight. Seeing this, everyone said, You two immortals, stop fighting. This shop cannot withstand your torment. Hurry and stop. At this moment, the people nearby began discussing. Isn't that the young master of the Yin family? His father did such cruel things, yet he still has the face to appear here. Exactly. Who knows how many dirty dealings his father colluded in while he was alive? And Ci is his son. He should also be sentenced to death. Hearing this, and Ci angrily said, You people are taking advantage of the situation. Tang Xuanya kicked Ci hard, causing him to fall inside. Everyone also surrounded him and said, And Ci, a father's debt is repaid by his son. You deserve it. This time, no one will protect him anymore. Let's see how arrogant he can be now. Jiang Yinyan ran inside and said, Move aside, move aside. And Ci clutched his chest and said, Don't say any more. Don't say any more. Jiang Yinyan stood protectively in front of Ci and said, What kind of heroes are you, bullying someone so excessively? Tang Xuanya raised his sword toward her and said, Miss Jiang, this matter has nothing to do with you. I hope you will move aside at once. At this moment, a sword appeared and shot toward Tang Xuanya, sending him flying to one side and pinning him straight to the wall. He looked ahead, gritted his teeth, and said, Nbuki. At this moment, Nbuki appeared upstairs. Looking at him coldly, he said, Get lost. Tang Muru hurriedly ran over to support Tang Xuanya and asked, Brother, why don't we stay somewhere else? You're badly injured. Can we go find a doctor first? Tang Xuanyak clutched his chest. Seeing Tang Miru crying like this, he said, "Ooh, don't cry. Let's go." Seeing them leave, the others also said, "There's nothing else to see. Disperse. Everyone disperse." After using his spiritual power, and Buki began coughing repeatedly. Nyin ran upstairs and called, "Buki." Seeing him cough up blood, she said worriedly, "Buki, you're coughing blood. Come on, let's go back to the room and rest." At this moment, Ci shouted from downstairs, "Wait, wait, the Jade Buddha." He immediately took the Jade Buddha out of his pocket and asked, "When we left the Demon Palace, this Jade Buddha fell from Big Brotherin's body. It is something only my elder brother had. So, Big Brotherin, in truth, you are my biological elder brother who is separated from me, right? Why? Why did you refuse to acknowledge me before?" And Ci looked at Buki with tears in his eyes. And Buki remained silent and said nothing. And Ci shed tears and asked, "Do you hate me that much, brother?" At this moment, and Buki spoke and said, "And Ci, come here." And Ci, who was wiping his tears, heard this and hurried over, asking, "Brother?" And Buki said, "Give me the Jade Buddha." And Ci obediently handed the jade to him. After taking it, and Buki asked, "I ask you, when did you learn that this Jade Buddha belonged to your elder brother?" And Ci replied, "Since I was little, I was always by Master's side. He told me about my elder brother. Master said my elder brother had a Jade Buddha. It was obtained by his mother after climbing 1,000 steps to the mountain god temple to pray for it. Also, the jade pendant is carved with the character Li. There's only one like it in the whole world." After Buki heard this, he immediately pinched in Ci's face. The boy cried out, "Brother, it hurts, it hurts." And Buki said, Yin, let's return to the room." Then he turned around, supported by Jiang Yin, and went upstairs. Seeing this, and Ci was shocked and thought, "Wait, what does that mean?" I called a brother, and he agreed. It must be that. Big brother and has accepted me. I have an elder brother now. Thinking this, he became delighted. Upstairs, Jiang Yin cleaned Buki's wounds and said, "Buki, your body is weak. You shouldn't have shown yourself just now. It was the same at the Demon Palace. Yi Lin Yuan deliberately provoked you. Why did you fight him? Your cultivation is not as strong as his. Do you know how dangerous that was?" He said angrily, "I know. But Yin, what kind of thing is Yi Lin Yuan to dare say such filthy words to you?" As soon as he finished speaking, he began coughing again. She immediately ran to his side and said, "Now you know it hurts. Next time, you must remember not to get so worked up. Every time I see you injured because of me, my heart feels awful. Also, that pattern has appeared on your body several times already. Do you know its origin?" And Buki dodged the question and replied, "I'm not very sure." She asked worriedly, "Does it still hurt here?" He immediately pretended to be weak and said, "It hurts." Jiang Yin said worriedly, "In the future, don't make yourself end up like this again. When you're not here, I can still protect myself well. And when you show up, don't let yourself get hurt. Wait for me to come find you, or wait until you come find me." He immediately leaned into her arms and said, whatever Yin says is right. I will listen to you." She soothed him and said, "All right, lie down quickly." And Buki raised his head and asked, Yin, I want to hear you say that you like me. Can you?" Hearing this, she blushed and asked, Haven't I said it before?" He immediately pouted and said, "No." Hearing this, she laughed and rested her forehead against his, saying, "Buki, I like you. In this life, I will only ever like you alone. Buki mum ulit Then I'm even happier." He kissed her lips and said, Yin. Just then, someone knocked on the door. She immediately pushed him away and said, I'll open the door first." As soon as she opened it, she saw someone wearing a black cloak and asked, "Who are you?" The person pulled down the cloak and replied, "It's me." Jiang Yin was startled and asked, "Shun Kuei?" Jiang Yin asked, "Shun Kuei, why are you here?" Carrying a medicine box, he walked in and said, "Just passing by. I came in to visit while I was at it." As soon as Buki saw Shun Kuei, he immediately became wary. He pulled his clothes together, his face clearly unhappy. Shun Kuei placed the medicine box on the table, then turned toward Buki and asked, "You're injured to this extent, yet you still have the strength to glare at me for ruining your good moment?" When Jiang Yin heard this, her face immediately flushed with embarrassment. Shun Kuei took a bottle of medicine from the medicine box and said, "With your current condition, you can't do anything even if you want to. I advise you to restrain yourself a little." And Buki said angrily, "You." Seeing him so angry, Jiang Yin hurriedly soothed him and said, "Buki, sit down first." Shun Kuei approached Buki. pulled open his clothes and was startled when he saw the pattern on his chest. This is... Jiang Yinyan thought fearfully. Oh no. Shen Kuei broke into a cold sweat. He raised his head to look at Nbuki, disbelief on his face, and said, "You're already a grown man. Why you still have this flower on your body? It really is ugly." And Nbuki nodded and said, Seeing this, Jiang Yinyan thought, it seems Shen Kuei doesn't know the origin of this mark. He only sees it as a pattern. Shen Kuei applied medicine to Nbuki's wound and said, "If this wound is not dressed with medicine, it will become infected by tomorrow." And Nbuki cried out in pain. Seeing this, Jiang Yinyan immediately said worriedly, "Shen Kuei, can you be a little gentler?" Shen Kuei smiled and said, "I use this precious medicine to treat patients without exception." After hearing this, Jiang Yinyan thought, "Like hell I believe you." After a while, seeing Nbuki crying miserably, she hurriedly comforted him. "Good child, endure it a little, it will be over soon." And Nbuki nodded tearfully. Seeing this, Shen Kuei cursed, "Enough pretending." After a while, Shen Kuei handed Jiang Yinyan a bottle of medicine and instructed, "I won't come up here again. Remember to apply it once every morning. Once the wound closes, scrape off the scab." She nodded and replied, "All right." Shen Kuei looked up and said, "Jiang Yinyan, you seem to know absolutely nothing about the power of intent, do you?" She was startled and asked, "What?" Shen Kuei then took out a booklet and handed it to her. She asked, "What is this?" Shen Kuei said, "A mental cultivation method for a wood's spiritual root. Most cultivators with wood's spiritual roots are skilled in healing arts. You possess a supreme grade wood spiritual root, yet you still have not cultivated properly. Using this mental cultivation method can help you cultivate. Once you cultivate to a certain level, you will be able to heal injuries like these easily." Jiang Yinyan immediately said excitedly, "Shen Kuei, thank you." Shen Kuei waved his hand and said, "No need. This time, I came to bid farewell to you as well. I have taken my revenge. There is no need for me to remain in the Sunset Realm anymore. I have already handed Medicine King Valley over to my direct disciple. If you need a pharmacist, just go and tell him directly." She immediately asked, "Where are you going?" Shen Kuei replied, "I don't know. I'll leave this place first." And Nbuki sat up and said, "Shen Kuei, before you leave, there is something I want to ask you. Were you the one controlling the Een spirit in Clear River Town?" Shen Kuei closed the medicine box and said, "Indeed, I used you all to investigate the truth of Clear River Town. I didn't understand why Sister Sue's body." After hearing this, Jiang Yinyan thought to herself, back when Shinsusu was alive, she was gentle. After she died, she changed greatly and killed so many innocent people. So it turned out she was being controlled. Ever since I transmigrated into the book, many things have happened beyond my control. Could it be because I changed too much? First it was the Ghoul clan, the Demon clan, and Shen Kuei's revenge. Then there is the harem backing Tang Muru. Everything seems to be controlled by a giant, unseen hand. And Nbuki asked worriedly, "Yinyan, what's wrong?" She replied, "Nothing. I'm just a little distracted." She chased after Shen Kuei and said, "Shen Kuei, wait." Shen Kuei turned back and asked, "Is there anything else?" She then said, "You must live well." Seeing this, Shen Kuei was surprised, then nodded and said, I know." He put on his hood and said, "See you again someday." Then he immediately left. Jiang Yinyan looked in the direction Shen Kuei had left, feeling worried as she silently called, "Shen Kuei." Seeing her keep looking toward Shen Kuei, Nbuki became extremely jealous. He immediately approached Jiang Yinyan, hugged her from behind, and said, "Yinyan, I'm hungry." Hearing him say this, she was startled. Looking out the window and seeing that it was already dark, she thought, "That's right. So much happened today that we haven't had time to eat." So she reached out and stroked Nbuki's head, asking, "Your fever has gone down. You should be able to eat some porridge. I'll go downstairs to get some. Wait here obediently, understood?" And Nbuki nodded and replied, After a while, Jiang Yinyan carried a tray of food upstairs. She placed it on the table, arranged it, and said, "At this hour, there wasn't much to eat in the kitchen. Nbuki, eat a little of this." Jiang Yinyan scooped up a spoonful of porridge and blew on it. He called, "Yinyan." She raised her head, turned to him, and asked, "What is it?" And Byuki seized the chance to eat the spoonful of porridge in her hand. Seeing this, she was startled and asked, "Don't you have a bowl in front of you?" He happily replied, "It's not the same." Jiang Yinyan scooped up another spoonful of porridge and said, "What's different?" It all came from the same pot. Suddenly, she was startled when he approached her, bent down, and kissed her lips. She thought, "Byuki," he said, "the porridge in Yinyan's mouth really does taste better." Jiang Yinyan blushed, embarrassed. She immediately poured the entire bowl of porridge in her mouth and ate it. She stood up and ran off, saying, "I'm done eating. I'm going to bathe first." And Byuki propped up his chin and looked in the direction she had left, his heart extremely happy. After a while, she walked in while drying her hair and called, "Byuki, I'm done bathing." She was startled to see Byuki sitting on the bed half-dressed, saying, "Nyin, you're back." She blushed and thought, this isn't raising a child at all. This is clearly raising an enchanting demon. She immediately pushed Byuki down onto the bed, covered him with the blanket, and said, "Cover yourself properly. Don't catch a chill." She silently told herself, "Jiang Yinyan, restrain yourself." And she also got into bed and said, "Rest early. We have to go back tomorrow morning." In her heart, she silently chanted, "Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form." Suddenly, she saw Byuki move closer to her and say, "Nyin, I'm hot." She blushed and said, "Go to sleep." He kissed her neck and said, "I can't sleep." Jiang Yinyan asked angrily, "Why can't you sleep?" He took her hand and said, "I want to be with Nyin. I want it so much I can't sleep." Jiang Yinyan immediately said, "I refuse." And Byuki put on a wounded expression, turned away, and said with tears in his eyes, "I understand. Our feelings have faded. The 7-year itch is merely like this." Jiang Yinyan hurriedly soothed him. "Your wounds haven't healed yet. Vigorous movement will tear them open. Once you recover a little, you could do whatever you want." She leaned close to his ear as she said those words, making him startled. After hearing this, Byuki asked Jiang Yinyan in surprise, "Really?" His eyes sparkled with anticipation. Seeing this, she smiled and asked, "Have I ever lied to you?" Hearing her speak so firmly, Byuki immediately revealed a smug smile. Reassured, he lay down to sleep and said, "All right, I understand." Seeing that he was finally willing to lie down obediently and sleep, she breathed a sigh of relief and lay down to sleep. In the quiet, Byuki suddenly turned over and hugged her tightly. He said, "Nyin is so good." The next morning, when she woke up, she saw him sleeping while pressing down on her and thought, "Is this guy not afraid of crushing me to death?" She sighed, stroked his head, and said, "Forget it. Wake up." Byuki opened his eyes, still hugging her tightly, and said, "I can't wake up. If I wake up, I can't hug Nyin." She said, "Then lie there and do it a little longer." Then she urged, "All right, get up quickly. We still have to return to the Sunset Realm today. Don't make Ci wait too long." He sat up gloomily and said, "I know." At dusk, in the Sunset Realm, Jiang Yinyan returned to the Sunset Realm with Byuki. She raised her head to look toward the gate and said, "There are thousands of stone steps. When will we ever finish climbing them?" Tawanzi saw the flower branches on the steps and exclaimed, "The stone steps are actually covered in flowers. How sour." Just then, someone ran over and called, "Fairy." Jiang Yinyan turned back in surprise and asked, "Zhao Anming, why are you here?" Zhao Anming said happily, "I came to welcome Fairy back." Seeing this, Jiang Yinyan was startled. Zhao Anming stretched out his hand, and a burst of fireworks immediately appeared. He stretched his hand to one side again, and scrolls immediately fell down. Written on them was, "Today, I entered the earth." What earth? The earth where I am dead set on Fairy. Fairy sleeps early. I sleep late. Look how happy we are together," Zhao Anming happily announced. "This is the ceremony I specially prepared for your return. How is it? Are you moved?" Seeing this, the three of them fell silent. Byuki said angrily, "Zhao Anming." Jiang Yinyan broke into a cold sweat and thought, "I don't dare move. I don't dare move at all." Jiang Yinyan hurriedly said, "Zhao Anming, thank you for your kindness, but I am not some important figure. There is no need for such a grand ceremony." She thought, "He is clearly a decent-looking man. How is there something wrong with his head?" Zhao Anming's eyes sparkled as he said, "In my heart, Fairy is an important figure. Naturally, you should receive the very best." Byuki angrily stepped forward, grabbed Zhao Anming by the collar, and restrained him. Zhao Anming fell to the ground. Jiang Yinyan took Byuki's hand and said, "Nyin, let's go." She nodded and said, Jiang Yin and Enbuki returned to the Sunset Realm. Enbuki's serious injuries were healed. Every day, he soaked in the spiritual spring to recover. Jiang Yin also began cultivating the mental technique Shin Kuei had given her, working hard to raise her cultivation. In a hot spring hidden deep within a quiet forest, wisps of steam rose thickly, covering the surroundings in a hazy mist. Inside the hot spring, Jiang Yin was sitting in meditation, her entire body emitting a faint glow of spiritual power. The water around her seemed to ripple with each steady breath she took. After concentrating on cultivation for a long while, she slowly opened her eyes. A vast surge of spiritual power welled up from deep within her body, causing small ripples to spread across the water around her. Jiang Yin's eyes shone brightly with joy as she clearly sensed the changes within herself. She thought to herself, I've finally advanced from the nascent soul stage to the spirit transformation stage. Shin Kuei's mental technique really is useful. Just as she was still immersed in the joy of her breakthrough, she suddenly heard a faint sound behind her. Her whole body immediately became alert. She quickly turned her head and asked coldly, "Who's there?" From within the hazy steam, a familiar figure gradually appeared. Enbuki, with a mischievous smile on his lips, walked closer to her and said, "Yin, it's me." Upon recognizing the person before her, Jiang Yin immediately covered her body. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she asked, "Why did you barge in here? I already hung a wooden sign outside." Enbuki raised the wooden sign. Written clearly on it were the words, "No entry for unauthorized persons." He laughed innocently and replied, "It's because I saw the sign that I wanted to come in." Before Jiang Yin could react, Enbuki took off his outer robe, revealing his firm shoulders, then slowly stepped into the hot spring with her. The hot steam enveloped them both, making the atmosphere even more awkward. Jiang Yin blushed and said somewhat urgently, "Buki, I still need to cultivate. You go out first." But Enbuki seemed not to care at all. He moved even closer, his gaze full of tenderness, and reached out to take her hand. In a low but warm voice, he said, Yin, didn't you just break through? You have to balance work and rest." He immediately pulled her over and held her in his arms, startling her. He whispered beside her ear, "My injuries have healed. Yin, shouldn't you fulfill your promise now?" She blushed and said, He lifted her chin and said, "Improving your cultivation is a good thing. That way, Yin won't get tired so easily anymore." Her face flushed as she pushed him away and said, "Buki, let go of me first." He refused, holding her hand as he said, "No, Yin definitely wants to run away." She hurriedly said, "No, I'm not," before she could finish speaking, and Buki lowered his head and kissed her on the lips. He reached out, took her hand, and guided it to touch him, saying, Yin, it wants you." After hearing that, her face turned red, and she said, "Fine." She thought to herself, "After all, he's the little one I raised. If I don't cherish him, who will?" Then she lifted her head and kissed him. The next morning, in the room, Enbuki and Jiang Yin were sleeping together on the bed. Morning sunlight shone into the room. Jiang Yin woke up. She rubbed her eyes and asked, "Buki, what time is it?" And Buki had already woken up at some point. Sitting there, watching her and playing with a lock of her hair, he answered, "It's the snake hour." She replied, "The snake hour?" She sprang up and said, "It's already morning?" She thought to herself, "What? I actually fooled around with Buki all night." She put on her robe, then turned and asked, "Why didn't you wake me?" The few days after breakthrough are very important for cultivation. I can't afford any delay. In her heart, she thought temptation, beauty really does ruin people. And Buki looked at her with puppy dog eyes and said, "But my heart aches for you. Yin, you worked hard last night. There's nothing important today, so why not rest a little longer?" After Jiang Yin finished dressing, she sat down and rubbed in Buki's head, saying, "Then I'll go cultivate first. I'll come back at noon to keep you company." After hearing that, he happily nodded and replied, He had just put on his clothes when he suddenly heard footsteps. He turned around happily and asked, Yin, did you forget something?" But the moment he saw Tang Miru walk in, his expression turned cold. He asked, "Why is it you?" She walked in and smiled, saying, "Buki, I came specially to find you." He scolded her coldly, "Tang Miru, you really are a ghost that won't go away." She stepped inside, revealing the 9 tails of nine-tailed fox, and said, "Buki, I have something important to tell you. Can you come over here?" Her eyes shimmered as she looked at him. Seeing this, he froze for a moment, then replied, "All right." Seeing that, Tamed thought happily to herself, the nine-tailed fox's charm technique really is useful. It wasn't in vain that I cultivated it for so long. She moved close to Mbuki, undid his clothes, and said, "Buki," but his face instantly turned cold as he glanced at her. He took out a dagger and stabbed it into her chest. Startled, she clutched her wound and asked, "Buki, what are you doing?" Holding the dagger coldly, he said, "When an Een spirit comes to your door, of course you have to guard yourself." Seeing that he had not been charmed by her, Tamed thought in fear. Why? Why wasn't he controlled by the charm technique? I clearly tested it on many people before, and it worked on all of them. Why did it fail on him? And Buki immediately drew his sword and said, "You have put Yin Yin in danger time and again. I have wanted to kill you for a long time." Seeing this, she said fearfully, "No, you can't kill me. I know your identity. You are Enli. The dead person is Enli." He pointed his sword at her. Hearing her say that, he lowered his sword and asked, "How do you know?" Trembling and crying, she said, "I dreamed it. I have the ability to dream of the future. I dreamed that the god of resentment would awaken in the future. The person with the red spider lily mark on his body would dye the mortal world in blood. And that person is you and Buki." After hearing this, he asked in shock, "What?" This episode ends here. If you enjoyed it, please give me a like and a share, so I'll have more motivation to make more videos. Remember to follow to watch the next episodes. Wishing you all a day full of energy.